Diary of the Former World's #1 Raising a Minor Character. Volume 4 by Sawamura Haruta. Translated by Carrie Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 64. Middle Finger, Index Finger, Thumb. Afternoon. Leaving the house in Yukari's care, Winfield and I went to grab 7th Teo and then headed towards the Royal Magic Academy. The purpose was to pay a visit to Maine, the second prince. Hey, why didn't we make an appointment? I was quite curious about the reason for that as we were on our way, so I asked. It surprised me that we went to visit him without an appointment. I mean, we're going to visit a prince. That's why I don't know the reason for this. Zipang is superior to the Castle Kingdom. We're trying to give that impression. I heard the word Zipang after a long time. Thinking about it, I did have such setting to know the details that even the concerned party has forgotten. This girl is amazing. I can't believe it's only been a day since she was summoned. I already heard from Sylvia yesterday, but she surely is great at finding information. You can't do this unless you always absorb the necessary information at the highest efficiency. She's like a walking RTA. I'm grateful for your praise. But what is that? Are we there already? Yeah, we've arrived. I'm already used to being around this Esper. Without dismounting 7th Teo, we crossed the school's gate. Kawa, second Sama. No way. Why is he here? Screams were heard from here and there. Or rather, high-pitched voices. With the schoolgirls this excited, it wouldn't really come as a surprise if one of them would come trying to get on my horse. You there? Since there was no other way, I went around the schoolyard. Maine, you there? Repeatedly calling out to him like that. Almost immediately after, some students who noticed I came looking for Maine rushed towards the school building. A few minutes later, Maine came rushing to this place wearing a surprised expression. Second San? What are you doing? Well, there's no place to leave my horse. That's what I'm saying. Please don't ride in here. Even though it's been a while since we last saw each other, this back and forth feels nice. It makes me happy. Hey, is there some place where we can calmly speak? And also, I'd like to do something about the horses. A calm place? The horses? Wait, that's too sudden. Please behave and quietly stay here for a moment. Come on, hurry. Seriously, and I was thinking of finally meeting you after a long time. Maine returned to the school building muttering with dismay in his voice while holding his head. A few seconds later, a maid under the second prince came from the direction in which Maine left and guided us to the stables. We're currently arranging a salon. It will only take a moment. And then she left us after politely bowing along with those words. She's quite composed, unlike my maids. Is this the difference between them and a first-class one? By the way, I didn't understand the meaning of the salon, so I asked Winfield. It seems it's something like a common room, as expected of the encyclopedia spirit. Second San. Don't be unreasonable. Coming here without an appointment and running around the schoolyard on top of a horse. After a while, as soon as Maine arrived at the salon, he started scolding me. I properly apologized with a sorry, while sticking out my right hand in the form of a fist. Seriously. Some seconds later, Maine also stuck out his first, bumping it with mine. His faint along that happy look on his face made him look quite girlish. As always, however, he's a prince. Who would this person be? And also, I can't see Sylvia-san or Iko-san. With a brightened mood, Maine looked at Winfield and spoke. This here is my tactician. Winfield. A pleasure meeting you. Why yes, nice to meet you. Tactician? The second prince reacted to the word tactician. I'm sure he's more familiar with that field than me, a former seriously addicted online game junkie. Could you clear out the room, please? As Winfield said that, Maine looked at the maid who was waiting in the room. The maid then shook her head saying I can't comply. Yeah, this is troublesome. If Winfield thought we needed to clear the room, then we really need it. I can't let this maid listen to our talk. That's right. Should I use brainwash? I just remember I've wanted to try out the brainwashing magic I just learned. So I asked in a quiet voice. However, Winfield immediately said no. She then went on to tell me her reasoning. There might be a limited number of times brainwashing magic can be used. My guess is that it's only 4 times. For real? A limited number of uses? Moreover, only 4? Why such a half-ass number? With my master and Philip, the president of the Morris Company, that's 2. To herself, in order to not tell the truth if tortured, that's another 1. And she should have used it somewhere else once more. That's when she was targeted by the Prime Minister and the Duchess' house was ruined. In total, that's 4 times. The Icene house was crushed under charges of treason. However, that was just the cover story. The real reason was the scheming by the Prime Minister, who noticed the existence of brainwashing magic, and feared it. I knew that too. In my previous life, in Mobius, the Prime Minister Valmoro obtained brainwashing magic and brainwashed Castal's king, Barwell. He then tried to turn the country into a subordinate of the Marubel Empire, but as a result of the player's successful actions, the king's brainwashing was solved and the Prime Minister was overthrown. That's how the story went. The contents were quite MMORPG-like. However, in this world the king hasn't been brainwashed yet. Most likely, I think brainwashing magic hasn't fallen into the hands of the Prime Minister. It can be said that this is attributed to the careful actions of Duchess Lucia. She was careful enough to use 2 of the brainwashing limited uses to emphasize finding a successor, to find extraordinary and worthy people to inherit the magic, and a good enough person who could accept a rebellious slave who will solve their brainwashing. Is there a possibility you're being too cautious? The Duchess used it 4 times in a situation where nothing was certain. She left the information of you can use it 4 times to her successor. However, I've been wondering all this time, what if it was at least 4 times instead of only 4 times? What if there's no limit to the number of uses? In that case, then, we're lucky. But, for now it better to think it's only 4 times, to be sure. This means, we need to be careful with it. It sounds plausible, and isn't far-fetched either. Unlike the game, in this world we can't start over. It's useless to worry about how many times it can be used. When I sighed in frustration at not being able to say anything, she followed up saying, I can understand how you feel. She is a good spirit. Well then, it can't be helped. I should start talking, just like this. Is that okay? Main and I just felt confused. The maid was also showing a somewhat puzzled face. Right. First off let's begin, with Second San's wishes. Second San wants you, Second Prince Main, to take over the throne. Oh okay. To that end, the first prince, the first queen, and the Prime Minister, were in the way. Therefore, we will drive them to a corner. Huh? Main raised his voice in surprise at the sudden bombshell announcement. The maid had her eyes rounded in shock. But you know, we can't just kill that bothersome trio, right? Yeah. Most likely, the people won't agree, and I think the first prince, together with the operatives from the Empire, will create a disturbance. Hey, wait, just what are you talking about? What do you mean? Seemingly unable to catch up, Main asked us for an explanation. At that point, the maid was covering her ears with both hands. She understands that this is something she shouldn't be hearing, but she still doesn't seem to want to go out of the room. We're talking about you. How we can get Main to become the new king. Me? The king? Not my brother? Yeah, you don't want that either, do you? If he becomes king, this country is probably done for. Well, I certainly wouldn't want that. However, me becoming a king is kind of. You're as hesitant as ever. You want to do it or not? Speak clearly. That is, if I have to do it, I'll do it. But, what about my brother? No buts. Do you want to be king? Why yes. Well said. There's no going back on your words, Prince. Yes. Are you serious? Don't worry. I'm being serious. It's just, I'm not very confident. I see, you'll be alright. It's just a matter of becoming confident. Ahahaha. I see you're the same as usual. Alright, I got his promise. Next is the crucial method. After glancing at Winfield, she smiled and opened her mouth to speak. I will use 3 moves. I'll explain starting with the first one. She raised 3 fingers and began to talk about the strategy. Not that it matters, but it seems Winfield is the type of person who raises her middle finger, index finger and thumb. By the way, I'm a middle finger, ring finger and pinky finger type of person. For some reason, I just can't settle if I break the order starting from the thumb. The repression of the righteous bandit group, R6, around the capital Winston, was supposed to be terminated in exchange for the head of their boss, Ryumuzuma. However, it was continued disregarding that promise after the boss was executed. Official documents should exist somewhere. I've heard about that too. The First Night Order, who rarely go out of the capital, were saying that the extermination had to be done thoroughly. You mean it was done after the agreement of both parties? Indeed, the bandits, especially the R6, were attracting an increasing amount of support from the populace. This was getting in the way of leading the people's will for the imperial policies. So, you're saying they were crushed because of this? Was that my brother's doing? Yes, the Prime Minister. He's manipulating the First Prince. And the Prime Minister is an imperial operative. Oh, so you didn't know? I was thinking of it as common sense. But certainly, unless you're someone like me who knows Mobius, or a genius like Winfield, this is information that you can't easily know. In the middle of the bandit repression, the R6 and the Second and Third Night Orders signed a ceasefire agreement. If we obtain the official documents of that time, and disclose them, the criticism of the First Night Order will surely increase. I see. It's a good strategy. Still, there's one thing that bothers me. I then opened my mouth on behalf of Maine, who was still frozen in shock. What would we do if we're able to get them? But they were tampered with. That's the second move. If we get the original, and present it with the tampered facts, the criticism will increase even more. Yeah, that's easy to say. If we can get them, that would be great, but it would be difficult to accomplish. Moreover, who would be the one to get the originals? Would that be my job? Yes, correct. See? I told you. Wait, what if both the official and original documents have been destroyed? Oh, the resurrected Maine asked that question. Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. I doubt they have destroyed them, but in case they have, that would be like a confession. I see. But the damage would be less than if the operation is successful, right? Exactly. If that were to happen, then, that's why there's a third move. Incidentally, I noticed it. Come to think of it, Maine is actually quite smart. But somehow, he's alienated. Find a living witness, bring him out, and make a big speech in front of the people. A living witness, a survivor of R6, in other words, a comrade of Kubaro. But if you do that, yeah, probably, that person's life will be targeted by Imperial operatives, and people from the First Prince. Whoa. I got it. A lure operation? Indeed, Winfield answered with a grinning face. In contrast, Maine's face was pale. If they are escorted by Second San, then, they're probably the safest in the world, and if they attempt to catch them, then that would be a good too, since the image of the First Prince will deteriorate further. Being praised never feels bad, but then again, she does make it sound so easy. Through these three moves, we will drive the First Prince faction to a corner. If this is successful, then I'll announce the strategy to follow from there. Winfield smiled, almost as if saying it'll work out. All right, let's do this. Then, what should I do first? First, I want you to enter the royal palace. The two of us stared at Maine. Maine then answered with a bit of a bitter face. I don't think I can just get you inside because we're friends. Okay, what should I do? We need some sort of reason. Thinking thus far, I just turned towards Winfield. There's no way this girl hasn't thought of a reason. Fufu. It's simple. I think it should be time now. Winfield shook her body from side to side while saying any minute now, in a good mood. What does that mean? Is she waiting for something? And then, the next moment, oh, Second Dono. I didn't think you were actually here. Second, hey. Sylvia and Iko opened the salon door and entered. Sylvia-san. Iko-san. Long time no see. Long time. Prince Maine. Long time no see. I'm sure Second Dono has caused a lot of trouble. Allow me to apologize on his behalf. Stop it. It's embarrassing. This is all because of me. I think it's very Second Dono-like to cause problems in the first place after all, right? Right. It suddenly became quite lively. Maine was also laughing happily. No, that's not it. Hey, Winfield, You've already thought of an excuse for infiltrating the royal palace, right? Yeah. Sylvia-san, did you bring it? Of course. This is the letter of recommendation from the headmistress Paula, and these here are the signatures of 230 students. Recommendation? Signatures? For the Royal Court Magician Division. Maine was taken aback by Winfield's mutter. I see. The first Royal Court Magician Division is flexible since they are in my faction. If you were to use that, a spot should be open. As a special temporary lecturer, I think. Winner of the 51st Magic Tournament. Fastest record holder in the kingdom to reach Adventurer rank 8, conqueror of the Prolin Dungeon with his team alone. And in addition, a letter of recommendation from the headmistress of the Royal Magic Academy, and from 230 students. Even for me, it would be quite difficult to refuse, but that bothersome trio would probably be against it. If the king doesn't agree, I might have to reconsider. Probably. No, wait. There are too many things I don't really understand. Where should I start asking? Why is the headmistress recommending me? Paula Memento is close to the second queen, Freon, and obviously, to the second prince. Second queen Freon. Is that Maine's mother? So that's the reason why there are so little escorts for Maine in the Magic Academy? But even then, I think Maine's reputation in the school is quite bad. I'm sure there are quite a few of Klaus people in here too. Whoa. How confusing. Then, how did you get the students' signatures? There is this organization. A huge organization. The ones you were speaking to this morning. Huh? It's better if you don't know them. Sylvia shook her head along with a somewhat pitying expression. What's with her? I'm actually quite curious now. Or rather, why teacher? Isn't it all right to join as a member? As things stand, being in a position of power will make it easier to move. Well, it makes sense, but second san. What? It's fine. Just do it. Become a special temporary lecturer. I wonder if she just found it troublesome to explain. Winfield simply pushed it onto me. I'm weak to being spoken to like that. It makes me want to simply nod. And thus, in this way, I was recommended as a special temporary lecturer for the first Royal Court Magician Division, for some reason. Apparently, I'll have an audience as soon as tomorrow. That's incredibly fast. Well, I think the earlier, the better. When the conversation with Maine was over, the sun was already setting by the time we started to go back. I told the three girls to go back home first, and I secretly went to a pharmacy. I couldn't find it after looking for it, so I asked the clerk about it. And after finally finding condoms, I bought it immediately. In this world, the condoms were made of the processed air bladder of fish-type monsters. Incidentally, they also live in Vanilla Lake in front of my mansion. Then, I ate a late light meal while happily playing with the package of the bladder in my hand. I didn't dine properly just in case. Then I went to take a nice, relaxing bath, and finally I skipped in a good mood towards Yukari's room. Now, it's time for the decisive battle. Chapter 65 Audience. Decision. How rare. Did Yukari oversleep? At breakfast, 3 people were gathered in the living room. And in the figure of Yukari was lacking. Telling herself I bet she's still sleeping, Sylvia quickly got up. I guess it can't be helped. I'll prepare it. Can you do it? I'll prepare it. Sylvia decided to be the breakfast cook. While Iko saw her walk off with a bit of an uneasy expression, I turned my head towards her and implied it'll be fine with my face. I uttered some sort of sound, but I couldn't speak a proper word. Second, you tired? I'm so tired I want to die. Yes. I was exhausted. That was a strong enemy. I was ready to go and I began by challenging her with a saturation attack, but it soon turned into a war of attrition. A game of endurance. However, I began to gradually be pushed back by that bottomless and inexhaustible sexual desire, a losing battle. Potion doping was practically meaningless, and as a last resort, I ended up using transform. I managed to stay on top thus far. Even when I fought that death match against Anko, I wasn't this tired. How frightening. The Dark Elves. There was one thing I learned from this: status doesn't have much impact on night wrestling. This is bad. If I don't work out a strategy as soon as possible, the day when I lose draws nearer. Iko opened her mouth and in a small mutter she said to herself, I wonder What's with that, I wonder? Hey, it's done. Help me bring it. How fast? It took her less than 10 minutes. As I walked up to the kitchen, almost like a zombie, I found 6 pieces of baked white bread and a platter of fried meat and vegetables. It was quite the combination of colors. Still, it seemed to be quite delicious. Placing it in the middle of a luxurious table, I took some of it with some tongs, stuffing the soft, fluffy bread. Ah, yeah, it's delicious. It's pretty good. It gives the feeling of a man's cooking, since it can be eaten even in a hurry. But this is fine, because I like this type of cooking. Simple is the best. A simple homemade breakfast consisting of some staple food and main dishes is something you can never get tired of eating. Delicious, maybe. Hey, what's with the maybe? Sylvia rebutted Iko while smiling with a relieved face. Some time later, after we finished eating, Yukari appeared in the living room. While apologizing for oversleeping in an unusually shy manner, she opened her notebook to tell me today's schedule. I could see a bit of tiredness in her. Yukari, take a rest for today. You two can rest today, Iko. No, that is, I'm sure you heard about the appointment from Winfield yesterday. Today I have an audience with the king, followed by a tour of the working place. And Sylvia is going to the Third Night Order, right? And Winfield is going to do something in the capital. See? It's not really a big deal. Ha, if you say so. However, Master, let me tell you this, an audience with the king is a big deal. I see. By your I see, I'm not sure you really understand. I stood up laughing and saying I was kidding. And at that moment, Kubero appeared as if waiting for the perfect opportunity, bowing as he spoke. The carriage is ready to depart. Amazing, not a wasted moment. Actually, I kind of wanted to go out a little later, but let's just go with the flow and leave now, although I doubt I can really take my time in the carriage. Yukari, bring her out please. As you wish. Without delay, Yukari's spirit summoning activated and Winfield was called out. Yo-ho. Well, let's go. Yeah, let's go now. Taking Sylvia and Winfield with me, we followed after Kubaro. Good night. Telling them that, I left the mansion on the shore of Lake Vanilla while being sent off by Anika, who I'm not sure if she was sleepy or already asleep, and a Yukari who was a bit unsteady on her feet. 4 people, Winfield included, then boarded the carriage. I got in first and sat on the back seat. Next came Sylvia, who after a quick look around, decided to sit across from me. Winfield sat next to Sylvia without hesitation, and as a result, Kubero ended up seated next to me. That's right, Kubero. I'm looking for surviving members of R6. Do you know anything? Soon after the carriage departed, everyone became silent, so I tried to start a conversation. Survivors. I see. There is this man that was under me called Besade. Your underling? Yes, although he is older than me. If I remember correctly, he should be 29. Could it be that second Sama? Yeah, I'll search for him. I left it to Yukari yesterday. Seems there's a special unit in the all-purpose made core for it. She looked confident, so I think they'll find him pretty soon. I told him about the search. Kubero then bowed down while still sitting, saying I'm very grateful. I hurriedly told him to raise his head and followed by telling him about the strategy to use the R6 members as bait. Kubero then bowed even lower and said, we couldn't hope for anything more than to have our revenge. This Kubero can't begin to thank you enough. Is that so? Well, if you're grateful, be grateful to Winfield. This is her strategy. Yes, I'm very grateful towards you, Winfield-sama, to grant us this amazing opportunity. Wait. In the first place, I don't really care about revenge or the likes. I just thought what would be best for Second San and did that. But that still means that you carefully thought about it. At least that's my opinion. Well, if you want to be grateful, you're free to do it on your own, Winfield answered in a blunt manner. Kubero on the other hand, thought he had been given permission, and unilaterally expressed his thanks. He's a good guy, but he's sometimes way too serious. By the way, Sylvia, are you still involved with the Third Night Order? But I don't think there's a problem. I had completely forgotten about it myself, but Winfield told me to go report. So, today I'm also going to report to the Third Night Order. What's with that? Sylvia-san's 2-year contract, remember? Certainly there was that thing. Being second Dono's guard, while in truth monitoring him, for a period of 2 years. That's right. I remember something like that. And speaking of which, Sylvia was instructed by the Third Night Order to seduce and bring Second into the Night Order. Since we haven't had any contact with the Third Night Order thus far, I had completely forgotten about it. By using Sylvia-san's relationship with the Third Night Order, she can find the official documents, and hints of where the originals might be. Probably. I see. So that's why Winfield asked Sylvia to go report today. Indeed, a man suddenly appearing as a special temporary lecturer in the First Royal Court Magician Division would be really suspicious. And if you'd want to get information about such a man, the Third Night Order, who has placed an escort by his side trying to swing him towards them, is a good candidate for that information. If she were to act like an ally of the Third Night Order, this would totally be like a double spy scenario. In other words, starting now, Sylvia and I will go and deceive the people who could be called the center of this kingdom in their faces. Thinking about it like that, this really is a big deal. Tricking them here and there, brainwashing them if that fails, we're really trying to completely change the politics of a country. Isn't this the first step of something incredibly huge? Hey, Winfield, how about just brainwashing the Prime Minister directly? An idea came to my mind unexpectedly. I think we would have a hard time accomplishing that, but I couldn't help but ask. After hearing my way too simple idea, Winfield said I'd love to do that before pausing for a moment and then continuing. However, that would be incredibly hard, probably because there's that case with the Duchess. Most likely, he's already taken measures, right? It was the Prime Minister who crushed the house of Duchess Lucia Icene, and the reason was fear of the brainwashing magic. Then, it's only natural that he would be wary of it. Yeah, and if he'd taken measures against it, he would raise his magic resistance or equip accessories with the magic defense up effect. Would the Prime Minister choose the latter? Then, how about knocking him out, stripping him naked and then brainwashing him? In that case, we could deal with the possibility of equipment. And if it's only equipment, then that's just fine. But, the problem is, I wonder if he has taken measures in order to lift his brainwashing! Whoa, that got me. I didn't think of that. And even if we brainwash the Prime Minister, in the end, we'll have to do something similar. In that case, wouldn't it be more efficient to just ignore the Prime Minister and approach the people right from the beginning? You are right. As expected of Winfield-san. Seems there are no blind spots in her strategy. If we try to take a shortcut because it's troublesome, then we're sure to run into some extra risks. We'll be arriving soon. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Kubero informed us. And then, silence returned to the carriage once again. Each of us will just do what we have to do. After arriving at the royal palace, a maid from the second prince was waiting for me. And suddenly, I was led to the audience room. In there, I joined with Main. Second-san, are you nervous? There's no way. Ha ha ha, right. After making some small talk, we stepped inside the audience room. In the distance, I saw a man with a king-like atmosphere sitting on the throne. Next to him were the first Prince Klaus, the first Queen White, and the Prime Minister Valmoro. Walking up to King Barwell with Main, we both bowed down. Lift your face. If this was my previous self, I would have raised my head at this moment, but right now, I have the wisdom of a genius tactician with me. It's best not to raise your head at the first command, she said. This seems to be some sort of manner when having an audience with a king. Good, raise your face. Barwell urged me again, with a tone that was more relaxed than the first time. Main and I slowly raised our faces. Are you the person recommended for temporary lecturer of the First Royal Court Magician Division? Yes, his name is Second, Main answered in my stead. Barwell then looked at me as if looking at some goods. My eyes met the king's. Just as I knew, he was a dull, blonde, middle-aged man, most likely due to lack of sleep. There were bags under his eyes that couldn't be covered with makeup. Back in Mobius, King Barwell cast off Elil and retired from the throne. However, that should be something still ahead. Perhaps, There might be some change in the condition of King Barwell since the Prime Minister was not able to obtain the brainwashing magic in this world. This individual called Second is someone suspicious of whom we know little to nothing about. I don't think he's someone suitable to become an instructor for the Royal Court Magicians. Suddenly, someone butted in. Sure enough, it was the Prime Minister. I'm also against it, Father. This person has refused an invitation to the Night Order twice. I can't feel any intention from him to contribute to the kingdom. Klaus then followed after him. Is this guy for real? Even someone like me knows that you can't just say I, or, and Father, Chikayu, while in an audience with the king. But even then, nobody seemed to pay attention to that. How are they even educating him? Oh, did he decline Klaus' solicitation? What a rude individual. Take this person out. I see. It's because of this spoiled first queen that the first prince has that kind of attitude. And 2 knights who seem to belong to the First Night Order came to my side. Is it going to be like this? Is this really how you're going to act? Looking sideways, I could see Main's face turning blue and shaking his head slightly. Seems like that's no good. HMPH, seems like I'll just have to escape. Please wait. Adventurers are people who are like that by nature. It's also true that those who are not interested in status nor honor, and are excellent individuals, are more attracted to live their lives as adventurers rather than as knights. I believe it's too arrogant to simply kick him out because he declined to join the Night Order. What did you say? So that person is Minister Rai. He has an appearance similar to a store manager with those round glasses in a thick frame and the scarce hair that makes it look like a barcode in his head. I heard from Winfield that this baldy Four Eyes is the head of the Second Prince's faction, and a strong ally. But if he refused to join the Knights because he could make more as an adventurer, then why did he want to become a temporary lecturer in the Royal Court Magician Division now? I'd like to know that. Now the Prime Minister objected the minister's argument. These two, I can almost see sparks flying between them. I heard that Second Dono is on friendly terms with Prince Main. They spent time together in the same school, ate at the same table, and sometimes they played games with magic in order to improve each other. And as for the matter of being a temporary lecturer, I think it's a great idea. Furthermore, even Prince Klaus should be aware that they both really are friends. I'd like to add something. There's no mistake in the minister's words. But this time, I selfishly asked Second San this request. Moreover, I don't know a person more suitable than him to be a lecturer. If he were to serve as an instructor, the Royal Court Magician Division would surely achieve a tremendous growth. Minister Rai fluently answered the Prime Minister's remarks, and right after, he received support from Maine. The Prime Minister then turned towards Klaus to confirm that fact. Klaus nodded lightly, with an expression as if he had chewed on a bitter insect. Then, the Prime Minister finally shut up. Your Majesty should already know of Second Dono's track record. I plead for your consideration. Would you allow him to be appointed as a special temporary lecturer? If there's no visible effect in 1 month, I'll personally take full responsibility. So, please, consider approving him. As Maine bowed down, I too joined him bowing down. The bothersome trio had their mouths distorted in a way that appeared they would let their sharp tongues speak at any moment. In any case, when Maine speaks with Watashi, he really looks like a woman. Raise your face. Second, there is one thing I want to ask you. While I was thinking about something completely unrelated, Barwell abruptly said such thing. I wonder what does he wants to know? It was over half a year ago. What were you doing in the Great Library? What were you doing in the Magic Academy's library? And after that, you visited the Great Library several times along with your team members. What were you doing then? Suddenly, I felt a chill down my spine. What was I doing in the Royal Great Library? He might be referring to when I was looking around searching for the skill books. And in the Academy's library, when I was reading the second and third form grimoires. And later in the Great Library, we 3 learned some skills. And thanks to my summarized description, they learned the skills faster than usual. The reports keep coming. This is what I think. The secret of your strength lies there, isn't it? It's probably been found out. The fact that I can learn the skills just by looking at the book. and that Sylvia, Iko and Yukari were able to acquire their skills abnormally fast thanks to my advice from a game's perspective. What to do? Should I try to fool him? Or should I honestly talk about it? While I worried about what to do, Barwell said while the edges of his mouth raised. Fine. Second, you are hereby recognized as a special temporary lecturer assigned to the 1st Royal Court Magician Division. I look forward to this next month. Section. This was actually quite easy. I even dare to say it was kind of anticlimactic. With one word from Barwell, the audience ended in the blink of an eye. The bothersome trio left while spitting curses against me and Maine, and the minister nodded in acknowledgement and left after adjusting his glasses. And lastly, those words of Barwell to me. What was that about? I initially thought he implied I'm always watching you, but I feel it was sort of different. Did he just want me to tell him my secret? There's no way that's the case. I get the feeling I was approved because I showed a troubled expression. If that's the case, why? I don't know what he's after. But there's one thing I can say for sure. This world's Castle King, Barwell, is a little different from the profit-seeker, self-centered king that I knew of. Deep down he might be so, but in this world, his personality is not as dramatized as in the game's story. At least, during this audience, he was a serious and honest person. It went great. Second San, next to me, was a happy-looking Maine. However, I wasn't able to nod to those words honestly. Section. Well then, I too, have to do my best, right? While second headed for the audience, and Sylvia went to report to the Third Night Order, Winfield was heading towards the center of the capital, Winston. However, even though it was the center, the place was a dark and daunting one. As light burns brightly, shadows are also made. And of course, there were such shadows in the royal capital, Winston. Her face was hidden with a mask, and her body, enveloped with a cloak. It seemed an unusual and suspicious gait, but it suited the atmosphere of this place. At a simple glance she looked like a man due to her height. Therefore, nobody wanted to speak to her even though she walked in back alleys where shady men gathered. Hey, can I talk with you, for a moment? Who are you? In the back of an alley, Winfield ran into a shabbily dressed man who looked like a vagrant. At first glance the man blended quite well with the surrounding bums. But there was one big difference. His eyes were not dead. Do you enjoy playing homeless? Let's change places. After a moment of silence, the man managed to squeeze those words while sweating nervously. The man was impatient, and thus, he began to think, how was I discovered? He certainly had crossed dangerous paths time and time again. He had slipped from dangerous situations countless times. It was the same now. Pretending to be a homeless person fishing for a garbage near the dumps where the staff of the Royal Archives lived, was easier when compared to his past jobs. You are a reporter, right? Let me guess, Vince newspaper? And what if I am? The man got even more impatient. The reason was, he had been completely seen through. What would a reporter from the Vince newspaper be doing in such a place? At a glance, it was easy to tell the other party was involved. I'll be disposed of, he thought. Even the person in question seemed like that. Therefore, the man was scared, and after seeing such misunderstanding develop, Winfield laughed with her nose and opened her mouth. I have a great story for you. The plan of the best tactician in the spirit world had begun, and the moment when the pieces would collide was coming closer. Chapter 66 Royal Court Magicians. After the audience, Maine and I wandered around the court. Seemingly remembering the promise with me as well, Maine took the opportunity and allowed me to see the fourth form grimoires with the excuse of showing me around the court. Thanks to that, I got to steal a glance at them. I'm quite thankful for that. With this, I was able to acquire the fire, water, air, and earth fourth forms without having to suffer for it. For now, I raised all 4 attributes from the 16th class to the 5th class using the experience I had left. Incidentally, the lightning attribute 1st to 4th form spells have been raised to the highest rank. As for the 5th form, since the amount of experience required wasn't even close to Dragon King and Dragon Horse, I had to stop at grade 1, and thus, we reached the final part of the trip. We went to the base of the royal court magicians located not far from the royal palace in order to give my greetings. While standing next to Maine in front of the royal court magicians, who were lined up in the training area, I noticed something. I'm not welcomed in the slightest. Right. It's great to have become a special temporary lecturer for the first Royal Court Magician Division. But thinking about it carefully, to suddenly have such a young lecturer assigned to them, the Royal Court Magicians, who are ranked as the elite of the elite, wouldn't just jump on board and accept me. I wonder if it was a bad choice to have come alongside Maine. They surely must be thinking I got this position using my connection with the second prince. This will be hard to handle because I do have a connection with the prince. But even if I complained about that, it would have been just as bad if Maine hadn't come. At least they are lined up because the second prince is here. They have an air of almost breaking line as soon as Maine leaves this place. I even feel like they would say we don't need a lecturer any moment now. He's second san. For the following month, he will be a lecturer assigned to the first Royal Court Magician Division. Starting today, everyone should follow his instructions. After Maine introduced me, the Royal Court Magicians nodded, answering in a mutter okay, almost as if shrugging him off. You guys should properly answer Maine instead of glaring at me. Especially you, the black-haired short girl with a bob cut on the far right of the front row. Seriously, this hostility is almost as if I were their enemy. Looks like you'll be alright. Well, I'll be going then. Good luck, second san. You too. Yes. Wait, don't me. How do you see this being alright? I think you should be fine because it's you, second san. Probably. That's quite like you to say something like that. I exchanged words in a whisper-like voice with Maine, trying to keep him from leaving the training grounds. At that moment, a 50-year-old, red-haired old man with the top of his head bald, who was standing in the middle of the front row, opened his mouth. Prince, please wait. There are many members who are not convinced. It's clear that at this rate, the situation will not be resolved. If only you, Prince, could say something. Oh, this old man really has guts to speak like this to the prince. I can tell his position is quite high, and he really trusts him. Maybe this person is the leader of the first Royal Court Magician Division. It's decided. Let's call him Red Xavier. No, Xavier Shiny, Xavier Best. Although it's quite hard no to call him Xavier 2P. Captain Zephyr, this isn't something I, a prince, should be dealing with. Rather, this is something that you, the leader of the group and the lecturer who is buying feelings of antipathy, should work out. If I decide to speak, then it won't be taken as for the good of the group. Am I wrong? Not, but still. Maine's sound argument pierced Red Xavier. So, this person was the leader after all. Or rather, what's with Maine? Isn't he trying to leave me to my own devices here? When I glanced at him, Maine had a face of saying crap and hurriedly turned away. This guy might still be mad at my surprise visit yesterday at school. On the other hand, the court mages were nodding as if consenting. They seem to want to say the lecturer who's causing this rebellious attitude is in the wrong. I wasn't really angry, but after seeing that attitude I decided to get angry. Luckily, there are plenty of targets here, so I even have the ability to pick and choose. Alright, let's do this then. Those who have a complaint can come at me. It doesn't matter if it's a many versus one. You can't do that. Maine hurriedly tried to stop me. However, it's not that I can't stop. I just won't stop. Captain Zephyr seems to be the strongest. How old are you? I'm 17. I am 55. Is that so? Then, I'll especially teach you how much time you've wasted in those 55 years. What a funny kid. Haha, interesting. Ha 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 ha. Although Red Xavier laughed, he had a blue vein popping in his forehead. Looks like he's quite irritated. Like this, the result is quite clear. I'll do it, Captain. But there was a woman who couldn't read the air and butted in. On a second look, she was the short woman with a bob cut who was glowering daggers at me earlier. I was the one who sought this fight, so I'll be the one to do it. However, if the leader fights him due to personal motivations, then nothing will change in the discipline of the group. This is not how a captain should conduct himself. Furthermore, the second prince is here. Certainly, you're right. In that respect, the best thing would be to carry this out as a mere practice. In and out. Understood. Sherry, you go. Yes. It seems my opponent is switched to a woman called Sherry. I thought Red Xavi had the atmosphere of a man among men, but I guess I was wrong. It's a shame. Hey you. Don't get too full of yourself. This is the place where the best mages in the kingdom gather. Don't think of this as a place where you can enter with just a little bit of effort. Sherry then spoke with a huge sense of pride. Doesn't she realize the more she talks like that, the bigger the flag she's raising? All right. I guess this is okay. If I'm going to be a lecturer, I'll be a lecturer through and through. It will be a detour from the road to become the top in the world, but I think this is something that's necessary for the survival of the Castle Kingdom. If the Castle Kingdom were to be invaded, the title battles might disappear, and as someone aiming to become the world's #1, this is a matter of life and death to me. Wait. If I think about it, isn't giving lectures and practical training to these guys, and produce results in a month kind of linked to the title matches, so to speak? Oh, somehow, I feel really pumped about it. I see. Well, thanks for your keen opinion. Would you be my partner? Yeah, that's right. You better prepare yourself. No matter how much you're praised as a prodigy or a genius, in here you'll be no more than an ordinary person. Are you speaking about yourself? You really like to piss people off, right? I was talking about you. I'm in the top ranks. By the way, do you know the saying about the fish in the pond? Yeah, that's referring to you. Exclamation mark. Don't get angry. The angrier you get, the weaker you'll become. In a player versus player match, being overcome with emotions even for a second makes you lose. Feelings are nothing more than a waste. It's useless to think about anything. It's up to you to cut back your thinking to a minimum using your daily training and past experiences. In other words, it's about not saying anything even when your emotions are bare. Right now, you're probably thinking this. Why is such a young man an instructor? Even though it took me doing my best to become a court mage, I'm sure it's because of his connection with the prince. My pride doesn't allow me to ask such a guy to teach me. And, what's with this guy's attitude? He's looking down on us. I can't stomach it. I don't like it. It's making me sick. So you at least know that. You are totally right. I wonder if you're frustrated to be looked down upon? Sherry-chan. No, not really. And, could you stop talking to me so familiar? There are some cases when you look down on someone, and some cases when you can't. In the former, the one being looked down upon is at fault. In the latter, the one looking down on you is at fault. You're obviously the former. What's a royal court magician? I can take you on even with a hand tied behind my back. You see? Didn't I teach you this just a few seconds ago? I told you not to get angry. Do you understand my words? Sherry-chan was so angry she was trembling. Main said you're going too far. After poking me with his elbow, replying with this is a lecture. He just me. Not knowing what else to say. Sherry, I brought this, but I think you should stop. Thank you, Iri. Then, a woman called Iri handed something over to Sherry. Does this mean she wasted all this time just while waiting for this to arrive? I wonder what that is. Judging from its size, it looks like some sort of accessory. Section. Now, let's have a match using this game crown. I won't let you run away. Sherry-chan said while looking extremely confident and handed me the game crown. I won't let you run away, you say? She looks extremely serious. Nbu babu, bu boo ha 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 ha. What is wrong with you? I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. No, it's just that. Hi. It's impossible not to laugh at this. Ha, what a laugh. God. You're amazing. Like I said, what's with you? Are you making fun of me? Yeah. Do you guys always train using this? That's right. Well, not that this is any of your business. Amazing. Awfully amazing. In a way, it's quite amazing. I said, it doesn't matter if it's a many versus one, just come at me. However, even after giving them plenty of opportunities, nobody has attacked me yet. I even carelessly chatted, and even pretended to look away at the training grounds and dared to turn my back on them, yet nobody made a move. I exhaled one long sigh, then opened my mouth. Even with that confident face, you mean this is only a game? That you won't let me run away? Don't fuck with me. Enough with the peace idiot play. There are only 3 people who are passable. Captain Zephyr, Sherry-chan, and Uri-san. Except for these 3, the rest of you are garbage. Red Xavi was always on the lookout. He could probably have a nice match with me, but he relegated himself to the sidelines, yet he seemed focused enough to butt in at any moment. In other words, he didn't see this as a game. Moreover, Eri, who brought the game crown to Sherry-chan and said this is not the time for this. I didn't feel the will to fight from her, but she understood the point. Sherry-chan doesn't have any good points like the others. However, her facing me head-on is kind of cute. She was plenty of room to grow. In a nutshell, she's a mass of possibilities. Other than them, the rest of the trash's thoughts were as clear as day. In the end, it's only a game. It has nothing to do with me. They just felt like extras looking at the development of things between me and Sherry-chan. I don't really like it. Still, it's my job to make those not interested get to a notable level in this month. I decided to do it, so I'll see it through. Since I have the chance, let's make them the strongest magician group in the world. Good for you guys. Listen here, everything inside the game is virtual. It doesn't hurt when you're attacked. You don't die. You don't need to recover. It's easy, convenient, and you can do it as many times as you want. You might think this makes for great training, but you are quite mistaken. In the world of Mobius, there was a penalty for dying. In specific terms, some of your stats were slightly lowered. It wasn't really a big deal for the average player, but for the top rankers, this was way too painful. Therefore, although in a different sense from this world, everyone was afraid of dying, and that fear was indeed quite important, you will surely lower your guard. You'll definitely become overconfident. I can receive one hit. After all, it doesn't hurt. I can overdo it. After all, I can't die. That after all remains deep in your consciousness. And then, because this can be done easily as many times as you want, the real battle becomes difficult. You wouldn't think that to be the case, but you simply don't realize it's already happening unconsciously. I thought there would be some complaints, but surprisingly, everyone was silently listening. All right, then let's keep talking. The problem is, if you're not good enough, you'll die. That moment when, after receiving an attack, it's too painful to attack back. That's something I know. Those who are accustomed to playing games, 9 out of 10 become easily scared. When attacked, you can't think of how to attack back, and when it's time to attack, you can't help but to overthink it. And even if it's just a moment of hesitation, there are a lot of tough guys who won't miss it. When I glanced at Sherry-chan, she was simply staring at the ground with a sullen expression. I think he is right in a sense, but I don't like it, so I can't help but to feel frustrated. That sort of feeling. The game is something where you can play and experiment, but it's not something that's useful for real combat. You should remember it. Otherwise, you'll be ashamed. Is there anyone who brings out cards to play after picking up a fight? I heard the laughs of a few members. The atmosphere warmed up a bit. I thought it would become something more exciting, but I guess this is fine for today. All right, today's lecture ends here. I'll come again tomorrow. Hey, wait a moment. I still don't know what you're capable of. Just as I finished saying what I wanted to say and tried to go back along with Maine, Sherry-chan called me to stop. My abilities. I see. I guess in her mind, only an idiot would like the idea of being taught by someone weaker than themselves. Or is it for religious reasons? Or maybe she simply doesn't like me? Yeah, I get the feeling that she just doesn't like me. If I think about the future, then I'd like to do something flashy. I wonder if there's a good performance I can show them. Suddenly, the game crown in my hand caught my eye. Yeah, this is good. There. I threw the game crown towards a direction where no people were close. Then, immediately after, I prepared a lightning attribute, fourth form spell, adjusting it towards the location where the game crown would fall. What do you think It happened the moment Sherry-chan tried to rebut me. Along a dazzling flash that could almost be heard, a roaring bang shook the ground. Everyone closed their ears, panicking about what just happened. Lightning attribute, fourth form, is basically a ranged attack magic of lightning strikes. It inflicts heavy lightning attribute damage to every object within a certain range of predetermined coordinates. And speaking of how powerful it is, each strike is comparable to a third form spell. If there are 5 monsters inside the range, then it's like shooting 5 third form spells at once. It's quite the big deal in terms of efficiency. Thunder fell. Turning my back towards Sherry-chan and the others, who didn't realize it was my magic, I left the training grounds together with a confused Main while saying see you tomorrow. After walking for a while, Main opened his mouth with incredible momentum. That was something you did, Second San? Yeah. I've never seen or heard something about thunder magic. Well, I guess so. I was also under the idea that players can't use lightning attribute magic, and it's a skill that I automatically acquired from Angelmas with the sense of unity. Maybe it's a magic originally of this world. Wait a moment. Lightning attribute. Lightning attribute. Where have I heard it? Suddenly, switching to a pose as if trying to remember something, Main began muttering. Then, a few seconds later, he turned towards me with a face as if saying, could it be? Second San, the Great Spirit King. Have you heard of that? So, you know about it, Main. Was it written in a book about summoning magic or something? As expected, he's really diligent, and since we're already at this point, I decided to call out Angelmas using spirit summoning and have him introduce himself. With a rainbow twisting from out of nowhere, an incredible medieval beauty appeared exaggeratedly while slowly turning around as if dancing and quietly descending. My name is Angelmas, the one and only ruler over the 4 major elements, the Great Spirit King. Main could only say whoa in surprise, then he collapsed in that spot, falling on his butt. He managed to stand up with the assistance of a maid who rushed up noisily. Crap. I think this might have been too shocking. Sorry. Don't sorry me as if this was nothing, seriously. I thought my heart would stop. Main glared at me while holding his chest with his hand. His cheeks are dyed in red and his breathing is a little rough. He totally looks like I sexually harassed him. Still, it's unbelievable. I can't believe you have the Great Spirit King. No, this is beyond the level of incredible. With your magic skills and this first-class summon, are you trying to become a god? Second San? Both my archery and swordsmanship skills are also top-notch, but other than that, everything is normal. My second is the best man in the world and I'm the greatest spirit king in the spirit world. In other words, we're the best of both worlds. I'm starting to think that it's great that you're on my side, Second San. Incidentally, the best tactician in the spirit world has a strong crush on my second. In the spirit world, she does nothing but speak about my second. Only my second could make that person become like that. This is the first time I've heard of this. Or rather, isn't she just speaking like that because she's bragging that I got such a strong piece? Tactician? Ah, Winfield-san. Does that mean that person is also a spirit? Didn't I tell you? I never heard of it. Seriously. After meeting him for the first time in such a long time, Main has been nothing but surprised. It's unforgivable to keep my friend in this much shock. Just who on earth did this? Seriously, that person is crazy. Well, with this, everything is rock solid. I couldn't hope for a more perfect lineup. Huh? What does that mean? The tactician is a spirit, right? Unless her master is identified, there's no way to assassinate her, right? She has overcome the weakness of a tactician. And furthermore, there's Second San, and even the Great Spirit King. Even if I try to think about it, this is way beyond my ideals. I see, an assassin. If I think about it that way, then certainly, Winfield is the ideal tactician, because she's a spirit. Her strength is superior to that of humans, and she doesn't need to eat nor sleep. I like you. I'll recognize you as a member of my second's alliance. Thank you very much. To speak to a prince with Kisama, as one would expect from that Angelmas-sama. And Main looks happy for some reason. Still, even if it's rock solid, the people won't be convinced if we win by force. That's right. Because a country is its people. I too have to steal myself. No, you only need to do that after you become a king. Until then, just leave it to us. Yes? Using the solid formation you said, I'll gradually drive away the imperial dogs and the idiots who follow them to a corner. And then, I'll catch the whole herd, making sure none of them return alive. Moreover, never in their lives will they try to go against the Castle Kingdom again, is what Winfield will do. Is that alright? Or rather, isn't this something you planned, Second San? I'm just one of Winfield's pieces in this political strife. This is the first time I've seen someone talk about themselves as a piece while being this happy. Section. After that, I continued to chat with Maine for a while and left the court when the sun was going down. Starting tomorrow, I'll have to work in earnest as a lecturer. I began to think that maybe I should plan out my lectures. And while I was thinking about such things, I walked towards the place where Kubero should have been waiting for me with the carriage. However, neither the figure of Kubero nor the carriage could be seen there. But, in exchange for them, in that place was Sylvia. Yuamu, you took a long time, Second Dono. I was starting to get tired of waiting. The figure of a dressed-up Sylvia, who seemed to be quite tense. I'm used to seeing her in plain clothes after all this time, but she looks pretty good since she's beautiful in the first place. And then, Sylvia began to speak. Her cheeks dyed in red. The promise, you remember? Of the spirit ticket. Or did you forget it? No, I remember it. But didn't you say to go shopping on a holiday? I'll be busy from now on. So, just a little is fine. Go on a date with me. And after looking at some shops. How about dinner? Yeah, sounds good. Quite good actually. It reminds me of the old days. Now that you say it, it was about half a year ago. But somehow, it doesn't feel like a long time at all. We had a trifling conversation, laughed with each other, went inside some interesting stores, and enjoyed a drink at the bar on the first floor of the inn we used to stay at. Just like I thought, Sylvia is very suited for a relationship like the one you'd have with your male friends, or so I thought. As the two of us continued to drink, the atmosphere gradually began to heat up. Sylvia's fierce appeal suddenly exploded, and between this and that we decided to move places to the second floor. Chapter 67. What have I gotten into? Sylvia's body, that I was seeing for the first time was, in a word, amazing. Her abdominal muscles were visibly divided into 6. Her limbs were firm. The places that should stick out, stuck out, and the areas that should be soft, were soft. Her well-proportioned body felt like that of a top-notch athlete. Does the status reflect on the body, or does the body reflect on the status? Or does that have nothing to do with it? I'm not sure about the answer, but hers was beautiful enough for me to start thinking that I should start training my body anyways. After I told her my honest thoughts, Sylvia said, Second Dono's body is more beautiful. I didn't take notice of it, maybe due to the fact that I'm not in the habit of looking in the mirror, but it seems that my body is in a similar state. Well, I suppose it's not strange for that to be the case since I've been doing a training regimen stricter than anyone else. And since our diet is completely managed by Yukari, maybe all of us have athlete-like bodies. Section. Good morning. Next morning, when I opened my eyes, I saw Sylvia right next to me. She returned my morning greeting with her usual as expected. She really is beautiful. Looking at her, unexpectedly reminded me of last night. Unlike Yukari, who was extremely passionate in bed, Sylvia was more like a girly woman who was even satisfied by just hugging each other. This was a happy miscalculation for me, who was quite tired after that death fight with Yukari. But thanks to this, I was able to love her with plenty of leeway. We both went downstairs to have breakfast together. Strangely enough, I didn't receive a team-limited communication message from Yukari. Perhaps there was some collusion between Yukari and Sylvia, only God knows. Second Dono. Come to think of it, I got in touch with the Third Night Order yesterday. Oh, how was it? They were literally jumping with joy. It seems like this is exactly what the Night Order wants the most right now. Do you think they suspected you were playing for the other side? I don't know. However, the daily activities continued as usual. If I were to be betrayed by Sylvia, I'd likely distrust all people. Hey, stop that. I would never betray you, Second Dono. She then muttered, there's nothing more frightening than turning Second Dono into an enemy. I think that was a good answer. From now on, I'll be regularly reporting to the Third Night Order. Winfield said that she would like me to leak small amounts of information to make my position more favorable. And, At the same time, you'll search for the official and original documents? Well, it's more about collecting information rather than searching for it. The information gathered by the Third Night Order is great after all. Since they are the ones who signed the agreement with the R6, I'm sure they hid something. Or maybe they were told to hide it. Then, our first goal is to bring it to light. Sylvia seemed to brim with motivation. Well, that should be obvious. She really loves justice, so it would be no exaggeration to say this job is right up her alley. Well then, I guess I also need to go to work. I didn't think the day where I would use the phrase need to go to work would come in my lifetime, but the fact is, I'm now being paid as a special temporary lecturer for the 1st Royal Court Magician Division. This sure counts as going to work. After paying for the meal and lodging fees, we left the inn. Sylvia said have a good day. It was high, but she immediately turned bright red. I'm super motivated. Section for today. Please let me see your usual training regime. As soon as I got to the training grounds, I sat down while declaring so. The court mages from the 1st Division, however, showed no sign of getting in line. Are they waiting for the leader's instructions? Or are they just not going to follow any instructions I give? Probably neither. When I started to think about what I should do, 2 people walked up to me. Captain Zephyr and Sherry-chan. Please stop with the jokes. Sherry-chan, being her usual self, blurted out those words coated with hostility. I don't know what your usual training is after all Monday. I wouldn't know what to point out if that's the case, right? Don't go adding words. And also, you don't have to point out anything. That would be a problem. By all means, be troubled. No, wait. Sherry. When Sherry-chan was starting to go over this and that, the captain, Zephyr, interrupted her. He had a grim face, but apparently, he wasn't trying to complain. This person at least seems to understand my point. Kid, that magic you used yesterday when you left, that was without doubt a lightning attribute 3rd form spell, right? That was a 4th form one. Is that so? When I wondered what kind of question he asked while starting with calling me kid, this person started to nod while deep in thought. What's with this guy? Is his brain as empty as the top of his head? 4th form? Please make a more believable lie. There's no such thing as lightning attribute magic, and there's no way someone like you can use a 4th form spell. Excuse me. From behind Sherry-chan, who was grumbling and complaining, a woman approached timidly. If I remember correctly, I think she was called Eri-san. She had a gentle-looking face with semi-long teak-colored hair. All in all, her appearance was just normal. I was under the impression she was an honest person. But, is she coming to complain to me? If that's the case, this really is a shock. I prepared myself to listen to her words. Second-san. May I have your autograph? It almost made me fall down in surprise. And coming for this with this timing? What's with that? It's okay, but can I ask why? My little sister goes to the Magic Academy, and, you see, she's a big fan of you. Second-san. When I told her yesterday at home about you, seriously, she was going crazy, and she told me to make sure to get her your autograph. Ah, so that's the reason. I behaved as if this wasn't a big deal, but deep down I was extremely happy. In my previous life, when I was the #1 in the world, signing autographs, shaking hands, and taking photographs were everyday occurrences. It was hard to respond to those people without shattering the image of the strongest in the world they so admired. And this was something I had totally forgotten after coming to this world. That past glory of being the world's best seemed to have been reignited for a moment, and an indescribable emotion surged from deep within me. To whom should I dedicate it? Yes, to Aroma, please. I was about to write 7 on the colored piece of paper she brought to sign, but I fixed it to second. That was close. The writing was from the #1 man in the world, second. I thought of adding future before #1, but I think that was too much. Finally, after writing to Aroma, I thought for a little and added and Eri to it. Here you go. I handed the colored piece of paper to Eri-san, along with a smile. And speaking of smiles, I had one practiced for these occasions. If you don't smile properly after being asked for an autograph, it ends up as a mood killer. Rather, this is why you have to behave coldly at first. It really creates a contrast. In my previous life, I learned the value of fan service, and that the value of your smile increases if you only show it on limited occasions. Teeth thank you very much. Iri-san left while walking backward. Her cheeks dyed in vermilion and her head lowered. Seems like it was a critical hit. At that time, I noticed by chance the figures of some female members who looked at her with envious eyes. I see. At first, I thought I wasn't welcomed at all, but there seems to be a few people who had a good impression of me. I'm grateful for that. However, on the downside, it seems it will take some time to gain the support from the male members. All the while, Sherry-chan looked at me with absent gaze. Just because your appearance is a little on the good side and you have some skills, you're simply letting it get to your head. That kind of feeling. She really is easy to understand. As expected, it may be better to show my abilities if I want my work as a teacher to go smoothly. If they didn't understand it from yesterday's display, all I can do is come up with something using the 4 major attributes. But, almost as if reading my mind, Captain Zephyr opened his mouth while I was thinking about what to do. Understood. I will give out instructions, Captain. Sherry. This kid's ability is real. Enough of that. You're the only one who won't admit it. But Sherry-chan was shocked to have been chided by the captain, whom she thought felt the same as her. It was a face on which you could almost hear the sound effect gun. Starting now, we do the usual training. When the lecturer Dono approaches, give priority to answering his questions. Then, let's get started. Everyone in the first division, who until now seemed unwilling to do anything, began to move as soon as the captain spoke. The same held true for Sherry-chan. As expected of the captain, his commands are absolute in the group. However, I'm sure the captain has it hard too, having to switch from kid to lecturer Dono. I'm sure my comment about him wasting those 55 years from yesterday has something to do with it. I actually think I might have gone too far with that, but it's not like I really will retract that statement. A fact is a fact after all, and it's not like apologizing will make him improve. Section. And so, a few hours later, let's go straight to the point. This is worse than I thought. Royal Court Magician Division. Going by that name, I was expecting a bit more from the kingdom's greatest mages. I understood most of it yesterday, but still, I thought that maybe there was a 1,000,000 chance. But how about it? Is this a group for playing? Was my honest opinion. If war breaks out, the court mages can be called to the front lines, right? Right. Do mages move as a group, or do they move individually? Annihilation, search and destroy, cover, and support. We do everything. So, a half-ass group? That's not it. We change plans according to the progress of the battle. Ah, so that's why. Their training was mainly in the form of organizing, scattering and rearranging their formations at each signal. Apparently, they are taught to use this magic during this formation at this signal with different tactics, repeating it many times so that it becomes ingrained in them for the time they need to do it on the battlefield. This is ridiculous, although I won't say it. What about improving their magic? I let them work on that on their own. Since everyone works on their strong points, having a baseline training is impossible. No, I don't mean about that. Don't you go monster hunting? Experience training, is it? They go hunting in the mines and large forests about once a week. And that's it? Indeed, but is there a problem with that? Hey, are these guys for real? Aren't they taking it easy? This isn't like hunting for deer on a holiday. How many strong monsters you can hunt is directly linked to the strength of your skills, you know. Why don't you go earn more experience? It's dangerous. There are a lot of objections to it, too. And there are the budget constraints as well. And so far, there hasn't been the need for it. Therefore, I've left the experience training to the discretion of the individuals. I see. If they force them to earn experience points, they'll be nothing more than a black company. Makes sense, is what I'd like to say, but I just can't. How nice it is to be a peace idiot. Aren't they supposed to be soldiers? Not some random company workers. Please motivate yourselves to become stronger. Just in case, let me ask. When was the last time you went to war? 22 years ago. Okay, I see. Just don't say anything anymore. I think most of the guys here were just kids at that time. And I bet Sherry-chan wasn't even born yet. So that's why they're not motivated at all. This calls for a drastic reform. In the previous Mobius, there was this game called Team Battle. You could play team versus team war games, but this was something deeper. Swordsmen, archers, lancers, mages, etc. Putting together a well-balanced team with equivalent abilities. The winner was the team who could come up with a better, well-thought-out strategy. And when it came to team battles between the top teams, it felt like a real war. That was nothing short of a masterpiece, hundreds of players colliding against each other in a vast field. I was busy becoming the world's best individual, so I'm an amateur for team battle warfare, but I do have some knowledge. I wanted to eventually form the strongest team and plan to reach the top in the team battles as well. Well, that's a dream that didn't come true, but even with my second-hand knowledge, the first time I saw the training of the court mages, I thought it was strange. Those preconceptions are wrong in the first place. Annihilation, search and destroy, cover, and support. They change plans according to the progress of the battle. That sounds great and all, but this is not the job of a mage in the first place. A mage is a medium-range soldier who conducts attacks over a wide range with high firepower. Their might is certainly huge, but they can't cope with a charge of short-range soldiers such as swordsmen at all, and they can be easily sniped by long-range soldiers such as archers. In other words, in terms of firepower, 1 or 2 people are enough, and an escort of short-range soldiers serving as a protective wall is essential. And even if the Annihilation Squad is made up solely from mages and they act as a group, it would only take a moment for the enemy's short-range soldiers to attack and destroy them. And even if they let them act, it would end with a barrage from the enemy's archers, since there's no one playing the role of protective wall. Then, in the case of cover fire, the 4th and 5th form are attacks of a wide area. So if they don't watch it closely, friendly fire will end up happening. And lastly, as support, mages are certainly convenient for that, but it's a wasted use of a mage. Do they know that? Or, despite knowing that, is there a reason why they still do it that way? My only doubt is, why are they training formations this much? Then, I suddenly remembered Sherry-chan's words. She certainly said there's no way someone like you can use a 4th form spell, right? Can it be? Hey, be totally honest with me. Who here can use a 4th form spell? It doesn't matter of which attribute. 1, 2, and so on. Out of the 200 people here, only around 20 raised their hands. Whoa. And the 5th form? This time, only the Captain Zephyr raised his hand. Are you kidding me? In order to effectively use a mage in a team battle, the 4th and 5th forms are essential. Furthermore, the Intelligence Demon is the ideal growth type, raising all 4 major attributes from the 1st form to the 5th form to the highest grade. The mage's strength lies in high attack power over a wide area. A mage who can't do this can be considered nothing but baggage, and that's their current state. This 1st Royal Court Magician Division can be declared to be a collection of recruits, useless in a team battle. Surely, the mages in the enemy country should be at the same level, since the last war was fought over 22 years ago. But this level of mediocrity is not something I can accept so long as I'm their lecturer. But even if I say that, what should I do? Am I going to have to teach these guys the 4th forms? Let's not speak nonsense. There's no way I'll go to such lengths. There has to be some way, or else I'll have to find a way to make it work the way they are right now. Yeah, some way, some way. I wonder if that'll work. I'm off for today. "K kid, where are you going?" "I'll come tomorrow." Section. Don't move. Surprised by that voice, and the cold sensation touching the back of my neck, I froze. What perfect timing. Even if I were to be killed right now, nobody would hear my voice. What is it? What can someone like me do for you? I played the pitiful beggar. This place was the back of the Camel Church. Churches and beggars practically come as a set. Even if you hide your face with a ragged cloth, you don't stand out. If you want to hide a tree, you hide it in a forest. It's the same for moving around the churches in the kingdom. You can safely hide yourself like this. Or so I thought. Whoa. Suddenly, the pressure slackened. I sort of fell forward and then I looked back. Their whole body covered in black. a shadow that almost lost itself in the darkness. Standing there, not allowing for a single change, and with a voice that made it too hard to distinguish it from man or woman. "This is an assassin." "TCH. What do you want? How did you find me? How do you know who am I?" There's no longer any need to keep the lie going. I removed my hood to get a better look. I knew it. "You are Beside-sama, right? And what if I am?" "Idiot. Kubero-sama is waiting for you!" Exclamation mark. A name I've heard after a long time, and a name I have thought of every day. The name of the R6's young leader. Is the young leader alive? No, wait. This might be a trap to lure me out. Where is the young leader? He's at our base. Base? When I tried to take a step forward, a threat blocked me from moving. Thread manipulation, huh? How troublesome. How about you introduce yourself? From the all-purpose maid squad serving under 2nd Firstist, and part of the assassination squad led by one of the 10 great, IV, but because I'm an assassin, I can't reveal my name, voice or face. Please excuse me for that. Hey, is it alright for an assassin to reveal its master's name? Our master isn't someone so weak to be troubled by something insignificant like this. Who? Also, there's no need to hide it from you. Huh? What do you mean? NGHHN. My consciousness was blown away by the impact on the back of my neck. This assassin wasn't alone. I see. I guess this is only obvious. Young leader, please be alive. Chapter 68. A Way to Fight with Magic. Master, here's this morning's issue of the Vin's newspaper. Thanks. While having my cheeks stuffed with breakfast in the morning, Yukari handed me the morning newspaper in a curious manner. In any case, why the newspaper? Or so, I wondered. After all, I don't really have the habit of reading newspapers. Well, I'm not really in the mood to think too deeply about it since I just woke up. So for the time being, I decided to open it and read it. NGHPTFFFFFF. With the soup entering the wrong conduct, I spout it out of my mouth almost like a geezer. I coughed since I almost choked. "Whoa, what a mess," said Sylvia while doing nothing in particular except for being surprised. Iko just happily laughed for some reason on the side. Yukari contemplated for a moment if she should wipe all the fish soup mess as she held a towel, but after a moment of hesitation, she only wiped my crotch area intensively. I kind of expected this, but she sure is a lewd little elf. Second, don't know what's written in it. Please let me explain. Before I noticed it, Winfield was already summoned to the living room. Spreading the newspaper in the center of the table, she began to explain its contents. "This is the heading, you see? A violation of the Knights' Agreement, doubts over the suppression of the chivalrous bandits. I somehow know what that means, but if, by reading this newspaper, you can understand that the Knights are hiding something related to the suppression of the bandits, then it's all good." "Does this concern the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Knight Orders?" "Yeah. First of all, it generates doubt against the Knight Orders, and consequently, that doubt will spread towards the First Prince's faction." In tomorrow's newspaper, or maybe the one the day after, the details of what happened will be explained. If the information is small, and delivered in iterations, the effect will be by all means more impressive. This is basic strategy. If you put out a catchy headline about suspicion, the curiosity of the people will make them want to know more. Giving information like this is similar to feeding a starving crowd. After all, many people were skeptical about the seemingly thorough suppression of the righteous bandits carried out by the First Knight Order, so opinions collided left and right. Therefore, the more information that was given out, the more it fanned the flames of conflict and the more distrust would spread. Moreover, after the alleged violation of the agreement, with the testimony of a survivor of R6 and the request to disclose official documents, the allegations of evidence tampering and withholding will gain momentum. Seriously, a perfect plot. Hey, did you get this information moving? Correct. It was my doing. Second San, it's fine if you praise me, you know. Very, very nice. Winfield, simply excellent. That's somehow. Well, at least it's something. Winfield looked dissatisfied for a moment, but then she compromised with just that after feeling Yukari's and Sylvia's murderous intent. Sylvia-san. I think, you might be called today, by the third night order. If that occurs, then tell them this. If it's that man, then he might know something. You mean that I should say that second dono has a suspicious air around him? Yeah, that's right. Like, he was talking to a suspicious person behind the inn. If they ask you, it's fine to tell them something like that. Okay. Second san, please be prepared to be able to move at any moment in the court. Also, please don't get kicked out, okay? Warned Winfield. If it's about the former, leave it to me. As for the latter, I'll try doing my best to be able to make those useless court mages into something decent. A challenge reaching the absurd was surely waiting for me. Well, after giving it some thought overnight, I managed to come up with an answer. I don't know how well it'll work though. I'm very sorry to be interrupting your talk. And at that moment, the one who appeared was not the usual Cubero, but a maid. Looking at her, Yukari said that sure was fast. What is it? I'm curious. We have secured the R6 member, beside Sama, at the servant's residence. How should we proceed? Oh, so that's why you asked of them? That really was fast. Very nice. Why your kind words are wasted on me, the maid answered while looking down shyly. Or rather, was she the one who caught him? Yukari said she was a pro-investigator, but, yeah, no matter where I look at her, she doesn't look the part. She looks like your ordinary everyday girl. You sure can't judge a book by its cover. We'll go see him this moment. Cubero and I please get everything ready. Understood. Giving out those instructions, I gulped down my morning meal. Winfield appeared to be having a good time, with a face of it's finally starting. And then, after a few minutes, we met with the living witness in the basement of the servant's residence. Young Leader, I'm so happy to see you safe and well. Noisy. This was my first impression. The second thing I noticed was his scary face. Just like one would expect from the Yakuza, the righteous bandits seemingly really bet their lives in this kind of job. Even if the knights had broken their fangs and scattered the herd, his eyes remained as keen as a sharp knife. His angular face and his swept-back black hair really packed a punch visually. Beside, you've done great surviving that hell. I'm really proud of you for that. Those words are too much for me. It doesn't really matter whether I'm alive or dead. Leader, the fact that you're alive is huge for the R6. The rebirth of the R6 is not just a pipe dream anymore. That's not it. I'm only here because you guys risked your lives for me. And, the fact that you survived that hell, that will become a great force for us the R6, and for my master. Huh? Master, is it? Second firstist Sama. You, just like me, should by no means make light of this name. I see. Then, that assassin too. After hearing my name from Cubero, Besaid stood up while muttering something. His eyes rested on me. Besaid, refrain from doing anything strange. No, it's fine. He wants to see if I'm prepared. Isn't it okay? He's your underling, little brother. After all, there's a bit of mischievousness in him, similar to you. I feel ashamed to admit so. Besaid and I stared at each other. After stopping Cubero, he looked down with a slightly embarrassed face. I know this is a bit rude, but please let me test you. Besaid approached me while cracking his neck. I can't see him taking anything like a fighting pose. This guy, he's quite used to fighting. If I were to bump into him in any place other than Mobius, there's no way I could have won. I'm sorry, but this isn't going to be a fight. But this is Mobius. No matter how much you struggle, this is an online game. If you fight against another person, it's not a fight, it's PvP. The difference in status isn't easily overcome, and the number of acquired skills and the difference in their ranks is large. And above all else, the difference in the player skills, is enormous. Besaid's right hand came straight at me. First of all, I tried to identify it, but it was just soldier martial arts. Just looking at it, I had plenty of room to avoid it. Hey, is this because of the level difference? Oh, this guy evaded it. Besaid appeared pumped up, getting carried away. Looking at that development, Cubero just held his head on one hand. Yeah, it appears that only that wasn't enough. I want to test how strong the beloved master of the young leader is. Yeah, that was pretty much plastered on his face. However, no matter how much he wants to test his power, The difference between him and me, who'll become the top in the world, it'll only make me look like a villain. This is making me a bit annoyed. Thus, trying to become a bit serious, I silently used spirit summoning. Anglemas, possession. As you wish. With a single word, I immediately commanded for spirit possession. At that moment, Anglemas became a rainbow of light and fused with me. WWH, what is that? Not only Besaid, but Cubero was also surprised. I see this is the first time he's seen it, right? This is called spirit possession. All stats are multiplied by 4.5 at grade 9. G grade 9? 4.5 times. Even if you put it in the simplest terms, it means that your opponent suddenly became 4.5 times stronger than before. It's a hopeless difference. Since Cubero has been beaten by me before, he should have a rough estimate of what my total status should be. Going from there, if they increased by a factor of 4.5, then he must know this is a level where the gap has opened considerably. I can tell as much by his pale face. TCH, you've done it. Like this, I go without pulling my punches, but I forgot, this was Cubero's underling, a hardcore chivalrous bandit. No matter how big the difference has become, he's the type of person to just face it head on. My jaw was hit directly by silver martial arts. It was Besaid who uttered that sound while holding his right hand and turning from side to side on the ground. I mean, this is not surprising at all, because the difference between Besaid's strength and my vitality was just too large. Besaid's attack didn't go through and all the damage was instead returned to his fist. Ah, what an idiot. I couldn't help but to go to Besaid's side and apply healing magic small recovery. If it's just a bruise, this should do the trick. Sorry, I'm greatly obliged. As Besaid stood up, he thanked me deeply, feeling quite ashamed too. Seems like he has completely lost his will to fight. And for some reason, next to me, Cubero was also bowing his head. Knowing how serious Cubero is, I think he might feel the blunder made by his underling as his own. Don't look down on me, small fry. While sending back Anglemas with unsummon, for the time being, I scolded this guy. The two of them bowed their heads even lower. I'll never look down on you for the rest of my life. If I can be given your forgiveness, I'll never forget this debt. No, this responsibility lies on me, as his leader. I'll carry it. I'll start by teaching Besaid how to be responsible for his acts. The story moved in an unexpected direction for a moment. Hey wait. The talk has deviated. It's fine if you just don't look down on me. That won't be enough. Second Sama is the last hope of us in the R6. You're the great benefactor who picked me up and saved me. Even if Second Sama allows this to end with just this, I can't permit it. That's right. What should I do? Coming this far, I'm ready to give you my life at any moment. Like I said. Wait, why do people never, ever listen to what? Incidentally, I noticed it. Cubero, so that's what you meant? When I looked at Cubero's expression, he was just looking straight at me. Ah, I knew it. So that's the case. All right, Besaid, if you want to take responsibility for your acts, there's one thing I'd like to ask you. Something you want to ask me? Yeah. Guided by Cubero, this is going smoothly. All thanks to him, I won't have to be late for the temporary lecturer job. While having that in mind, and thanking Cubero in silence, I opened my mouth. I want you to testify in front of the people. Section. Magic curtain, was it? Yeah. That's the only way for you to make a good impact. We were in a conference room near the court, and close to the training grounds. What is currently being held is a meeting with the group leaders, a place where the leaders of each group in the 1st Royal Court Magician Division gathered, and we decided on the future policies. In there, I talked about the idea that I came up with last night. I really wanted to use the word barrage instead of curtain, but in this world without any sort of artillery, I don't know if the meaning would be conveyed, so I decided on magic curtain. Magic curtain, well, that's just basically a magic's barrage. Using a magic with a short cooldown timer, in other words, the first form, shoot it like a curtain, overwhelming the enemy. This is a well-known tactic, both useful for defense and offense. In any case, the important part is to keep firing. With this, it's okay to fire a few missed shots. After all, What's important is to compete with quantity rather than quality to a certain extent. On the defensive side, aside from overpowering the enemy's arrows and magic, it can be said that even in the event of a kamikaze assault, it's excellent to restrain it or even destroy it. That's the case for ground. But wait a moment, kid. But that being the case, wouldn't the power be reduced? It might not be possible to annihilate them, and that also makes search and destroy, cover, and support uncertain. Well, that's a given. Most of them don't even know the fourth form. With that, the other option is to give up on everything. Besides, it's not the mage's job to do anything like annihilation in the first place. What do you mean by that? You, if I'm not mistaken, are most likely a war veteran. Isn't the best war's approach to increase the number of injured over the dead? I see. At that point, Captain Zephyr finally realized 20 years have passed since the last war, so it must have been hard to overturn the knowledge burned in him. Incidentally, even though I'm talking about a war with a calm demeanor, all my knowledge comes from team battles. There's no way me, someone who was seriously addicted to online games and lived in modern-day Japan, could have even an ounce of war experience. The number of injured over the dead? What does that mean? I suppose that's a bit difficult for you to grasp, Sherry-chan. I was not asking you. Me then? In other words, not going as far as taking the lives of the enemy soldiers. By leaving the soldiers injured, you can place a burden on the enemy, transporting, recovery, care. This will cause for people to be assigned to those tasks and will also increase their expenditures. I see. I'm somewhat convinced. Thank you very much, Captain. Then, if that isn't a mage's job, what is? That is, sorry, I don't know. Being given no real answer by the captain, Sherry-chan turned towards me with a face that seemed to be disgusted by me from the bottom of her heart. TCH, I wonder what do you want? Tell me, please. By all means. It can't be helped. Sure, I'll tell you. Sherry-chan asked me with a bitter expression. It's actually quite fun to pick on her. I think that since Sylvia, I haven't found someone like this. A mage is basically a high-power, wide-area, medium-range soldier. They are great soldiers who can make a huge opening in the enemy army by just using a single high-ranked 4th or 5th form spell. Isn't that a contradiction to what you just said? Like this. Isn't the job of a mage to do that instead of a magic curtain? That is if you are mages like the ones I described just now. How many of you can use a high-rank 4th or 5th form spell? About 20 people can. The higher the rank, the fewer people there are. I can use water attribute 4th form at grade 7. For real? Unexpected. Grade 7 is quite a high rank. Yeah. How is it? Are you impressed? By the way, what about the other forms of water attribute, from 1st to 3rd form? They all are at grade 9. Great. What else? About the wind attribute, I'm so up to the 3rd form. The others aren't really worth saying. In our group, nobody comes close to Sherry when it comes to water attribute magic. The triumphant-looking Sherry is a bit annoying, but even the captain spoke proudly. Wait. No. What about the other attributes? You don't raise them past the 1st form? Yeah. After all, it's better to give priority to the attributes that have a faster growth. But you learn them, right? Of course. However, just up to the 1st form. I just don't get it. If you're trying to become a mage, why do you devote all your efforts to just one attribute? What? You two, I don't understand what your point is. Well, I think that for a mage, it is common sense to raise all attributes evenly. If you raise the rank of all attributes in order, starting from the 1st form, and continuing with the least amount of experience required, then the total amount of intelligence can be increased the most efficiently. If we compare when only one attribute is raised to reach grade 9, to raising all 4 to grade 9, the total amount of intelligence has a difference of 4 times. Therefore, as a mage, if you want to pack a punch, you should raise all attributes evenly from the beginning. In particular, since the 4th and 5th forms require a huge amount of experience to rank up, you want to raise the 1st, 2nd and 3rd forms to a high grade first. Are you stupid? It's the opposite. Everyone has their own attribute, so it's better to focus on it and raise it. It's only a waste to spend time on weak attributes. Well, there sure are people who are good at all attributes, but that's just 1 in a million people! Exclamation mark. Good at an attribute. I had no idea. I see. I'm a guy who could learn magic just by looking at the grimoire, but everyone else had to go to the magic academy and spend time learning how to use it. Is the difference too large in how much time it takes to learn it? If that's the case, then it might even take 10 years for someone who's not good enough to learn the second form of an attribute they're weak to. If so, then it surely is bad. No wonder they are so willing to do their best only at the attribute they're good at. However, I wonder why the individual differences are this much. There seems to be a reason that can't be overlooked. To use magic, a deep understanding of its depth is important. Suddenly, I remembered the contents of the class I took my first day at the Magic Academy. That seems to be the core of the matter. Nope, I still don't get it. Let's just ask Winneman the next time I see her. But leaving that aside, the situation is quite bad. I must somehow break these wrong ideas. All right. Let's then begin by breaking that common sense that Sherry-chan speaks of. Getting up from my chair, I asked Iri-san to bring a game crown. With a happy yes, she then ran off to get it. After that, we moved places to the training grounds. The purpose is to compare the power of a single first form spell between Sherry and I. This will most likely break their common sense, along with their pride. Therefore, a game crown is used. The only setting changed was display DPS on. This is the setting I used to use the most. DPS stands for damage per second, and I think that pretty much explains itself. Originally, this was used to measure the median firepower of continuous attacks over a certain period of time, but this time it will be used to measure just the damage from one spell. If there's only one attack made in that second, then the DPS that appears will show the dimension of the attack. After all, if you divide that attack by 1 second, the damage will be displayed as it was. However, in this case, since the display DPS function shows the damage at the same time as the attack happens, the spell effect might be obstructive and a little difficult to see. That's why I chose to delay the DPS display for a bit, to make it easier. Didn't you say the game crown was harmful? In this case, it is rather welcomed. I wonder how you'll use it? I handed one of the game crowns to the Captain Zephyr and the other one to Sherry-chan. You Captain, stand here. Sherry-chan will attack the Captain using a water attribute first form spell. I'll be the target. Understood. All right. Since everything is virtual-like, there is no pain at all. Therefore, a real person can play the role of the target. Here I go. The game started with Sherry-chan's voice, directed to the group watching in a circle around them. Soon after facing each other, when Sherry-chan's water attribute, first form spell of grade 9 was activated, a basketball-sized water mass flew towards the head of the Captain while swirling around. Along a basher sound, it connected, non-critical. After a short delay, DPS 873 was displayed above the head of the Captain. Well, something like this. For some reason, Sherry-chan was speaking proudly. With her black hair in a bob cut and her short stature, combined with her slim body, she looks just like a Kokushi doll. You look just like a Kokushi. Who are you calling Kokushi? Oh, she understood it. I suppose they are also in this world, the Kokushi dolls. Then, next is me and the leader. You guys, better take a good look at the DPS. I'm the target again? Ignoring the Captain Zephyr, who managed to squeeze out his real thoughts, I faced him, and thus, the game started. Just like Sherry-chan, I also activated a water attribute, first form spell. The rank is also a grade 9. However, when compared to hers, mine is clearly. Whoa! Someone raised their voice. That's right, it's clearly smaller than Sherry-chan's first form spell. It's about the size of a tennis ball. Mobius magic has a peculiarity: the higher the user's intelligence, the more compact the triggered effect becomes. Why? According to one theory, it is said that this specification was set in place so that an opponent's intelligence can be guessed to some extent when their magic is activated in a PvP. In addition, since the effect is reduced, the visual interference is smaller, and it becomes easier to handle. On the other hand, the other party has a hard time hesitating. Well, In other words, something like the smaller the magic, the higher the power. Therefore, that voice of surprise must have been from someone who knew of this specification. Here I come. Using those whimsical words as a signal, I started. I tried to make it sound like this wasn't a big deal. However, the insides of my mind were different. I'll put my everything in this. And then, I unleashed the water attribute, first form spell. With this one shot and the numbers that will come out, I'll let you all know, to the point where you'll hate yourself, how much of what you've done has been too shallow. With no more than a first form spell, it won't be because of some grand and flashy spell. These were my thoughts. This is nothing but the result of you all happily attaining the position of court mages and neglecting the foundations of magic. Regret it, at least, and then, do something to change it. I swore to myself that I'll make these people in front of me think I will raise the rank of all first form spells to grade 9. This is how life is. This is not something to enjoy or to look down upon. Be constantly improving, or how can you even call yourselves the best mages in the kingdom when you're not fighting with your life on the line? When you're not fighting properly with magic? Newer? Then it landed. The captain was blown away a few meters, falling to the ground. The DPS was displayed. Then, there was a moment of silence. Immediately afterward, a roar erupted. Everyone was surprised, and they were those who doubted their eyes. However, those numbers that appeared ruthlessly pointed out the difference between me and them. A true, undeniable fact. DPS, 4693 it said. Chapter 69 Quickening, Fomenting Trouble. What did you do? Nothing special. I told you, remember? For a mage, if you don't do at least this much damage, then it's useless. They were speechless. After all, they didn't think there was much merit in raising all the magic skills evenly. Then, after noticing how strong a real mage is, they realized that they, court mages, couldn't even be truly called mages. My first, second, and third form spells from the 4 major attributes are all grade 9. The fourth form ones, all are 5th class. As for the lightning attribute, the first, second, and third form are at grade 9, fourth form is at grade 7, and fifth form is at grade 1. This alone increases the power of the first form spell this much. I spoke after showing them a clear picture. There's nothing more persuasive than this, and everyone silently listened to my words. You all too will raise the first form from all attributes to grade 9. This is your top priority. With that, how much will the damage go up? Generally, it's about 1.5 times. If the second form catches up, then 2 times. And if you also raise the third form, it's thrice as much. That's certainly a lot. I must have convinced them. Forgetting her usual attitude, Sherry-chan had a bitter expression with her arms folded. Speaking of which, some of you might have been taught not to learn your weak attribute. If any of you haven't acquired the first form, come to me later with the grimoire and I'll teach you a little trick. After giving out those instructions, all the court mages answered yes. Their voices were a little disjointed, but still, this was huge progress considering I was being ignored up until the middle of today. And so, what's needed to raise the skills to grade 9 quickly? Do you know? Experience training. Is it? Correct. Captain Zephyr was the one who answered my question, although with a sour face. Why would he make that face for something like earning experience points? Perhaps he knows what a quick growth method is, but isn't sure if it would work out well with this many people. Well, to solve the problems posed by danger, budget and motivation, I guess it's too much for the captain alone. However, this time, it will probably work out. Knowing that they can do that much damage if they try hard, will definitely get them motivated. That's what online games were all about. The lower players move while motivated by the higher players, and once you find a trick to it, all that remains is to work hard at it. There should be no serious danger if you follow my instructions. I'll talk to Main about the budget. And looking at the current motivation should be no issue. All that's left is to do it. Everyone was itching to start. In their mind was, if it's the first form, we should be able to raise it without much issue, and that with nothing but some effort, they too would be able to attain that damage with ease. They're simple people. They can't help but to long for that vivid picture still fresh in their minds. Just like when I was a beginner and decided to aim for the top of the world. They too wanted to reach that point where their spell would do the damage themselves, and the method to attain that would be given to them free of charge. There was no way any of them wouldn't reach out. Ideally, the first form of the 4 major attributes should be raised to grade 9. That way, you'll be able to use a magic curtain on the battlefield. Each and every shot of your first form spells will be twice as strong as those of the enemy, raining down on them like angry hornets. How's that sound? The first Royal Court Magician Division will become the elite of the elite. Nobody would get close to you. Nobody will challenge you. Bows and arrows will mean nothing against you. And thanks to you, all the existing war tactics will have to be made anew. That speech was a bit exaggerated. However, the effect was outstanding. It was enough to make the court mages temporarily forget things such as their pride and social status, and place his or her expectations on me, thinking this teacher might be telling the truth. This is an unprecedented challenge. But, would you like to face it? At my final push, Captain Zephyr nodded, wearing an expression filled with determination. Then, this is it for today's lecture. Wait for further news. Section. Those bastards of the Vin's newspaper. Harem, the leader of the Third Night Order, was seething with anger. Alone in his office, slamming the morning paper on the desk, he swung down his fist on it several times. His whole body trembled as his complexion changed from red to blue, and then to purple. Why was he so angry? It was because of the undeniable facts that were written in the newspaper. If everything were to come to light, it would be a situation that would not end with just the First Night Order, but also the Prime Minister and the First Prince, not to mention himself. That's why now that it has started to come to light, he couldn't help being mad, tearing down a newspaper, punching the desk, throwing stuff around and stepping down on them. No matter what he did, the anger didn't stop. Thus, as a result of his rampage, after a while, the office was devastated as if a storm had passed through. One of his subordinates then came to see him in such a room, but after taking a glance at the messy room, he opened his mouth with a face of "I'm just a messenger." "Captain Harem, His Majesty is calling for you." "What did you say?" Sooner than he expected, Harem immediately forgot his anger, and in turn, he became extremely agitated. Most likely, he would be asked to explain this issue before the king. The subject of the answer would be handled by the First Night Order, but the Third Night Order was assigned to handle the official documents after all. And if the investigation goes deeper, it's certain that he will be requested to disclose the official documents. "I'll be there immediately." Answering to his subordinate, Harem then frantically started to think. He had to somehow earn some time, the reason being, if I don't tamper with these documents quickly, the official documents on the agreement between the R6 and the Second and Third Night Orders had not been touched yet. If the Second Prince faction confirms the contents of the official documents before they are falsified, then the First Prince faction will be in a predicament. And, at the very least, Harem, as the captain of the Third Night Order, will be held accountable, and in the worst-case scenario, just like a lizard's tail, he will be cut off. This was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. With all this in his heart, Harem answered the king's call. Section. As for the reason why I've called you all here at this time, it's about the front pages article of this morning's Vin's newspaper. Do you have something to say about this, Prime Minister? 5 people were gathered in front of King Barwell, Prime Minister Valmoro, Minister Rareye, First Night Order Captain First Prince Klaus, Second Night Order Captain Memphis, and Third Night Order Captain Harem. Before disclosing the story to the public, the idea was to confirm the facts with those involved. Yeah, this is a completely rootless story. Honestly, it's bothersome. Is that so? How about you, Klaus? There wasn't a breach of agreement, Father. After all, suppressing the rebels is something that doesn't require an agreement to be made in the first place. Why did this story of an agreement come out after all this time? This is something I fail to understand. Klaus declared in a dignified form, I didn't even know of the existence of a ceasefire agreement. However, 2 people thought those were barefaced lies. They were Minister Rareye, and the captain of the Second Night Order, Memphis. What do you think, Memphis? Yes. For the fact that there was an agreement made. I wasn't informed of such at that moment. I will commit myself to a thorough investigation within the Second Night Order as soon as possible. Memphis was convinced there was something being hidden. He basically said, there was a violation of the agreement I wasn't informed of. However, there was not enough evidence. The Second Night Order was the standing army, so to speak. And Memphis was a patriot by nature, a soldier who couldn't stand to sit idly and wiggle his tail to the Empire. In other words, he was with the Second Prince faction. That's why he had always worked hard to acquire information on the illegal activities the First Prince faction might be part of, but they were wary of him, so it was hard to grasp their tails. And then, at this time, a chance had finally appeared in the form of such a scandal. There was no way he would let this chance slip by. He decided it was necessary to move carefully, without rushing, and properly collect any evidence. And you, Jerem? Why yes, this was a story that truly came out of the blue for me. To my perception, while I was having problems with the suppression using the Second Night and Third Night Orders, we were only able to reach a prompt resolution only with the help of the First Night Order. That's what I remember. Yeah. Jerem, the captain of the Third Night Order, decided to deny it, and to continue denying it to the bitter end, in order to extend the time he had to disclose the official documents. All the while, his brain was working on ways he could tamper the documents with. Yes, gentlemen. I can tell with certainty just by looking at your complexions, there was indeed a violation of the agreement. What did you say? You bastard, are you taking us for fools? The Prime Minister was the one who shouted at the minister. Wait. Tell me why you think so. If I were in the shoes of the suspected party, I myself would propose to disclose the official documents related to the suppression of the bandit group in order to prove my innocence. However, nobody has mentioned this. It's almost like saying there are facts in the official documents that shouldn't be seen. It's just a simple reasoning. I see. The official documents, huh? Barwell whispered to himself as if convinced. Seeing this situation, the Prime Minister frowned, while Jerem's face went completely pale. The minister then began to talk as if pushing forward the subject. If the violation of this agreement is indeed true, it will become a crisis in the Night Orders, and thus, to the national politics. A thorough revision is needed. If the genocide of these people was carried under the pretense of repressing rebels, this could spell, in the worst-case scenario, the collapse of the country. If there were such outrageous and wicked people like these, they must not take part in the politics of our castle kingdom. Why do you call that a genocide? Suppressing the rebels is a natural thing to do. Were you aware, Prime Minister? Currently, crimes such as theft and robbery are common problems near the slums of this royal capital, Winston. Now that the R6 bandits, which up until now had been a deterrent, have disappeared, the number of small scoundrels has increased, and thus the security has greatly deteriorated. As a result of this, with things going as they are, vulgar criminal groups are starting to appear more and more in the capital. But, since the suppression of the R6, no other suppression team has been assembled. Is this negligence? Obviously, I'm aware of that. However, the truth is, that will never end. After a while, we'll do a roundup of the criminals. Still, there's no reason to call that genocide. I'd like an apology. Let's speak honestly. I'm concerned that the bandits from the R6 might have been suppressed because they were in your way. Politically speaking, the R6 was supported by the populace. They were particularly supported by those who opposed making a compromise with the empire. Since, as commerce with the empire deepens, the gap between the poor and the rich would become more widespread. Those are completely baseless accusations, nothing less than rubbish. That's not something people in our position should be uttering. Aren't you ashamed to say such nonsense before the king? Let me say the same to you. Aren't you ashamed of such an unsightly display? It's almost like you're confessing. How dare you, bastard? Can you too stop? One phrase from Barwell was enough to quiet down the raging Prime Minister and the opposing minister speaking calmly. These two immediately shut their mouths and bowed down, and then, as if to give his judgment, Barwell broke the silence. It looks like this might not be just a made-up story. After each of you investigate this issue, I want a detailed report. I'll go through it and, if needed, will order the disclosure of the official documents. If that's the case, I shall summon the concerned parties. That's all. And like that, the curtain of this great turbulence came down. Section. Call Jaram. The Prime Minister, Val Morrow, was extremely calm given the circumstances in which he was placed. The uproar this time was a matter concerning the captain of the Third Night Order, Jaram. However, even the Prime Minister was impressed. They did great to poke their nose this far, he thought. He had anticipated some shortcomings in the First Prince faction, but those were some scandals related to Prince Klaus and Queen White, as well as the persecution and decimation of Duchess Isine, which he identified as a particularly critical point. Therefore, countermeasures for those scenarios had been established. But the actual breakthrough came surprisingly because of the suppression of the righteous bandits. He never expected the weak link would be that issue. However, if they were to poke around too deeply, that could become a considerable key point. With just a single poke, if he were to be careless about it, everything he had worked for so far could go up in smoke. Just, who in the world are you? The Prime Minister had been seen through. And this way of doing things was too clever for it to be the work of Minister Eri or the Second Prince Main, a tricky and clever scheme that set it far apart from his political opponents of the past. He had sensed someone lurking behind the scenes, but who was that person? The answer to his question was answered in less than a few seconds. That mage? He came to the conclusion that the most recent changes occurred around that time with the Second Prince. A man named Second, appointed as a temporary lecturer for the First Royal Court Magician Division. The timing was suspiciously perfect. TCH. I don't have enough information. A person completely out of his radar had suddenly appeared. Therefore, it was just natural that his information on him was lacking. Still, the Prime Minister lamented, although it was the stronghold of Paula Memento, one of the more prominent figures supporting the Second Prince, he could send some spies to the Royal Magic Academy to widen his information network, and he was also able to release some sniffing dogs among the adventurer community. Therefore, so long as he wanted to obtain information about that person called Second, he could. However, it was late now. He lamented he couldn't do so sooner. Section. Pardon me. Sorry. It took me this long. Jaram. Huh? You know why I called you? Yes. It's about altering that, correct? It's great that you follow. It needs to be done fast and carefully. It's likely the other side will keep a watchful eye. Yeah. In that case, there aren't too many options. So long as no traces are left, it should be okay. I don't care what method you use. It just needs to be perfect. You understood? A drop of sweat came down Jaram's temple. His stomach had been hurting ever since this morning, but there was no turning back now. By the way, Jaram, could you look up information about that man who became the lecturer for the First Royal Court Magician Division the other day? The temporary lecturer? Yeah. There's a high possibility that this person called Second might be involved. What? After showing a surprised face, Jaram was then immediately relieved. He was familiar with that name, Mr. Prime Minister. If it's about that person, leave it to me. What? Were you already working on it? Yes. I have one of my order's dogs on him. I'm impressed. Here, the bad habit of the man called Jaram came to light. He just jumped straight into the trap that Winfield had set to him. His motivations were also impure, of wanting to show off I can do this all on my own. It embodied the core values of the Third Night Order of looking down on others as excellent people by taking the credit of their subordinates. Hey, Jaram, isn't this a great opportunity to lay a trap? I leave to you gathering information about that man, in addition to dealing with the documents. If everything goes according to plan. Yes. Just leave it to me. It was still further ahead the time when these scheming smiles would turn into cornered wails. Chapter 70 Pitiful elder brother, child yearning for motherly love. We in the R6 were deceived. Our boss, Raimazama, wanted reconciliation, so he offered his life to stop the fighting and signed a ceasefire agreement with the Second and Third Night Orders. I'll never forget it. The mediators were the First Night Order. That agreement was certainly signed. But what was of it? A few days later, while ignoring that agreement, the First Night Order joined in on our suppression. In front of a fountain on the central square of the royal capital, the surviving member of the R6, Beside, spoke loudly. Most of the people gathered around him, which now reached almost 1,000, didn't say a single word and quietly listened to his speech. I still remember it clearly. We were gathering the dead bodies of our friends, lost in the fierce suppression that happened until then, and were holding a funeral. It was at that moment. Those bastards trampling over the flowers, kicking off the dead bodies. They set everything on fire. They ambushed us when we least expected it. Clenching his fist in anger, Besaid continued to speak. At last, he could say it. He could finally reveal everything that happened. He could let the people know about their tyranny. That hellish sight that he had been tormented with and suffered remembering, had unexpectedly transformed into a powerful weapon at this place. Therefore, he had to continue wielding that weapon until the battle was over. He had a firm resolve. That's why, more than anyone else, his words felt more real. I can remember the face of the guy who was at the head of the surprise attack team clearly even now. Klaus Kastorl. Undoubtedly. It was Klaus. Klaus, the captain of the First Night Order. Klaus, the first prince. I'll never forgive him for what he did. A commotion arose among the people. It was only obvious. This because, whether Besaid's remarks were true or not, they were quite troublesome. Even then, Besaid did not stop his speech. That day, on that night, what had happened, he spoke in detail about the hell he experienced at that time. How terrible it had been, and how infuriating it was. The people listened to each and every one of his pained words, to what could be called the cries of his heart, aware that it had been a terrible experience, and thus, among them, doubt and suspicion against the first Prince Klaus began to increase. Besaid, that's enough, boss, but there's still. Looks like it's time to leave. After a while, Kubero approached to stop him. Kubero too still wanted Besaid to talk a little more, but he had to stop him because the Third Night Order was approaching, and they were going to take Besaid into custody for the crime of slander. Did we get out safely? As they made their way out of the square, the fleeing Besaid asked. Kubero laughed at those words that seemingly implied I thought I was going to die. Even with just giving out one speech, they were sure to have an opening in their encirclement. And also, people will open a hole on their own. After all, Second Sama didn't tell you to make the speech until you were killed. Is that so? To be honest, I feel relieved. I was already prepared to never see the revival of the R6. I wonder if I'll be able to now. Second Sama will eventually think of the re-emergence of the R6, and the search for survivors with potential. And if the search proves to be difficult, he will most likely consult with his tactician Sama. There could never be more reassuring words than those. Yeah, I think so too. Second Sama's chivalrous spirit brings tears to my eyes. Winfield Sama too. I'm sure she could solve any problem with a hand behind her back. Just like Second Sama, that cat girl also looks like she can't do anything. However, I'm afraid to imagine what she's capable of. I agree with you on that. Behind the two people running away, a row of people were seen blocking the Knights of the Third Order. Or rather, as soon as they ran. Inspired by Besaid's speech, the people interfered with the Third Night Order. We can't let Besaid get caught, they thought, and soon they moved into action. Hoping this would happen, Winfield had given those instructions, to attract the Third Night Order until the last minute. Therefore, this dispute had ensued. And, the more the conflict between the people and the Third Night Order advanced, the greater the doubt towards Klaus and the First Night Order became. In addition, by letting him get away here, it became very difficult for the First Prince faction to deal with Besaid. As time went by, Besaid's testimony spread, and the feelings of the people deteriorated. But, with that said, so long as they didn't silence Besaid, that story will spread no matter what they say. The other option would be assassination, but that would make them look without doubt as the bad guys. It was a poison that should never be used. Right. After all, the moment they allowed Besaid to speak out, the First Prince faction was already checkmated. Just how far ahead and how many scenarios were planned? That's something only the tactician knew. And at this moment, these two reaffirmed something they already knew. Second and Winfield. These two should never be turned into enemies. Kubero was very proud of his master and that tactician, and Besaid was so awe-inspired that he shuddered. And thus, the political conflict finally rushed from the middle to the late stage section. Why? Why am I being insulted like this? The first Prince Klaus awoke in his room at the royal palace. Every day, the Vin's newspaper continued to report suspicious allegations about the suppression of the bandits, and using information gathered from the Vin's newspaper, other newspapers also had started to publish articles suspecting of a violation of agreement by the knights. Some articles criticized the first prince in a roundabout way, some referred to the official documents, and other articles anonymously exposed the truth behind the breach of that agreement. On the other hand, imperial operatives performed small demonstrations in order to protect the first prince, and thus, the prime minister. They published articles that defended the first prince faction using the state-owned newspaper. But that was just a desperate ploy. As a result of that, not a small amount of people were incited to come and speak out. Therefore, the people in the royal capital were divided between the two camps and they all confronted the top. What happened next? So long as the conflict continued, the story would become bigger. The allegations of the violation of the agreement by the First Knight Order were soon replaced by a scheme of confrontation between the First and Second Prince's factions, and not long after, it came to a point where neither faction could withdraw. All I did was to suppress the rebels. Aren't those breach of agreement allegations just a hoax? Klaus was never convinced these allegations were true. That was because Klaus himself was never made aware of the ceasefire agreement that was signed with the R6. He simply traveled triumphantly, doing as the Prime Minister told him and suppressing the rebels. As a result, when it came to being bashed out like this, he felt like he could no longer understand what to believe in. Was all of this fuss just a hoax? Or did the Prime Minister deceive him? Klaus couldn't find an answer. Currently, there were no voices speaking about the violation of an agreement from inside the First and Third Knight Orders. Of course, the Prime Minister Val, and the captain of the Third Knight Order, Harem, were silent. However, as a result of the investigation carried out by the captain of the Second Knight Order Memphis, several voices were raised from within the Second Knight Order. He didn't know if it was true or a lie since they didn't have enough proof, but their voices were being raised, so this issue was only getting bigger. In other words, release the official documents, they cried. Maybe there was an agreement with the R6 in the official documents. In that case, Klaus, as the captain of the First Knight Order, would probably be held responsible for one-sidedly violating an agreement. Even if he didn't know of its existence, he just couldn't accept it. With this incident, the throne was definitely getting further and further away, and it was no longer clear whether the younger brother Main or the older brother Klaus will sit on that throne. Klaus, oh, my Klaus, my poor child, you're not doing anything wrong. The one who unexpectedly visited Klaus' room was Klaus' biological mother, First Queen White. As soon as she saw Klaus' agitated breath, she ran up to him, hugging him from behind. Don't worry about those newspapers that speak badly of you. I'll silence them. No matter what people say, you should aim to be the king in your own way. Mother, if you take that kind of action right now, they will write worse stories. The more they write, the more I'll silence them. They should know their place, and become aware of just who they are insulting. But Klaus, all you have to do is think about becoming the next king. Seriously, what is that person doing? He does nothing even though his very own son is being tormented. Klaus was not good at dealing with Queen White, an annoying woman who flaunts power, knowing nothing about politics. This was his evaluation of his mother. During his 20 years of life, he had never felt genuine love or affection from his mother. All the words that came out from White's mouth were self-aggrandizement under the pretense of aiding another. Everything was selfishness disguised as love. Become the next king. This was a phrase he always heard every time he met her. We must never lose to that concubine, she repeated, so it was imprinted on him from an early age. This was why Klaus was so attached to the throne, and why he saw Main in such an unusual bad light. I will go cool down my head a little. Is that so? You're right. You need to get better. While White urged a maid asking, is the tea still not ready? Klaus left his room, leaving his mother behind and heaving a small sigh. Trying to return as late as possible, he slowly walked down the grand hallway while thinking, are you really going to wait in my room? He then went out to the balcony as if being invited by the autumn wind, In that place was the figure of a beautiful young woman, and next to her was a waiting maid. She was that person, the one he was expecting to be there as he went to that balcony. The one that fragment deep within his consciousness wanted to see. She was Main's mother, second Queen Freon. Oh, if it isn't second Queen Freon. Are you really having tea in such a place? Someone as refined as you? Offensive words came out of his mouth. Seeing Klaus like that, Freon gently smiled, almost as if watching her own child going through a rebellious period. People, you see, need to have some space when they have lost theirs. First Prince Klaus. Freon went out of her way and got up from her chair, pulling out the one across from her, and looked at Klaus. That smile that looked just like Main's made Klaus felt extremely uncomfortable. However, he still sat on that chair. Tea was poured into his cup by the waiting maid. Klaus then opened his mouth without even touching the teacup. What's with this behavior? You and I are enemies. Are you trying to pity me? I'm just acting the same as in the past. You two have always been like that. Whenever something hard happens, you come secretly to me. And after being spoiled, you go back. Klaus' face flushed bright red. He had never been aware of this until now, and when he was told that, he felt it really hit the mark. Something bad happened, right? Laughing like a mischievous child, Freon looked very similar to Main. Recalling the face of his hated brother, Klaus managed to regain his composure. Are you happy to humiliate me in front of the maid? As expected of the mother of that weak coward. Aren't you quite wicked? Children really grow up more than you expect when you take your eyes off of them even for a minute. Don't expect that child to be weak and cowardly forever. I know that even without you telling me. I wonder, that child seems to have met someone good. TCH, the subject of Main came out of Freon's mouth, causing Klaus' mood to deteriorate. He couldn't get rid of the idea of I have to be better than him. It can be said this was the gift he received from Queen White's education, and hopefully, you will too. That's what I really think. HMPH. I'm not such a weak person who can't be strong unless I'm being influenced by others. I will defeat that stupid younger brother of mine on my own, and I'll become the next king. Is becoming king the only way to feel rewarded? If you haven't noticed that, then that is not your sin to bear after all. While speaking of Klaus's dream, she had a face of pain as she whispered those words. Freon, who had watched him grow for many years ever since he was a kid, muttered so with sad eyes. What are you talking about? Tell me to my face. In the not-so-distant future, you will be forced into a corner. And there will come a time when you'll certainly have to pay for it. Even then, you still have a heart that can be saved. It's all right. No matter who abandons you, I will continue to look only at your heart. Don't forget this. So what? You want me to give up on being the next king? Towards Klaus, who looked at her with sharp eyes, Freon gently smiled and continued. Think of the Prime Minister as an enemy. You will become the next king on your own, right? Section. This was so effective I'm starting to feel bad. 3 days have passed since Besaide's speech. The contents of the different newspapers lined up on the table were mostly about bashing the First Night Order. There was a newspaper that had put out an article advocating for the First Prince faction, but according to a maid who investigated in the capital, nobody was really paying attention to that newspaper and were labeling it as a traitor. Furthermore, when I asked the maids, it seems the voices of the people in the capital are mostly anti-First Prince. All of this happened just because of doubt born out of the ceasefire agreement and suppression. Politics are scary, that's what I honestly thought. But you see, in this case, with a silly dispute like this, the more the government is idle, the more chances of something behind the scenes happening. Winfield came and sat next to me. Well, this silly dispute is actually mainly your doing, but that's not something I'll really say now. How bad? Maybe. An invasion, maybe. A third power. I see. A chance is a chance after all. Yes, indeed. Well, in any case, you probably already started making a move, right? Yeah, for now, with this kiss. While Winfield said with this kiss, she approached me with a kissing face. I can't really tell if this tall, cool, and beautiful female spirit is joking or not. And immediately after that, Kyanshi was sent back with unsummon. Seems like she really pissed off Yukari. Master, for today, you were planning to go with the first Royal Court Magician Division to the dungeon, right? If that's the case, then you don't really have the time to be wasting in a place like this. Oh, you're right. I was supposed to leave a bit earlier. I shouldn't be taking it lightly. Today is the day for experience earning that I've been waiting for. Experience training day. If I had to say it in the style of Captain Zephyr. Well, it isn't really a day per se, since we'll be going for 3 days and 2 nights. Experience training journey, it almost feels like a school trip, so I'm a bit excited. Mew, you can still take it slowly, second dono. Also, you'll be fine even if you take a cup of tea. I'll help you get Iko ready. In order to ensure the safety of all members, Sylvia and Iko will be coming together with us this time. Even if it's a lower class dungeon, you can never be too cautious. It was decided that it was better to challenge it in a way so that nobody suffers a serious injury, even if our preparations are way too overkill for it. Iko, let's get ready. Mealtime is over. MMMHMHHM. Come on, spit out those shells. How many did you put in your mouth? That's not how you're supposed to eat scallops. MMHHMM. Don't MMHHMM me. Iko. MHMHMMM. Hey, take them out. Take them out right now. MHMMLNN. That quarrel between Sylvia and Iko lasted almost 3 times longer than I expected. Eventually, Iko was satisfied with using the other shells to scrape off the scallops of the shells she had to eat them. And in the end, we were late. Well, it was just the usual. And then Sylvia, Iko and I joined the first court mages and set off on an experience training trip. Our destination, the commercial city Lenador, and the lower class dungeon Guldrum. Chapter 71 Relaxation Journey, First Day. Second dono. Is it really alright to leave the capital for 3 days at these uncertain times? As we were on our way to the commercial city Lenador, Sylvia asked me while making a face of unease. Certainly. I also had some anxiety about leaving the capital. I can't help but to think that the life of Besaid might be targeted while I'm gone, or that the Prime Minister might set something up. But, according to Winfield, it'd be like sugar taiyaki. Who? Sugar taiyaki? Iko tilted her head. It's a cruel state in which the whole body is grilled after removing all fangs and hooks. As time passes, the heat increases, and so does the suffering. And it has no means to attack back. In other words, does Winfield want them to keep getting impatient while the heat escalates and then they recklessly make their move? That might be. Well, that's why we don't have to worry about it, and just take it easy. Has Miss Strategist seen through everything? She's amazing. Iko, not really grasping the concept, asked, "Is it yummy?" To which I immediately replied, "You wouldn't like it," while rolling my eyes back. If one were to look at this exchange, it would look like a stupid question. But I'm happy because Iko is simple like this. Section. And then, a whole day later, I somehow killed time and we finished getting to Lenador. Then, after our arrival, all 3 of us, plus the first Royal Court Magician Division, decided to check in at an inn first. It was a high-class, large inn that you wouldn't think it possible to get reservations made with just 3 days in advance. But it was reserved for our private use by using the names of the second Prince and Earl Lumberjack. Why this place? This inn is? Sherry-chan asked this while looking up at the inn, in which one could tell it was expensive just by looking at it. An introduction from the Earl. I'm sure it's a nice place, right? So? What point are you trying to make by showing us the inn in which you'll be staying? Is it some sort of snide remark? You guys are staying here too? After a moment of silence, not really comprehending the situation, Sherry-chan then opened her eyes wide and came close. Did you reserve rooms for 200 people in here? Not at all, it's all reserved. All reserved, she repeated, turning sideways, being lost for words. The leader Zephyr, after listening to our exchange, approached us rapidly. Kid, we don't have the budget for something like this. Do you know how much it will cost? Didn't I tell you earlier to leave all the accommodation arrangements to me? But nobody would expect something like this. I made him angry. Second dono. It's bad." Sylvia came and whispered in my ear. I knew right away what she was trying to say even before speaking. After seeing the surprised Sherry-chan and the angry captain, the members that were waiting in the back suddenly felt dejected. Well, that's to be expected. After traveling the whole day, they finally thought they would be able to rest. They would surely find this unpleasant. Like this, the morale tomorrow morning, when they go to the Ngultram dungeon, would be quite low. "Hey, listen here everyone." Suddenly coming up with something, I stood up and walked in front of them. The idea was to kill two birds with one stone, raising their morale while at the same time gaining their favor. "I'll shoulder the accommodation fee. Drink as much as you want, eat, play, enter the hot springs, sleep." The moment I finished declaring so, everyone cheered in high spirits. Applauses and finger whistling echoed. Still, to remain in formation even at this moment, as expected of soldiers, if they're this happy with just spending some of my money, it somewhat makes me happy too. I learned that it's better to spend the money you earn like this, comfortably. However, don't drink too much today. If you have a hangover tomorrow, let alone a monster, I'll be the one to kill you. When I spoke like that jokingly, everyone was surprised. Everyone was feeling better. That's why the laughter was decreasing, probably. "Ah, this is nice." "Kid, how should I say it? Is it really okay? It can't be helped. The reservation is already made. You can't decline." "Is that so?" "It's all right, Captain. Leave the seriousness aside and enjoy yourself. This level of expenses is of no concern at all." "Ha ha. That's good then." Captain Zephyr bowed down as if to say I'm grateful, then went into the inn alongside the rest of the members. He had a nice smile. It almost seemed like he wanted to start skipping without minding the people. That merry mood was quite the polar opposite of before. "Ah, what is it?" "You can also go inside, Sherry-chan." What a blatant plan to earn favor. This is why I hate upstart rich people. Yeah, exactly, because I just became rich. I don't know anything about how to spend money. HMPH, is that so? Turning away from me, Sherry-chan followed the captain and the rest. While I looked at the back of that girl in a bad mood, Sylvia came while carrying a tired Eco. That Kokushi-looking girl, doesn't she look similar to someone we know?" "Is that so? Who was it?" "Yeah, who was it?" "Who? Yeah. Don't you think she looks similar to someone we know?" Like I said, to whom? In the end, Sylvia just kept saying yeah, while not remembering whom. "So, she looks like someone. Well, Sherry-chan's sharp tongue and coldness are not like Yukari's. By appearance alone, she might look closer to Iko. However, by the fact that Sylvia can't remember who, I guess it's not one of those two who are close to me. Well, whatever." More than thinking about this, I want a drink and take a bath. It'd be a waste if we don't enjoy this high-class inn now that we're here. I then went inside the inn while feeling pretty good with myself. The next day, soon after the sky had brightened, a total of over 200 court mages and the three of us gathered in front of the Ngultram dungeon. The Ngultram dungeon was commonly known as the hallucination dungeon. Other than that, it was also called the mushroom dungeon or the euphoria dungeon. The monsters that come out are a mushroom-shaped type, poisonous ones, or zombies that sprinkle spores from their heads, and I can only think the Mobius management aimed to make this a dungeon of weird monsters. This dungeon, honestly speaking, is quite easy. There's no other dungeon as easy as this one. All the monsters that appear use illusion magic. If you are hit by it, for about 10 seconds afterward, you'll be shown a hallucination, making it difficult for you to act, and then, the monsters will all rally and attack you during that time. There are 2 measures against it. Resist the illusion magic or eat a banana. What are you talking about? You might think I'm kidding, but this is the reality. For 1 hour after eating a banana, even if you're directly hit by illusion magic, nothing will happen. Don't ask me why a banana. All I know is it was that setting. Huh? What are you talking about? When I told them this story, Sherry-chan spoke on behalf of the astonished court mages. Well, I was already expecting this reaction. Eating a banana against illusion magic, that's common sense. Something that weird can only be common sense in that strange head of yours. Seems like they don't know. Or rather, it seems that hallucination countermeasures have not spread in this world. It shouldn't be because there are no hints. There was an NPC in Lenador that was called the Want a Banana Ojizen who just gave you a banana without any context. And also, there were many shops nearby that sold an unnaturally large number of bananas here. Even then, it is still unknown. Did that Ojizen suddenly leave? Or maybe the shop's business policies changed? Even if they stock up on so many bananas, they won't be able to sell them. No. I guess a random old man giving you a banana without saying anything won't make you eat it in the first place. In other words, since the game world has become the real world, something like this game-specific peculiarity has been corrected to fit reality to the extent that what was impossible before might not be impossible now. This is quite an interesting change. After becoming the #1 in the world, it might not be a bad idea to take a trip and find such changes. In any case, if you eat 1 banana per hour, illusion magic won't pose a problem. Like this, the monsters inside the Ngultrum dungeon will all be small fries. I then took 2,000 bananas out of my inventory and handed over 10 to each person. Everyone should be able to fight without problems for 10 hours. It might be a bit dumb to ask this now, but isn't the amount you can put in your inventory abnormally high? Second donor? Asked Sylvia, who was next to me, with too much free time in her hands. Probably. It's about 60 times more than normal people. 60. Isn't that amazing? If everyone in this world has the default inventory space, then I, who bought the maximum expansion inventory space, has 60 times more. The price was fairly high, 1 yukichi, a 10,000 yen bill, but I bought it without any second thoughts. I didn't do it despite this being my aunt character, but instead, it was exactly because this was my aunt character. After all, second was originally a bank character. If it didn't have a lot of inventory space, there was no meaning in having it. And, while I was remembering that, I finished handing out all the bananas. Now then, divide into squads and enter in turns. I'll be waiting in front of the boss. I leave the patrolling to you both, Sylvia and Iko. All right, Roger. This time, each group was made up of 10 people each. So long as they ate their bananas, the monsters in this dungeon are no opponent to 10 court mages. However, since I'm a bit anxious about the boss, I'll stay at his spawn location and spawn kill it. Also, there's the possibility of something unexpected happening. That's the reason why I asked Sylvia and Iko to go around the dungeon, checking on them. However, even if I say go around, it's not them simply wandering. Making use of their great combination and their experience in clearing a dungeon, they can go around over and over again at an insane speed. Well then, let's begin. At the same time as I clapped my hands, the first group went into the dungeon, and like this, the first clear of Ngultrum dungeon by the first Royal Court Magician Division started. Section. All right. You're group 16, right? Oh. Is this your 4th round? Nice. You're currently at the top. When I pressed a stamp on the stamp card, the girls of the 16th group cheered happily. This is the end of Ngultrum dungeon, a dome-shaped room where the boss appears. However, once you defeat it, it won't respawn until 15 minutes have passed. So right now I'm free. Pushing the stamp on the card meant they had completed 1 round. In the end, I planned to give a prize to the squad that had the most rounds. And then, everyone went back to take a short break before the next round. Second San, can we keep this card as a memento after we're done? Iri-san was the one who said those words just before leaving. Team 16, the squad she was on, was made up of 10 girls, and as you could see from the last round, their speed was great. When I answered with I'm fine with it, the girls in Team 16 were very happy. I felt like I heard the words jank in an auction being said, but since it was about the time for the boss to spawn, I decided not to worry about it. But even if I say that it only takes 1 hit, the last boss of the Ngultrum dungeon was a huge poisonous mushroom called magical fungus. Other than illusion magic, it was a nasty monster whose attacks had an added poison effect. However, it was very weak to fire attribute magic. With the status of the current me having grown this much, a single fire attribute, 3rd form spell was enough to deal with it. Bye-bye. Just as the magical fungus was crawling out of the ground with a huge goo, I critically hit it with a fire attribute, third form spell right in the abdomen. The mushroom was already dead by the time the dazzling flames ran and engulfed his whole body. Then a commotion. Several surprised voices came from near the entrance to the boss room. Then, the girl who was at the head of the group walked up to me. "Can you hurry up and stamp it?" It was Sherry-chan. "Why is she in such a bad mood? Can it be that it's because they are not the top team?" "All right, Team 4, right? This is the 4th round. You're in second place as of now." "I know." "Hurry up and give it back." Hey, why are you so grumpy?" "You're doing quite great. It's none of your business. What's with her?" After taking the stamp card from my hand, Sherry-chan walked ahead by herself, leaving behind the other members who were resting. Then, those members chased after her, their faces filled with trouble and tiredness. I don't know what she's so upset about, but there's nothing I can do but to leave her alone. For the time being, I decided to contact Sylvia using team communication. It seems like something troublesome is going to happen. This is a bother. I'm sure something like this happened before. Who was it? Section. An irritating man. At first, I thought that this bastard who became our lecturer only did so because of his connection with the second prince, but unfortunately, his ability was real. The things he says too, they sound like a complete mess, but he's correct. But more than anything, I just don't like him. I hate being swayed by his way of doing things. I hate his broad-minded behavior and confidence. I can't stomach it. It makes me feel all the efforts I've worked so hard at for all my life have been for nothing. In any case, I don't like him. Even if what he says is true. In magic talent, I've always been second to none. But he alone shattered my pride. But as if that alone wasn't enough for him, my discipline too, my environment, my common sense, he shattered everything that was around me. Just by looking at this man's disgusting face, I can't help but feel helplessly irritated to the point my heart is shaken. I can no longer be in control of my emotions. The same happened yesterday. He made me and the captain out as the bad guys and used us to make a good impression of himself. It wasn't just a little extra money, it was a lot. Surely, the inn was wonderful, the food was good, the bath clean and the room comfortable. However, I am not such a person who can enjoy this sort of gift obediently. I am the ace of the first Royal Court magicians. Even I can afford to stay in a high-class inn like this. So, I decided to pay for my own lodgings. Section. I became a first-class court mage by my own strength. It has to be the same from now on. I will not become one of that guy's achievements. I'll do it with my own ability. Otherwise. Chapter 72 Relaxation Journey, Second Day. You're the last of the morning. Go outside and have lunch while taking a break. I told the last team to take a break after the 5th lap. Only Group 16 of Iri-san and Group 4 of Sherry-chan are currently in the middle of their 6th lap, so after waiting for those two teams, I too will take a break. Then, as I continued to wait for the moment the magical fungus spawned to insta-kill it, 30 minutes passed when Team 16 finally came. Good job. Go have a lunch break, they cheerfully responded with a yes, while noisily moving along. You could tell they had an easy time. I was asked would you like to eat together with us? But I refused them, saying I still had some work left to do. Then, about 3 minutes later, Team 4 came. They were the complete opposite from Team 16. Each and every member looked extremely tired. No, actually there was one member that was different. The group's leader Sherry-chan. Alongside her fatigue, I was able to see some negative emotions such as impatience and anger. Go have a lunch break and get some proper rest. When I told them so, the faces of the members of Team 4 lit up in relief. At this point, I sort of had a rough idea of what happened. Most likely, Sherry-chan was rushing ahead by herself, therefore neglecting to manage the condition of the team as a whole. Certainly, there might be a large gap between Sherry-chan and the other 9 members. However, that's exactly why Sherry-chan needed to conduct herself in a way that considered the others' abilities. This is exactly the case when a high-level player wants to clear a dungeon with lower-level players. In Mobius, this was called carry. However, common sense dictated that this wouldn't work unless the person doing the carry took into consideration the ones being carried. Still, it's not like she will obediently pay attention and listen to what I say. What should I do? While I worried about that, Sherry-chan was the one to open her mouth. We'll take a rest after another lap. Ah, this dumb girl. I was flabbergasted by this much stupidity. Sherry-san, we should take a break now. Right now. Our team isn't in first place, right? I don't want to take a break until we are. Still, we really need a break. I don't particularly need one. And, on the battlefield, there's never time for a break. Well, if you really feel the need to eat something, can't you do it as we walk? Her team members complained about it, but Sherry-chan undauntedly stood up against them. And, because she was a high-ranking mage in the 1st Royal Court Magician Division, those members gradually caved in. But, we are, quite what? First of all, the reason why I'm losing right now is because you all. Second Dono. And then, the moment Sherry-chan was about to utter a forbidden phrase, Sylvia's carrying voice wiped out her words. Hurriedly rushing up to this place from their patrolling were Sylvia and Iko. While patting the head of Iko as she clung to my waist like she always did, I spoke to Sylvia. Good job. It should be fine since I was about to call it for now. What happened? No. Nothing really happened. However, we remembered. Remembered? About what? That's right. We met that person. That's when I clearly remembered. That person? Met? As I tilted my head in wonder, the girls from Team 4 behind me became noisy. Thinking it had something to do with what Sylvia told me, I followed their gazes, and there. Long time no see. Second. It's been a while, Second-san. 2 people were there. A slanted-eyed young lady with brown hair and ringlet curls, and a dark-skinned female spirit with white, fluffy long hair. With the sudden appearance of this unexpected duo, Sherry-chan's resting problem became unsettled. On the other hand, with a celebrity like Cheery Lumberjack, a genius summoner, an earl's daughter, and an A-ranked adventurer, there's no way she would act selfishly. First, let's go have lunch. We can talk afterwards. Cheery said those words as a matter of course. Then, suddenly, she led us to the plaza the First Court mages were using as a place for their lunch breaks. The square quickly became noisy. I guess this is similar to a national idol suddenly appearing in some family restaurant. Even the captain Zephyr was surprised by the unexpected appearance of this celebrity. Guys, don't make such a fuss. Take a proper rest as you eat. Since it was too noisy, I gave them some instructions and then sat down in an empty space. After showing a bit of hesitation, Cheery sat down in front of me. Not fair, that's abuse of authority. Damn teacher, and other similar complaints erupted from all over the place. This Cheery, to think she was this popular. It's been a while since we last met, right? After setting up her lunchbox, she turned towards me and those were her first words. You said that earlier. I guess you're right, huh? Are you alright? Your head, that is. How rude. I'm alright. She seemed to be nervous for some reason. Her retorts aren't as sharp as before. Is that so? Well, let's start eating for the time being. Sounds good. Itadaki monsieur. Interest high. Hey, are you sure you're alright? When I retorted at her, Cheery blushed while saying my bad. I wonder when she changed to being the boke in both senses. Then, for about 15 minutes until we finished lunch, I had to endure a weird time with Cheery, not knowing if she was doing this boke act knowingly or if she was just like that. Sylvia was happy everyone around her was making a fuss, so she was just taking care of her bow while proudly sticking out her chest. Iko being Iko was crazily happy about eating like usual, and the Great Earth Spirit, Terra, was just smiling happily next to Cheery and saying nothing. Seriously, nobody helped me. Well, not like I expected their help in the first place. Hey, you, that thing you said earlier. I want to hear it too. While I was enjoying some after-meal tea, Cheery beckoned Sylvia before saying that. As Sylvia was tilting her head in wonder, she continued with you said you remembered something when you saw me, to which Sylvia struck her open hand with a fist as she remembered. I saw a girl who resembled you, Cheery Dono. He resembled me? Was it a noble, or a beautiful girl? She's there by that rock. See? HMPH. My. Isn't that just an ordinary person? She doesn't look like me at all. No. The one next to her. That Kokushi girl? Moreover, a girl with that terrible expression? Oh, it was Sherry-chan. I see. Was it that desperate feeling like she can't afford to lose? Or that envious impression she gives off? If I had to say she looked like someone, I would have to say she looks like the old Cheery. I feel somewhat refreshed now that this has been cleared. That's right. This is perfect. Why don't I consult with Cheery, who used to be like that? Hey, Cheery. Even I can't make such a terrible expression. What is it, huh? I suddenly noticed that it's not just my imagination that she's looking strange today, right? Why? Is it because we met after a long time? When I glanced at Terra, she just smiled. I don't know what that means, but it feels kind of annoying. You want me to bring Engelmers out? Please spare me from that. For now, I decided to mentally attack Terra. Then I turned to Cheery. That Sherry girl is, how to say it, you can't tell if she's got a sharp tongue or if she's just making fun of people. She's an honest student, however. She is rebellious and she doesn't listen to what you say. Earlier too, she was trying to ignore the instructions of taking a break and wanted to go for another round. Oh, I know the answer. It wasn't Cheery, but Terra, who responded. Even though she became so docile moments ago when the name of the Great Spirit King came out, it seems she had completely recovered and was even grinning now. Cheery, on the other hand, had her cheeks dyed in red and was hitting Terra in protest. Her team is currently in second place, so I'm sure she's working hard to get the first place. But I think that might be impossible because the team leader rushed ahead without a care in the world. The other members are exhausted. If I were to try to advise her, I think she'll just ignore me. I'd like to make her understand, but is there a good way to accomplish that? When she heard this, Cheery had a look as if she had come up with something for a moment. But then immediately her expression changed to one as if she had bitten on a bitter bug. It was Terra, who was feeling troubled for a while, who broke the silence. She is similar indeed, right, Master? Cheery had a sour face hearing the words Terra said. Most likely, she has a bit of sympathy with Sherry-chan. The answer is simple, second San. In order for her to understand, she has to make a terrible mistake once. Having her fail? Yes. Just like what happened, on a certain night, to Mast. Don't say a word more. Cheery immediately used Unsummon to send Terra back. I remembered. Come to think of it, this girl tried to capture the Prolin before me, and as a result of going in alone, she was beaten by the Mithril Golem, and she was unconscious. Her nose bleeding, and she peed. PTFFF. Seriously. Don't laugh. With a bright red face, Cheery was beating on my chest. Could it be that this girl has been acting strange because I saw her peeing herself? I get the feeling it's not just that, but that certainly is part of the cause. Second dono. It's about time. At this moment, the original schedule for the break time was over. Cheery reluctantly left while puffing her cheeks. Looking around by chance, I noticed the jealousy of the men was incredible. Serves you right. For now, I just showed them my middle finger. All right. After 5 minutes for preparations, the afternoon session will start. Don't forget to eat 1 banana per hour. When I gave my orders, each group gathered, started with their preparations and planning their strategies without me having to say anything else, as one would expect from soldiers who practice their formations without getting tired of it every single day. Now then, should I return to meet the boss? It happened just as I was turning my foot towards the Ngultram dungeon. Suddenly, Cheery pulled the hem of my clothes and said something. Hey, I came up with a good plan. Section. The method Cheery came up with. That was an exchange of the team members. The details were simple. Iri-san, the leader of Team 16, who are currently ranked first, will change places with Sherry-chan, the leader of Team 4, which are second place. When I talked about the team leaders being exchanged, Team 16 answered with if that's second San's order, and the Team 4 said by all means. Well then, what will happen to the two teams who had exchanged team leaders? Oh, that was fast. Team 4. 13th round. You're still at the first place. We did it. Second San. Can we keep the stamp card after we're finished? Suit yourselves. It was just as Cheery predicted. At first, Team 16 of Sherry-chan was in first place, but their pace dropped at about the 10th lap, and then at the 11th lap, Team 4 of Iri-san finally overtook them. The two didn't change. The self-paced, normal girl, Iri-san, and the girl who couldn't help but to run ahead on her own, Sherry-chan. It was obvious who was the better leader. There's a limit to one's own destructive power, and an individual's MP is also limited. Fatigue accumulates in both the body and the mind, and if an optimal solution, taking into account the number of factors in a comprehensive way, can't be found, the efficiency will without doubt decline. No matter how fast a racing car is, it can't keep going while having to tow several cars that have run out of gas. Naturally, it will even fall behind passenger buses. Sherry-chan might have already noticed what will happen if she keeps pushing ahead on her own. Even then, I wonder if she can't no longer pull back, or oh, you came, Team 16. 13th round. You're in second place right now, I know that. Having her breath rough, Sherry-chan gave me the stamp card in a desperate manner. All the other members of Team 16 continued walking unsteadily, looking completely exhausted. They might be in a worse shape than Team 4 this morning. Sherry-chan is certainly a top-notch racing car, a monster machine at that. Even after newly joining a team for the first time, if she can pull them this far, I can't question her ability. But if she could just look back at the other members, and adjust her pace, she'll surely be in first place now. However, she only sees what's in front. She only pushes forward. She can't adjust herself to the bottom members because she's just aiming for the top. Is her pride getting in her way? Or does this have some other strange meaning? I can only hope this failure will bring some sort of change in her way of doing things. Then, finally, the time limit came. Team 4 finished in first place. They were the only team that completed 17 laps. And, about the Team 16, they are taking too long, right? Besides me, Iri-san raised her concerns. The 9 other of Team 4 were also waiting with me for the arrival of Team 16. Team 16 had dropped further from the second place. Ignoring my words that they didn't have more time, they were now in the middle of the 16th lap, and they were the last team. Their rank was 5th. They had a strong determination. Sherry-chan is obviously good, but the other 9 from Team 16 aren't bad either. I'd like to give them some sort of prize. Second dono. We're back. Team 16 is right behind us. We're back. And so, Sylvia and Ika came a bit ahead of Team 16. Behind them, I could also see Cheery and Terra. It seems they were going around together. Cheery complained with an "Aren't these two a bit too tough?" while looking completely tired. Well, aside from the number of laps they did around the dungeon being different, the amount of accumulated experiences is also different. They are the rearguard and vanguard I'm proud of after all. Ah, Iri-san raised her voice unexpectedly. Immediately after, I found the figure of Sherry-chan by the entrance of the room. Sherry-chan's face was, yeah, one of anger. I have a bad feeling about this. 16th lap, good work. Your final standing is 5th. When I said so before pressing the stamp, Sherry-chan clenched her fists, and the stamp card being held in her hands tightly crumpled. Ah! Someone from Team 16 said a single word. She was one of the girls who was happy to hear they could keep the stamp card as a memento after they finished! Exclamation mark. Sherry-chan then looked back at the team members. It's all your fault. That was the expression she had on her face. I can still go for one more round. Why are you so exhausted for only this much? It's all your fault that I lost. All her frustrations and dissatisfactions, having accumulated this much, finally exploded. It's all your fault, she said. It's all because you couldn't keep up with me, she continued to rant. Certainly, Sherry-chan is more capable than them. It might be true that they were a drag for her. That's why her team members didn't say anything in return. However, she's wrong. You're wrong, Sherry-chan. I can't let you do this time. Then, I tried to step in. However, Iri-san started walking before me, approaching Sherry-chan. She's angry. I realized it in an instant. Turning to face Sherry-chan, she swung her right hand, and then everyone in this place thought Iri-san had slapped Sherry-chan. But that didn't happen. This was something I couldn't allow. Iri-san then met my eyes as I held her right hand up. At that moment, she had a confused expression, which immediately turned into one of regret. I was trying to slap a friend in a moment of emotional anger, that sort of regret. Smiling lightly, I released Iri-san's hand and then faced Sherry-chan. What is? She opened her mouth to talk, but before she could finish, making a fist with my hand, I hit her right in the face. Being blown back a few meters, Sherry-chan rolled on the ground and blood spilled from her nose after falling on her back and fainting! Exclamation mark. Everyone was both surprised and confused. I tried my best at carefully holding back before actually striking her. I never thought she would fly this much distance. This is bad. It's great I didn't use a skill. I only wanted to state the fact that I was the one who hit her, but this completely turned into an injury situation. No. No. There's nothing I can do to change what I've already done. Iko, heal her. Roger. Pretending to be as calm as possible, I gave Iko some instructions and then left the place. Just as I was leaving, Chiri said, "You're surprisingly good at taking care of people." Well, leave the rest to me. I wonder what's she talking about? Since I don't really understand the meaning of those words, I'll ask about it later. And then, night came. Chapter 73 Relaxation Journey, 3rd day. That guy, whom I met for the first time in a long time, was 10 times cooler than I expected. Or rather, he looked cool. I wonder what it was. After hearing he was coming to the Ngultram dungeon, my heart was pounding. And when I finally met him, far from getting better, my heart started beating faster and faster. I invited him to have lunch together with the lines I've been practicing over and over in my mind. So far so good, or so I thought, but apparently, from there I started acting weird. Seems like, when I see second in front of me, my mind goes blank and I just blabber nonsense. And the more I think about it, the worse it becomes. Seriously, this is the worst. I bet he believes I'm a weirdo. And Terra, being Terra, she was just grinning all the time, seemingly finding me funny. His companions too were acting at their own pace, making it hard to rely on them. And then him, even though 6 months have passed, he hasn't changed one bit. It was such a lunchtime, where I was a bit angry, but I also felt quite cozy. At that moment, I heard about a girl who was similar to me, a girl named Sherry, with round black hair that made her look like a coaxy doll, and a bit shorter than me. Apparently, she's the ace of the 1st Royal Court Magician Division. A rebel against 2nd, defiant attitude, easily offended, high pride, jealousy, high sense of self, frantic, inflexible. To my regret, the more I listened about that girl, the more I thought she looked like the old me. And, right now, she's fighting with her back against the wall, just like me at that time. No, she's being consumed there by herself. Even if she wants to admit it, she will never do so. She's fighting the same dilemma. I see. So, this is why Second dared to consult me. If I looked similar to her, then I might be able to understand her anguish. Fine, leave this to me. This cheery lumberjack is a woman who can properly return a favor. Somehow, I'm glad I was that enthusiastic. Even I didn't expect that he would punch a girl like that. That girl. She was blown away incredible fast. Her eyes turned white and her nose started bleeding. Isn't that worse than my state when I was hit by the mithril golem? You overdid it. I wanted to yell. I thought to admonish him. However, when I looked at him, that thought flew away. A sad, pained face. If I had to explain it, he looked exactly like the protagonist of the novel I read the other day. After stabbing the Demon King, killer of his parents, he found out it was actually his long-lost lover. And it was that same kind of expression, of suffering and love. That's right. I'm sure that Iri girl is Sherry's best friend. That's the reason he stopped her from raising her hand against her best friend from a moment's emotion and decided to turn himself into the villain. If she was beaten to that point, neither the people of the 4th group nor the people from the 16th group will say anything to her. Otherwise, her heart might break. Protecting the relationship between best friends and her team members, leading her towards the right path. Just how kind can he be? Should I call him a helpful person or someone really good at taking care of people? He's fulfilling his responsibilities as an instructor, and even going above and beyond. What's more, that clear mind that thought about it that far. I can only think of him as dreadful. Being this incredibly cool, super strong, gentle and smart. Seriously, he's the perfect person to become my husband. Iko, heal her. Heaving one sigh, he asked that cat to cure her. and then he quickly left. I see, I understand. I leave this to you is what you're trying to say, right? Yeah. Indeed I'm the right person. Me, who is similar to her. You're surprisingly good at taking care of people. Well, leave the rest to me. I said those words to him as he was leaving. My chest filled with confidence. I think I was able to say it quite normal if I say so myself. However, my voice might have been a bit higher. Yeah, he whispered a single word, alongside a smile with a tinge of sadness. Looking at that deep, neat face and that beautiful, clear voice, I couldn't help but to suddenly raise a high with a weird voice. This became a precious memory. Just remembering it gives me the strength to do my best for a whole week. After losing myself while I was seeing him off, Tara then asked something. Even pockmarks are dimples. Do you know that saying, Master? Section. You. When I woke up, I was in a dim-lit room inside the inn. I was beaten. Ara. Are you awake? Wah. I doubted my eyes. Next to me, sitting next to my bed was the cheery lumberjack. I immediately jumped up, correcting my posture. I can't let myself be seen as rude in front of the daughter of an earl. It's all right, you can leave courtesy aside. Still, I'm glad you don't seem to have any problems with your body. It's all thanks to the girl's healing magic. Now that she said it, my body indeed feels light. It doesn't even look like I received a punch to the face from that fool and fainted. His team member, the beast girl, healed you. But, with all due respect, that girl is. You're right. Most people, when they see her, would think of her as a shield bearer. Just as I tried to deny her words, Shiri-sama interrupted me and stood up. If you're fine now, how about we go for a walk? Yes, I'm all right. The two of us left the room. As I walked down the elegant boarded corridor, I could hear the pleasant hustle and bustle from the distance. The sun had completely set. I'm sure everyone's having feast right now. Suddenly, I remembered the words that I suddenly threw at my team members in a moment of anger. Even if I show up at the banquet, I won't be able to enjoy having dinner with them anymore. There's a part of me that thinks it's not a big deal, and a part of me that feels sad. I wonder what is this feeling? While I struggled with this problem which I couldn't find an answer to, Shiri-sama suddenly stopped walking. I was once brought to this inn by my father. Our current location was the courtyard. Shiri-sama sat on the edge and invited me to join her. This is a great place, isn't it? Yeah. The courtyard, being dimly lit by lanterns, was unrealistically beautiful, and even gave off an atmosphere of mystery. The sound of the water flowing, the sound of the grass and tree leaves fluttering in the wind, the sound of the tableware echoing in the distance, the voices of people, the coldness of the night breeze, the smell of soil, everything soaked deep into my body. Somehow, this mysterious sensation made it feel as if I was inside a dream. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I don't know how much time passed, but I spent it thinking. Before, you see, I felt terribly annoyed by him. Starting with a mutter, Shiri-sama suddenly began to talk, and as to whom him meant, I could immediately tell. He had the knowledge of how to capture the Prolan dungeon, and he was liked by my father. Thus, he was able to make a huge deal. One of tens of billions of CL. I was frustrated. I was shocked. Speaking of the Prolan dungeon, I heard it is a dungeon in the upper ranks of intermediate difficulty, and that no group that has tried to capture it has come out alive. No, that's not it. It appears that not long ago, a team has captured the dungeon all on their own. It can't be. Did you not know? Well, I supposed it's normal to not look up information about people you don't like. It seems that they did not only capture the dungeon on their own, but they also did many laps each day. The adventurers started to call them Prokichi, and nobody approached them in fear. By the way, the team itself consists of 4 people, but they captured it with only 3. I became speechless. Going around such a dangerous place with only 3 people is just crazy. Well, let's go back to the topic. At that time, I didn't know he was such an outrageous guy. That's why I snapped at him. I can't stomach him. I don't like him. It's making me sick. I was like that. Is that so? I unexpectedly felt sympathy. I didn't like that guy, so I snapped at him every time. Fufu. My case was worse than yours. wasn't it? After all, I'm the daughter of an earl. The bother was different. I guess you're right. That's not something to be proud of, but she might be right. Envy. I was jealous. Why did further like that man? Even with me. And thus, after a single day, the flames of jealousy could no longer be extinguished. What did you do? I will capture the Prolin dungeon before that guy. That way, father, and everyone else will have to recognize me. I was deranged like that, so I secretly sneaked into the Prolin dungeon at midnight. That is, obviously reckless. First of all, that is, without a doubt, a suicidal act. However, Chiri-sama is alive right now. As for why, I was somewhat able to foresee the reason. Just as I was about to die after receiving a single hit from the mithril golem, that guy arrived. Until that moment, I always thought of him as a summoner, but he wielded a sword. Then, while moving at a speed that my eyes couldn't follow, he one-sidedly overwhelmed the mithril golem with incredible swordsmanship and footwork. It didn't even take 2 minutes to settle it. That can't be. That's exactly what happened. I saw it with these eyes. And it's only now that I know what that was. It was spirit possession. It's an advanced skill that is unlocked by raising spirit summoning to grade 4. Grade 4. I'm feeling lightheaded. In other words, that means that guy is a first-class summoner. He's also a top-notch swordsman. Later I learned that he also is a first-class archer and mage. And I'm sure he must have some other hidden card. Our levels are in a different dimension. I could only think of that cliched impression. But it's only that. Why? Because it's impossible. Is he really human? I can't help but have my doubts. What's the difference between me and that guy? That guy's team members are the same. That bow and shield bear. How many rounds in the Ngultram dungeon do you think they made today? Come to think of it, I saw them many times. 128 rounds. Who? That's crazy. This I thought. They made 128 rounds in a dungeon that we could only painfully complete 16. Crazy. If that's not crazy, then I don't know what is. However, I couldn't even see dirt on them, let alone any sign of tiredness. I'm scared to think this might be normal for them. They're on a level where a simple round around the Ngultram dungeon is ordinary for them. That cat beast girl, Eco Leafret, she isn't just a shield bearer. Healing magic is her strong suit. That's why you're now alright even after being hit. I see, so that's the reason why. Any wound that was left after that man hit me completely disappeared as if there had never been one. Still, until that rant of mine, something like this never happened. Lastly, those words I said to try to protect my pride, hurt my team members. And even though my wounds have healed, those I inflicted onto them have not. You must have already noticed, don't you? About what you shouldn't have done. I don't know whether it could be seen on my face, but Chiri-sama looked at my face and said those words. I already know that. I've been thinking about that for some time now. That man's words are correct, but still, I wanted to bring out results with my own power. Otherwise, I would feel as if all my efforts have been in vain. Using the weapon called effort, I would win. Having everyone acknowledge me, and leave that man speechless, but with such reckless behavior, it was only normal to fail, and I, while blaming it on others, ran away. That is, since I didn't want to deny my past and future efforts, I ended up hurting them. My puny pride was protected, but in its stead, I lost their trust. Why couldn't I just be honest? Why did I become jealous? If I had thought about it more deeply, I shouldn't have gotten angry. I shouldn't have become impatient. I needed to be calmer and more rational. Regrets rained on me. But even if I thought like that now, there's no way to undo what I've already done. After calming down like this, I finally understood it. The price of envy, the price of being unable to back down, is incredibly big. I understand how you feel. You must be thinking that he isn't even trying to work hard and that he's just messing around. She hit the mark. After giving so much effort to become a court mage, that man overtook me in an instant with a face of not even trying. I simply hated that. You see, after that guy helped me, I was a tiny bit curious about many things. So you see, you investigated him a bit. Chiri-sama spoke with her cheeks tinged slightly in red. She looked girlish and cute, quite fitting for her age, making me a bit curious about the contents of the story. Listen and be surprised. That guy does work hard to a surprising degree. Although he doesn't usually show it behind the scenes, he keeps making quite the effort. During the prolonged dungeon rounds, he was so stoic and unperturbed, that I even grew tired by just watching. I suddenly began to think, I wonder if I ever made such an effort, of going around an intermediate class dungeon and capturing it, every single day, doing several rounds each day. There's no way I would. Even for a lower class, it would be almost impossible. At best, what I did was hunting monsters in a shallow forest. The one who wasn't working hard was me. That guy succeeds without working hard. And we struggle despite working hard. This is the difference that makes you envy him, right? Chiri-sama's analysis fell right on the mark. That's correct. When I looked at him, he always seems relaxed and with plenty of leeways. That's why I decided he's not working harder than me all on my own, and became jealous of him, probably, in order to reach a place far higher that we can't even begin to imagine. That's why he's working far harder than he can think of. Let's see. For example, an upper-class dungeon. That's probably right. No, I'm sure that's the case. I see. I was hit by such a person. I was a foolish woman who rebelled against him just because I didn't like him, who never listened to anybody, who was envious of him despite neglecting my own efforts, and who, despite all that, tried to imitate him stupidly and then rubbed off the responsibility on others when everything went wrong. It might be normal to be hit. I see, so it was that. The small justification and fragile pride that was in me collapsed at this very moment. I felt so stupid to have those feelings that before I knew it, a dry laugh escaped from my lips. If this was to happen, I should have sooner. How about it? Once you accept it, it becomes easy, right? Yeah, indeed. The pains in my heart were blown away as if they never existed. However, that's not the only problem. Just like magic, once it's shot, it can't be taken back. You might think it might be over for you, but that's just not the case. It's not what you've done, but what you will do what determines your own value. But, for me, a court mage, to have made such a remark, think carefully about the reason why that guy hit you. The reason? At first, I thought it was for Eri's sake. What would have happened if Eri had slapped me like that? First of all, our friendship would have broken down, without a doubt. The me at that time might have hurled some terrible words at her, hurting her deeply. That's the reason why he stopped Eri, right? However, a sudden thought came to my mind. If that's the case, then only stopping her would have been enough, right? There was no need for him to hit me. Can it be? Did he do it for my sake? No way to put a stop and make everyone forget about the previous me? That's just stupid. However, the more I think about it, the more I agree. As a result of that, my head had cooled down, and the sour feelings of those people might have died down, making my atonement a bit easier. And, like this, he also gave me the opportunity to talk with Chiri-sama. She has reflected on it since she was hit in such a flashy manner. Some people might think that, and probably because of that, at the banquet, the topic of my reckless behavior has been replaced with his brutality. Did he choose to become the bad guy? I might be overthinking this, yet, that may be the correct answer. Suddenly, my eyes felt hot. I thought everything was over. But, still, I can. Chiri-sama, when you made that mistake, what did you do afterward? I apologized. I thanked him and then ran away. I was too embarrassed to meet him face to face. Is that so? I might have done so too if he was the only person. However, he's not the only one I need to apologize to. If you don't run away now, you're amazing. You can show your resolve. Chiri-sama smiled happily. I could somehow understand her. That's what real strength is all about. It's all right if you're desperate or torn. You'll never have a chance like this again. This is the moment to fight. Don't you think so? That's right. This is the last and greatest chance that be gave me, gripping my fist. I then got up. Good. Well then, shall we go? Chiri-sama followed by my side, her figure so reliable it made me want to cry. I wish I could be as strong as her. While thinking that from the bottom of my heart, I stopped forward towards the banquet hall where everyone was. I'll reflect on it. It was the night after the lapse in the Ngultram dungeon ended. A banquet was held for the first Royal Court Magician Division in a grand way. I was sitting in the most important seat in the banquet hall at the inn, everyone excited to eat and drink to their heart's content. I'll reflect on it. However, if I could name one difference from a normal banquet, it would be my aspect. Of the group members who came to pour me sake, 8 or 9 out of 10 held a note in their hands and pasted it on me as they poured the alcohol. Each time that happened, I would loudly utter "I'll reflect on it." Immediately after, everyone in the hall would go "Ha ha ha, what the heck is this?" "I'll reflect on it." The note that was tagged to me right now had "I hit girls in the face" written on it. The place where they placed it was my forehead. Yeah, it really stands out. The note I had on my shoulder had come at me. "You shitty feminists" written on it. Who the hell wrote this? All right, let's remove it. I guess you won't minutes since this is a bit too extreme. You can't. It was useless. Damn you, Sylvia, and your strict sense of justice. All because of that personality of hers. She was so angry at me in the room before coming to the banquet, but I guess she's still mad. Crap. This makes it hard to eat. You don't usually put them in the forehead. I'm not a Jiangshi, Chinese vampire, you know. Hey, doing fine, boss. I'm not a ramen shop. Don't just lift it. I'm getting fed up with this. It's nice to be able to have the court mages open up like this, but aren't they getting overly familiar? Or is this how they usually are? They're even more annoying since they've been drinking. Second, is it fun? Is that fun? This isn't fun at all, so don't imitate them. After telling Iko that this wasn't fun, she went on a food gathering trip with a disappointed face. After a few minutes, she should come back with her plate filled with food everyone gave her. If I don't stop her soon, she might fall sick from overeating again. So I turned my gaze towards Sylvia. It seems the message was conveyed since she said to leave it to her. Noisy in a moment, from a corner of the hall a commotion started. It's Sherry-chan. She looked a bit crestfallen and shying away. Behind her was also the figure of Cheery. When my eyes met hers, she shyly gave me a thumbs up. I don't know what that means, but that's not important now. Meeting Sherry-chan midway as she walked up to me, we sat down and eyes her. I wonder if she's angry, I thought as I looked at her with a nervous expression. She stared at me with a face of puzzlement. Why? Thinking about it, I immediately noticed. It's the notes. Since I had notes on my forehead that read "Second source is for sadist, and shitty instructor specialist in making girls faint," I sneered at myself as if to smooth things over and talked to her. Sherry-chan, to be honest, I'm sorry for hitting you. I apologized while lowering my head. Sherry-chan remained there silently, with her eyes wide open. Second, you can have this. And at that moment, coming back from her food excursion, Iko approached me and stuck a note to my cheek that read "Natural born shit that someone must have given her. I'll reflect on it." Then, almost as a conditioned reflex, I shouted those words. I don't know how many seconds a silence fell upon the hall, but then the room was wrapped in a thunderous laughter. Foo, foo. Holding her mouth with both her hands, Sherry-chan was shaking a little. Great. It doesn't look like she's angry. That's what I thought. But the next moment, she started to cry for real. Even I didn't expect this to happen. What should I do? I stood up in a hurry and looked around. For some weird reason, Cheery was looking triumphantly at me, giving me thumbs up. Iri-san's group was smiling with an expression of "it can't be helped." Sylvia was looking coldly at me, and Iko, she was immersed in her food. Sorry. It was my bad. Hey, what's wrong? Oh? As I hurriedly tried to find out what happened, Sherry-chan slowly rested herself on my chest. When I caught her, Sherry-chan clung to me as she continued to cry. I have no idea what's going on. From the crowd, some people whistled, at whom Sylvia then sent a murderous glare. For some reason Cheery stared intently at us, and Iko, "Are you seriously still eating?" And then, continuing like this, the night ended on a noisy note. Chapter 74 Final Moves. Next morning, we left the commercial city Lenador early in the morning. Sherry-chan cried herself to sleep, and when we met again this morning, for some reason her ears turned red and she quickly evaded my sight. so it didn't turn into a conversation between the two of us. However, I could see her talking to Eri-san and the others, so it looks like it sorted itself out in the end. This is good. However, I'm a bit scared of the next time we meet. I don't know what she'll say to me at that time. It's a frightening mystery. And speaking of Cheery, she didn't ask and just said I'll definitely have to see House Firstist, and forced herself onto us. I made her promise to go back after seeing it, but I somehow get the feeling that she will want to stay sometime. Section. In such a way, the earning experience trip ended, and so did our little vacations. The members of the First Royal Court Magician Division all succeeded in raising their intelligence, albeit a little, by allocating all the experience they gained from doing Gultrum rounds onto their appropriate first form spell. With this, the Magic Curtain Squad has finally made its first step towards taking form. Ideally, they all should raise all their attributes first form spell to grade 9. However, there's a long way until then. Welcome home, Master. Since I messaged Yukari telling her that I would be bringing Cheery home, the servants greeted me all together despite the sun already having set. Regardless of her rank as the daughter of an earl, Cheery was visibly quite surprised at the unusual scale of House Firstist. Cheery, where do you want to stay? At this time of the year, I would recommend the lakeside. That is fine, I guess. After crossing the entrance gate, we continued from there a while more. Seemingly taken aback by the size of my house, which was many times larger than her family's, Cheery's eyes darted around as she looked at the scenery outside. Well, it's to be expected. This place is larger than the royal palace after all. I felt good having her make that nice reaction, so I contacted Yukari so that dinner could be as grandiose as possible. However, it seems that the chef Savura is sick and resting today, so only a decent meal can be prepared, at most. That cigarette bastard, he had to get sick at this important moment. When we arrived at the lakeside mansion, the only people waiting for us were Yukari and one maid. I think she was called Des if I'm not wrong. It's the red-headed little sister. It seems like she will be accompanying Cheery during her stay. Master Pistol has been successful on one more piece of equipment. Really? Sylvia and Iko both went back to their rooms, and Cheery was being guided to the guest room, and during that time, Yukari came to report this to me. The completed equipment was an Agama shell rock gauntlets and armor piece for the hands enchanted with an Agama, increasing the vitality of the wearer to 150%. It's amazing. With this, Iko will become tougher. I will give it to her later. Yeah, please do. Yes. And there's something else. Yukari then leaned over and spoke shyly while fidgeting. Even I, who was bad at reading this sort of thing, was able to properly notice it without Yukari having to finish her words. I stroked her head, slowly going back her neck, and made a promise to meet her tonight. Yukari's bashful look was, as always, cute, beautiful and bewitching. I know you are flirting, but... And then, wearing a pouting expression, Winfield talked to me, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. This is bad for my heart. Even though it's my house, she's like a phantom, appearing in unexpected places at unexpected times. The state of the conflict is moving, just as expected. She said such a thing looking as if this have nothing to do with her at all. Isn't this quite important? It's been a while since King Barwell ordered the disclosure of the official documents, and at last, they've disclosed them. In other words, they finished tampering with them in this short time. Yeah, not just the Second Night Order, but also with some voices being raised from the Third Night Order about the violation of the agreement. That person did great. Winfield clapped her hands as if to praise a student who properly finished their summer homework. This composure of hers feels reliable. Let's get there. Original official document. Okay, nice. It's time. Looks like it's my long-awaited turn. And so, can you please call Sylvia-san? Or maybe not just yet. Section. Inquiry about the criminal records. Yes. After dinner, Winfield was giving some instructions to Sylvia, who was sitting in the living room with Cheery. When you first met Second-san, you arrested him, right, Sylvia-san? That's right. It truly takes me back. Stop. Don't make me remember. I was just confused at that time. It just happened as a result of being extremely excited and having danced in front of that store. Only shame remains from that moment when I was arrested due to obstructing a business. In the end, they continued to doubt me and my excuses were useless. I want you to check the documents of that time. I don't mind. But, what is the meaning of that? It suddenly dawned on me. I'm sure Sylvia was previously instructed by Winfield to answer the Third Night Order's call and tell that something along the lines of that man might know something. Checking the criminal records this time must have something to do with it. Sylvia-san, when you were requested by the Third Night Order to show yourself, you reported various things about Second-san, right? As I was told, I only reported lies that would be advantageous for us. And now, it's about time those lies have been found out. The Third Night Order will be on guard against you, Sylvia-san. I see. In other words, I'm the bait. That's correct. The other party has become suspicious. They will think that there is something in the document of Second-san's arrest. I see. It might certainly be unavoidable that those who tampered with the official documents will think the other party will tamper some of them. Something similar to those people who think since I did it, it's a matter of course others will do it too. It doesn't matter whether you falsify it or not, Sylvia-san. After you go check it, they will certainly come to investigate. And that person who comes check on it will be the person in the position to deal with the official documents. Tracing it from there, we'll be able to find out the party behind the falsification of the official documents, and eventually reach the originals. Exactly. So that's why she set up this timing. Right now, when the other party is feeling overly confident, the Prime Minister hasn't noticed he's being played with yet. They haven't made a move. That's why, by having us, their opponents make a move on them, we will lure out the villain. Amazing, a method to use their confidence against them. I definitely don't want to have this girl as an enemy. Hey, can I say something? What's wrong? Was dinner not to your taste? Not at all. The food was delicious. That's not it. Hey? What? The toilet is at the end of the corridor at the right. As I said, that's not it. If it's not the toilet, then what do you need? It's cruel to treat someone who wet herself one time like this, don't you think? Cherry was getting more and more relaxed, so she was going back to her old retorting self. Gohan, clearing her throat, she regained her composure and continued. Is it alright to talk about that in front of me? Just by listening to the contents, isn't that a bit too dangerous? Well, it's fine if it's you. Is that so? You sure are trusting. Yeah, I do trust you. Specifically, I don't think that a person who wet herself in front of me will do something against me. I'll never let you forget the trouble you gave me that night. Leaving that aside, what's with this house? Isn't it beyond amazing? I think it might be bigger than the royal palace, and well built too, right? Seeing you poke your head into this political strife, aren't you trying to someday become the king? I don't want to be something like a king. I was just kidding. But what are you planning to become? The world's #1? That's something too vague for me to understand, but I guess there's no use in trying to persuade you. Everyone laughed at Cherry's reply. Then, after having a pleasant chat with her, the date came to an end. It was such a laid-back night that nobody would think we were in the middle of political strife. No, I totally forgot. The following morning, I sat on the sofa in the living room, feeling like a dried-out husk and gazed out to the lake's shore, my breath turning into a white cloud of vapor. Yukari, on the other side, was all fine and good, as she prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Are all dark elves like that? If that's the case, shouldn't it be better to change the name of their race to succubus? I won the game. I somehow managed to win, but I still feel like I lost. And, the terrible thing is, now it's clear that Yukari is still growing, and at a terrifying speed, almost like some extraterrestrial creature. At this rate, the third installment will be an overwhelming raid. Since the previous two have been hits, I'm sure the next one will have its budget increased. Surely, the third installment has a meaningless chase and shootout, in which the protagonist and the heroine will share a joyful kiss at the end of it, making it a happy ending. But in this case, let me think. The invasion continued without resistance as humanity was driven to the most remote places, but they still survived and continued to live. Yeah, I feel this certainly is a story like that, without salvation. And then, the fourth installment will be a shitty one, remembering the past. And the truth is, this is what happened, even though it will have an ending like that. The hype would have died down by then. No, it's not that the hype would die down. What I wanted was that simple and clear story, that pleasant and exciting action where they try to rescue the kidnapped daughter and fight the stupidly strong father who kills people left and right. Just that, not some useless dark, serious and opportunistic war in vain using some flashy CGI. In the first place, why was a supermassive blockbuster pretentiously forgetting about its originality and moving to simply earn more money? Master. What happened? No, nothing. It's just that you weren't answering when I called out to you. Sorry. I was lost in thought. Breakfast is now ready. I'm coming. And so, the day began as if nothing had happened again. I need to prepare some secret weapon against this extraterrestrial creature. And with that firm resolution in my heart, I arrived a little late and sat down at the table. Section. The contents of the official documents have finally come out. Your Highness, are you sure this is okay? Minister Eri visited the second Prince Main, and had a meeting about their future actions. Yes, the tampering is now certain. All we have to do now is wait without changing our posture. However, as time passes without any new evidence, it will be our faction the one who'll become cornered. An official document had been disclosed, in which the fact that an agreement between the R6 and the Second and Third Night Orders was not recorded was noted, making the current situation for the Second Prince faction a bit tough. They couldn't help now being suspected of false accusations and criticized for their use of politics. Evidence will come in a few days at the earliest. It looks to me that you're placing too much trust on that person, Your Highness. It can't be helped. He's my one and only friend after all, and he's beyond common sense in a lot of ways. You're not allowed to take measures. Since common sense doesn't work, let's stop trying to find sense in his actions. It almost makes me feel pity for the Prime Minister. Val, the situation may get worse before it changes for the better was a quote from the former British Prime Minister, Churchill, but they smiled as if they knew this would hold true. You've changed, Your Highness. You're like a majestic warrior before the battle. You're wrong. I have to act that way for that person's sake. The real me is just a weak coward, but I can finally act dignified even if it's just to farce. Let's just say we're quietly waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The fact we got to this point and cornered the Prime Minister like this is all due to you, Your Highness. Even if you don't think of it like this, Your Highness, it's fine as long as we, your subjects, see it this way. It'd be nice if that was the case. If I were to say that, he'd totally get angry, Maine whispered, but somehow, he had a smile on his face. With this, being the next king is. Eri smiled lightly. Then he opened his mouth, as he lowered his head. Well then, this is all I have to report. Let's move with him as the focal point from now on. Yes. Thank you. I leave it to you, Eri-san. By the way, Your Highness, how about you introduce him to His Majesty when you are assured of your succession to the throne? Please give this some consideration. Those last words of Eri broke the smile Maine had so far, turning it into a bitter one. How can I introduce that shrewd and outspoken friend? The more he thought about it, the more his stomach hurt. Chapter 75. Nothing to lose. No, it's almost unfair. Jaram, you still don't have information on that man? The Prime Minister, Valmoro, yelled loudly as he called the Third Night Order Captain, Jaram, into his office. Please wait a little longer. Jaram bowed down his head deeply. However, currently, he was having a hard time collecting information about Second. What about that dog? Didn't you say you planted one of your dogs with him? It took some time tampering the official documents. Yes. If you could give me a bit more time. Do it faster. This takes priority. Even if the suspicions are over, as long as that man is part of the Royal Court Magician Division, we'll know no peace. Yes. Although he had received an investigation report from one of his subordinates saying it seems that the dog switched sides, Jaram simply couldn't admit this right now, so he only lowered his head while his cold sweat dripped. I have to do something. This was no longer a situation where he could choose his means. After leaving that room, Jaram went back to his office and gave some mysterious instructions to a subordinate called Tender. This was the pseudonym of the head of the so-called dark side of the Night Order. It wasn't difficult to imagine why he was called so, since he was a man presiding over the shadows of the Third Night Order. It's a shame for that little girl. His clenched fist smashed on the desk. If this is how you're gonna play, Jaram was furious, yet his face smiled with a wicked grin. If you've turned to the other side, then I'll have to take advantage of you. What an idiot, to be caught just like this. Shortly after the Tender received his instructions from Jaram, he began investigating Sylvia Virginia. The Tender suspected that Sylvia had done something to the documents about Second's arrest, so to check those documents, he made his move after Sylvia had left. All without knowing this was a trap. You're someone from the dark side, right? And also, in quite a high position at that. Can it be, by chance, you're the top? The man captured by the skilled group in House Firstist called the IV Squad was actually the Tender. Why was the leader of the dark side of the Knights moving in person? There were many reasons for this. To have the ability to not mess up the job, to know the details good enough to understand the contents of the documents on the spot, and be a person capable enough to easily act on their own. Only the Tender could satisfy all these points, and above all, Winfield knew there was a reason why he had to do so. Careless, weren't you? And maybe negligence. At least, I wish you've used a subordinate besides yourself, Winfield said with a smile. Surrounded by several masked maids wearing all black, Tender remained silent. Just kidding. I know. Second-san, Sylvia-san, Beside-san, they're all on guard against your subordinates. At last, Tender reacted, if only a little. For Winfield, it was really easy to understand Tender's face. If one could add subtitles, it would be something like this. Was all of this your doing? Sort of. Indeed. Yes, in order to bring you out, I had Second-san join the 1st Royal Court Magician Division and do some military exercises. I made Sylvia-san return to her parents' home, and had Beside-san speak out in public, and like that, the dark side would have to devote some personnel to those places! Exclamation mark. He made a surprised face as if saying, "Can you read my mind?" Winfield didn't deny those thoughts, and while gently smiling, she opened her mouth. By the way, I don't think you'll be able to assassinate Beside-san. He has this ridiculous shield next to him. That slight sliver of hope of his was shattered. I'm looking forward to tonight. It'd be meaningless to torture me. Tender's eyes said so. I never said I would, right? Just after saying that phrase, Winfield laughed with a foo-fa-foo and left. It was only at night that Tender understood the meaning of those words. Section 2nd. Say-on, it's your turn. As soon as I returned from my job as a lecturer, Winfield came and casually approached me. It seems like Sylvia's bait operation was a success. Then that means it's finally time for the brainwashing? Yes, it's time for the long-awaited brainwashing magic. I couldn't contain my excitement since I'll be using this magic for the first time, so I headed to the basement of the servants' mansion while skipping, together with Winfield. There I found an untidy 30-something-year-old, tied-up old man, rolling around and surrounded by maids. What a poor thing. Well, it doesn't seem like he's into that sort of thing. Let's be done with this quickly. Then, as we spoke before, if you could. Roger. I answered like some sort of delinquent and then approached the old man. Crouching down, I rested my fingertips on his forehead. I already know how to use it. I just have to touch the other person's face. Think about what I want to brainwash about, and then activate the brainwashing magic! Exclamation mark. The old man had an expression of being taken aback. It succeeded. Probably. It really was a bit too fast. I took off his gag and then asked him a question. Who are you? Third Night Order's 9th Commanding Officer, Tender. My real name is Rednet. I work behind the scenes as the commander of the assassination unit under Jaram and the Third Night Order. How are you feeling? Terrible. The floor is cold, and the ropes are too tight. Is that so? I'll say this now, I won't allow you to commit suicide. Yes, I'm aware the content of the brainwashing was complete obedience. I made sure to put myself above everything else in his thoughts. After Tender's ropes were untied and he was freed, he crawled and bowed down. A surprised voice leaked from the surrounding maids. A success, I see. Second San, give him the order. Since this was way too easy, I, for a moment thought this was some sort of deceiving play, but since Winfield said it was a success, I guess it is. I then gave him order with peace of mind. Do you know the person who had tampered with the official documents? Yes. There are two of them. Catch the most important of the two, and bring him back here alive. Also, bring the original documents. Understood. We then went out of the basement. Tender bowed to me and immediately ran, vanishing into the darkness of the night. It's almost unfair, this brainwashing magic. Even with a limited number of uses, it's way too powerful. It would be terrible if someone did something like this to me. Specifically, if Sylvia was to be brainwashed, she could assassinate me. I don't think I'd have to worry about Iko and Yukari due to the difference in our stats. But with Sylvia's archery, she could suddenly snipe me and that would be it. It's all right. I won't let that happen. Winfield's words implied this worry was visible in my face. You know, this isn't reassuring. Now, it's time to go get the Vin's newspaper. Ah, in that case, let us. No, it's fine. I'll go. Winfield gave a simple refusal to the words of the maids. And then, she moved her gaze to me. I see. Guessing her intentions, I opened my mouth. I'm sure you're tired of keeping guard today. Get some proper rest. Why yes. Thank you very much, Master. All the maids bowed down to me with a happy look on their faces and broke ranks. Looks like Winfield would make a great wife, always supporting her husband. On the other side, I don't think anybody could hide anything from her. Thanks. It's okay, my beloved one. With a kiss on my cheek, she left like the wind. I always thought she wasn't interested in me. But, my beloved one? She called me my beloved one. I've caught him. This quick. Early in the next morning, Tender brought an old man in the late half of his 40s, just like Tender yesterday. The old man was tightly tied up, and some tears could be seen in his eyes as he trembled slightly. And the original documents are here. You brought that too? He was quite quick on this job. Probably. The people on their side thought that he would never betray them. Therefore, things were able to proceed this smoothly. Let me say it once again. This cheaty brainwashing magic is frightening. Ah, so soon, huh? Me too. I just finished. I wonder if it'd be in time for the evening edition? Winfield also came back with timing as if she had been expecting this. I then decided to ask Tender some questions. Who's this old man? The director of the Royal Archives. Are you serious? The corruption runs deep. Then, shall we do it to this person, too? Then, let's take these two, and bring them to Minister Rareye. We'll make them confess, right? Yeah, it feels like it's finally the end, right? Are you coming too? No, there's something I'm a bit concerned about. I wonder what's bothering her. Ah, I'm sure a lot of terrible things have been going on behind the scenes because of this stupid political fact-checking. Isn't everything clear already? Yeah. Sorry, you don't have to apologize. I was just wondering if there was something that even you didn't know. Indeed, I think there are a lot of things I don't know. I think her feeling of not understanding was further increased by this remark of mine. Master, I prepared a chair. So if you would. Oh, thanks. I moved in front of the director, guided by Yukari. He totally looks like a small frightened animal. Winfield, it looked like you and Master had a nice atmosphere going around you, huh? Whoa, Master. What a coincidence to meet you at this place. Wait, you, could it be? This is bad. It seems that she noticed I was a bit flustered by Winfield. As expected of Yukari, she's sharp to an excess. However, it's Winfield we're talking about, and she's skillful in talking. Well then, I think I should go do some investigation. Now you're useless? We'll have a talk after you're back. Yukari saw off Winfield in a freezing voice that felt as if it lowered the room's temperature a few degrees. This made the director tremble more. However, unlike with Sylvia, it seems Yukari is angry at the other person rather than at me. All right. I guess I should also get to work with my brainwashing. I then tried to my fingertips on the director's forehead, but since he was all sweaty and sticky, I didn't feel like it. How about his nose? Nope, it's too greasy too. I don't really like it. That's right. The jaw is fine. With my fingers on his jaw, I proceeded to use brainwashing magic. Hey, what weird thing are you trying to do? And to a tied-up old man, Cheery, who had just gotten up with perfect timing, came to the living room and made a terrible misunderstanding. It took me an hour of excuses to finally convince her to leave and finished applying brainwashing magic to the director. Section. Phew, Master. It looks like you're as jealous as ever. Winfield, who had run away from Yukari's cold gaze, was taking a breath behind the shrubbery near the front entrance. Why did she decide to hide there? Well, as expected of their master-servant relation, she knew Yukari all too well. TCH, did she escape? Yukari, having come out to follow after Winfield, returned to the front door while clicking her tongue. When she said we'll have a talk after you're back, she was lying to have Winfield let her guard down, and when Second wasn't looking, she came out after her. This was something typical of Yukari. The psychological warfare between these two women was so fierce and daily, that it was hard to imagine they were actually in a master-spirit relationship. Well then, what should I do? Winfield tried to turn her feet towards the capital, while at the same time thinking in parallel about how to investigate the darkness in the kingdom and how to wrap up this issue with Yukari after coming back. At that moment, a carriage approached. It stopped in front of the mansion and two people descended. The butler, Cubero, and the stable master, Just. If she were to right now jump out from the bushes, she could be seen as playing a prank on them and scaring them. After thinking so, Winfield decided to sneakily leave from the back, and so, she turned right, but she suddenly stopped, hearing the unexpected conversation between the two. Still, I'm worried about Severonichin's condition. He looked bad. Yeah, I'm worried too. And even if he says he's just a bit sick, it feels somewhat strange. Why don't we try and consult with Second Sama? But, with Severo refusing this much, you worry about what he says, huh? I don't want to think about that. However, is it alright to not think about what to do in the case of an emergency? After all, let's consult it with S. Hey. She appeared in front of them and called out. She was no longer thinking about if she would surprise them. Tell me the details on that story. Her demanding face had a very unusual grim expression. Chapter 76 Wounded Beast. After taking the brainwashed director of the Royal Archives to Minister Rai, it became a tumultuous development. First of all, Minister Rai set up a meeting with King Ba well before the Prime Minister could notice this. He gave priority to giving this information to the king the fastest. Secondly, the protection around the second Prince Main was upped. And finally, acknowledging my contributions to bringing these facts to light, a reward would be prepared for me. Why was the need to increase the security around Maine? This was because of Winfield's instructions. I don't know what the Prime Minister, and by that logic, the Empire, will do after being cornered, she said. She elaborated on that we should consider the possibility of Maine being assassinated. I personally didn't think they would do something this stupid, but it's been said since ancient times that you shouldn't reach your hand out towards an injured beast since you can't be sure what it would do. So, just to be sure, his security was strengthened. On the other hand, about my reward. I asked the minister if it wasn't too soon for that. However, he said it was rather late. It seems he heard from Captain Zephyr and the 1st Royal Court Magician Division about me, and I had been greatly praised for some reason. What the heck did that Zephyr say? Incidentally, it seems these two were in such good terms that they would often go out for a drink. I wonder if they feel like kindred spirits, both being bald and all. It's also my role as a minister to make connections with excellent people like you. Minister Rai spoke without trying to conceal his intentions while adjusting his glasses, which gave off a little shine. Honestly, I thought he looked so cool, even though he's bald. Yeah, even though he's like barcode bald. Trying to cover his head with that little hair left makes him look balder. How strange, if in the not-so-distant future I am to become bald. I just hope I am bald and not something like this. While I thought about something banal like this, It became time to meet King Barwell. It was less than 30 minutes since I arrived. It was quite fast. There were 3 people present besides the king, Minister Rare, the director of the Royal Archives, and me. The minister and I were pretty much extras. The protagonist today was the director. The kind was visibly taken aback despite his position. After all, the main offender in the falsification of the documents came forward to confess and also brought with him proof that validated the original documents had been tampered with. The director insisted that these alterations were done under the orders of the Third Night Order Captain, harem. In addition to this, he also confessed that he had been threatened by having his family as hostages, and then, using his position, he had to involve one of his subordinates. "Why are you confessing now?" The director answered King Barwell's questions while in tears. He gave me a chance. With this, I am now freed. The director had a face as if feeling like that. I think that probably because of the brainwashing. He felt as if I had truly given him this opportunity, so that's why he said it like that. After contemplating the director's resolute confession, King Barwell crossed his arms and immersed in thought for a while. Then he opened his mouth. It seems this dangerous suspicion was correct. Now that we have concrete evidence, I will have to make a decision. And this was the end of Prime Minister Valmoro. Section. Severus-san is dependent on Caramelia. He consumes it every day since it helps him not remember his debt-bearing wife. Furthermore, he's not the only one. In the royal capital, there are a large number of people who are addicted to it. Addicted? As soon as I returned home, I heard this as a result of Winfield's investigations. The contents were far beyond what I expected to hear. Every holiday, it seems he went to buy it from a seller, who was hiding in the royal capital. And that seller is bringing the price of Caramelia higher and higher, to the point where it is no longer something easy to buy. Is his sickness because of withdrawal? This is bad. I never thought about drugs. Do potions work? This is more like a disease. By principle, they don't work. Do potions not work for diseases in this world? Rather, Mobius never had any diseases or drug dependency, so I'm not sure how to deal with this. If it spreads more than this, it will become really dangerous. Have you found out the source of it? The sacred country Camel. I heard Besaid-san saw the dealer several times as he went around, and that person used the Camelian churches to hide inside the kingdom. Whoa. The sacred country Camel. This was the name of a troublesome country. The sacred country Camel was a religious country where the state religion was the Camelian religion. Players needed to visit this country in the quest that was required to learn the healing magic recovery. Large, however, everyone had a strong impression that this was a terribly fishy country. Simply put, it was a dog-eat-dog country that invaded other countries and made money using religious reasons. It seems like, while the kingdom was busy dealing with the empire, they wanted to take a bite at it. And the Caramelia, was this a drug used in preparation for that? Yeah, because it looks like simple cigarettes. It has become quite widespread. I'm certain the sacred country wanted to use Caramelia to bring the kingdom to the negotiation table and push for an unequal treaty. Misfortunes just keep piling on this kingdom. However, it can't be helped since it is spread this much. We have no choice but to think about how to deal with it. Should I talk to the king and ask him to ban Caramelia? If that's the case, the price of Caramelia will shoot further up. It will become the perfect market for Camel-chan. Hey, stop that. This isn't something to joke about. People related to me have been its victims. Sorry. But, that's right. I wonder if it'll have to be regulated? Would it be a better choice to have it thoroughly regulated? I think so. It would be a less objectionable option, but I don't think the sacred country Camel will stay silent. After all, they'll be making less money. Seriously, how troublesome. I'll talk to Barwell about it. Yes, please do. Well, there's a limit to what we can do ourselves. Just when the issue with the Imperial operatives was about to settle down, this time is the damn sacred country. After heaving a sigh, I opened the evening edition of the newspaper in the quiet living room. Just after dinner, the main contents are about the falsification of the official documents. Here, it was written in detail about how the director of the Royal Archives had tampered with the official documents by the order at the captain of the Third Night Order, harem. Furthermore, It was strongly argued that the three leaders, the Prime Minister, and the captains of the First and Third Night Orders should take responsibility. The king had already learned this fact, and those three will be held accountable tomorrow. Most of the people had come to support the Second Prince faction, and the imperial operatives had gone underground. No matter where one looked at it, they could no longer win at it. And so, with this, the political strife had come to an end for the time being. It seemed both quite long and very short. I personally think this was a one-sided political conflict, just like that sugar hierarchy analogy, getting cornered slowly, and without being able to notice what was coming to them until the last minute. However, this political dispute originally began with Yukari's former master, the late Duchess Lucia Icene. Even if this didn't have the conclusion that Yukari would have preferred, for the time being, she got herself a reliable spirit and has settled down on it, so I guess it's a decent outcome. Winfield. Yes? I called out to Winfield and tried to say my thanks, but I felt there was something weird, so I stopped. For her, this political dispute was a game. And I was a piece. That being the case. Good game, Fufu. Well, thank you. We understood each other well enough about the gratitude and effort without having to specifically say it. For us, this was enough. Section P. Prime Minister, how are you? Prime Minister, the following morning, aware of the arrest of the director of the Royal Archives, the captain of the Third Night Order, Jaram panically rushed to the office of Prime Minister Val. At this rate, I'll be held responsible with those thoughts in mind, he came to beg to the Prime Minister. However, the Prime Minister was surprisingly calm, given the circumstances. No, at first glance, he looked calm and composed, but inside, his rage burned like a firestorm. 20 years had passed since he entered the kingdom's inner circle as an Empire agent. Little by little, without letting anyone notice, he moved slowly and passed information over to the Empire as he continued his work, and finally, the walls protecting the kingdom were falling, and he had stopped the First Prince from growing properly and independent, making him the ideal puppet. Nobody could understand his anger. Nobody knew how he felt by having all the effort and hardships he spent half his life overcoming, being shattered in an instant. The high tide, huh? He muttered a few words. High tide? Ignoring Jaram's question, he slowly opened a locked drawer at the bottom of his desk. It seems like I was building a castle of sand from the very beginning. I was careful and tried my best to build it with precision so that it didn't collapse. But I guess I can only do it so far. Are you giving up? There's no way. It was the high tide. It's the right opportunity, didn't I say? What the Prime Minister took out from the drawer was a single dagger. If you can't build a castle, you just have to take it. Section Val. Klaus. Jaram. You'll be placed in house arrest for an indefinite time. This punishment will be announced later. Memphis, for you, I'll give you a 2-year pay cut. Yes, these people were gathered before King Barwell as he handed down his judgment. Prime Minister Val was expressionless. Klaus, the First Prince, bit his lower lip, and Jaram, of the Third Night Order, was shaking with his face bowed. The captain of the Second Night Order, Memphis, accepted his punishment without saying a word of complaint. Also, we will also reward Second Firstist, the special lecturer of the First Royal Court Magician Division, for his merits. Is there any objection? When Barwell spoke to this point, the Prime Minister quietly raised his hand. What is it? Speak. It's not an objection. This person will eventually be irreplaceable to our kingdom. I fear it might be better to take some action before he gets the attention of the masses. This was a remark that was unlike the Prime Minister. Are you changing sides? Was something everyone present thought. What do you mean by taking action? Take him into the royal court before he is taken in by some other noble. It's only this before people spread this information. When word gets out, every minute might count. Indeed, Barwell was also convinced of this. Even with just the king's information network, he was aware of the immense power of this man named Second. He certainly wanted to avoid a scenario where this power was monopolized by some noble or in the worst case, stolen by another country. Haste is also a virtue, Your Majesty. That's right. His reward will be given this afternoon. Eri, are the preparations ready? Yes, everything is ready. Minister Eri shared that same belief that early was better. Therefore, the preparations for the award ceremony had been in place since the day before. However, he couldn't understand what the Prime Minister aimed at with this. What the hell is he up to? While I struggled to find meaning in that, afternoon soon came. Section. When I was called for the award ceremony and came to the court, I was told to meet with the king first, and was guided to the room where Barwell was waiting. As soon as I entered the room, Barwell greeted me. So far, everything was as expected. However, I didn't think this would be a one-on-one talk. As I faced Barwell, silence flowed for some time. He was the one to break the silence as he spoke. "I'll reward you. Is there anything you want?" "Something I want. Is anything all right?" Then another ring of pursuit. "No. It's hard to pass an amplification bracelet." "No, but, what about a choker of giants?" "Not good. There are too many things I want." "Or rather, I'd want to avoid feeling disappointed for asking something I could buy later on. Is it possible to choose later?" "Sure, I don't mind. Then, at the award ceremony, I'll give you only a certificate." At my response, he said that took you some minutes, and laughed. "Oh, he's surprisingly flexible." And again, silence flowed. Barwell might be a quiet person in the first place. Since I thought it was a good moment, I started to talk about that thing. "There's one thing I want to report. Currently, there's a cigarette called Caramellia in circulation in the royal capital. However, this is an addictive drug. The sacred country Camel is bringing it in, and it's becoming quite prevalent inside the country. I ask you to please regulate it as soon as possible. Is this true?" "It's from reliable information." "Understood. I'll take measures immediately. Thank you for this information." Whoa. This went faster than I thought. And he even thanked me. This old man, he's a good person despite being a king. Totally different from the time at Mobius. Ah, I see. This is the connections that the minister was talking about. Please worry not. I will not leave the Castle Kingdom. Instead, I'd like not to be bound by anyone. Is that so? I'm relieved to hear that. Even if you don't become an ally, as long as you're not an enemy, that's fine. He was quite upfront about it. I see, so this is the reason for this being a one-on-one. How much do you know about me? I have ears in the Royal Great Library, and also, in the library of the Royal Magic Academy. Do you know Silk, the former subordinate of the director of the Royal Great Library, Palomar? Ah, that fat old lady with puffy fingers. I got my information from those two, and with the information available from the general public, I made a guess. As a result, you guessed my secret lies in speed reading? No, the secret is something that allows fast reading. And that something is a thing you possess. Also, it's possible to teach it to your team members. Amazing. He pretty much guessed it. Haha, don't make such a scary face. I won't tell you to teach me that something. However, can I leave Maine in your hands? Barwell said that with a gentle smile. That remark was like virtually lying the next king's position to him. However, that's not what bothered me. Barwell had a face like there was something he couldn't say, almost as if he knew he didn't have long left. "You should be alright for at least the next 5 years," I thought to say. But I wondered if it was alright for me to say it, so I swallowed those words. This world was similar to Mobius, but it was also different. The possibility that Barwell's condition was worse than what it was back on Mobius is not zero. Your strength and its secrets are probably something unique. I'm not trying to imply you use them for the country. However, I'd like for you to help one person, Maine, as far as your friendship allows you to help him. I wish not as the kind of the country, but as the parent of the man who'll eventually become the king. Somehow, this gave me a nostalgic feeling, like when I went to a friend's house to play, back when I was junior high, and his mother told me please get along with my son, and he became embarrassed and said don't say unnecessary things with a rebellious attitude. The relationship between parents and children is something itchy, even when viewed from the side. I replied to Barwell shilly while scratching the back of my head. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do as much as you ask, but if he finds himself in trouble, I'll help him. I'll point out when he's wrong. I'll invite him for a drink when he's depressed, and celebrate with him when he's happy. That's what friends are for, right? Without a doubt. I couldn't have said it better. I guess I didn't have to ask you this, Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, the one-on-one meeting was over. I went back to the waiting room and waited alone for the award ceremony to start. The preparations are complete. Please, accompany me. About an hour later, a maid came to pick me up. You surely made me wait. While cursing in my mind, I followed behind the maid. Section. Huh? Here? First of all, greet your majesty. After that, we'll head to the throne. The place where the maid led me was Barwell's room, the place which I had visited an hour ago. Is that so? With no doubts in my mind, I followed after the maid. Excuse me, your majesty, I should have noticed. It was strange for a simple maid to go inside without even knocking on the door. It was strange that, even after having met already today, I was asked to come and greet him. And, I should have been wary of the wounded beast. Following the maid, I went inside. First, the smell of iron reached my nose. Then, I doubted my eyes. The whole room was dyed in dark red as if someone had scattered ink. And at the center, a person was lying down. A blond old man lying on top of a large pool of blood. His carotid artery had been slashed. And before I knew it, the figure of that maid was nowhere to be found. Probably she wasn't even a maid. It might have been a subordinate of Tender, I said to myself. That's what the calm part of my brain thought, but the rest of it was boiling so hard that I couldn't think of anything. Murdered, not Besaid, not Maine, much less me. King Barwell Castle was murdered. Behind me, a maid screamed. Unlike the maid in disguise that guided me here before, she was probably a real maid. What is this noise? What have you done? Seemingly with the preparations now in place, Prime Minister Val appeared. And while spitting some clearly predeterminate lines, he acted astonished. Lured by the voice of the Prime Minister, people started to gather one after the other. Among them were Klaus Main, and Minister Rareye. Being a suspect? Proof of innocence? None of that mattered now. Don't you think you can escape? Ah, how terrible. Jarring. Yeah, what should I do with this jarring guy? A wave of anger that I didn't quite understand, quietly raised to my lowered head. Chapter 77 Walk. I wonder if it was because we shared a laugh just now, or maybe because he was the father of a friend. Seeing Barwell lying down on the cold floor, thinking that he will never talk or laugh again, caused something indescribable gush out. Prime Minister. I searched this man's waiting room and found this. Two men, allegedly belonging to the First Night Order, came to this room while carrying a dagger's sheath. Ah, so it's going to be like that. While being in shock, I failed to notice a single dagger, most likely the murder weapon, lying on the floor. The handle resembled the sheath the knight was holding. So, I guess it's a scenario where the murder weapon's bearing sheath was found in my waiting room. Ho. He's the criminal. And here's the proof. Apprehend this man immediately, the Prime Minister yelled while pointing at me. At the same time, several knights approached. Anglemas. I performed spirit summoning just like the first time. That is, as flashy as possible. As I said that, Anglemas manifested himself in front of the knights. As red-black lightning flashed throughout the place. The knights, together with everyone else in the room, retreated one step back due to the awe-inspiring existence that suddenly appeared. This is my chance. On your knees. Understanding my goal through my thoughts, Anglemas used it without wasting time. What is this? Even though we were indoors, a roaring storm ran throughout the place. From above to below. Being more specific, a wind that makes you crawl. This was the same mysterious skill he used the first time I summoned him, activating it simply because he didn't want any person to have their head above himself. By the way, the binding thunder was not usable this time since it only works on spirits and their masters. Well then, I purposely walked gracefully as I said those words, and stood right in front of the Prime Minister, who was prostrating himself looking similar to a crushed frog. Even though he was doing his best to try and endure wind, as expected, the Prime Minister wasn't able to move. That meant you outdid yourself this time. I could one-sidedly do anything. At this point, I'm sure the Prime Minister was pissing himself out of fear. Still, I couldn't bring myself to put him down. I mean, that would be like saying I'm the real culprit. It's full of holes. I don't understand the meaning of killing Barwell. I also don't understand why do it with this timing, of all things. I don't know why there was a dagger's sheath in my waiting room. I mean, if I were to kill anyone, you would be the first one I'd kill, right? I could easily do it now, right? Also, isn't a sheath usually left inside the inventory? Still, right now I don't think I'll even need a dagger nor a sheath. I crouched down a little in order to look him into his eyes as I said that. The Prime Minister clenched his jaw in a desperate effort to hide the sound of his clattering teeth, as he trembled. My second. If you kill him here, you'd look more and more like the culprit. But I just can't stand him. At least I think I should take one of his legs. I'd love to agree with you, but there's more to it. It's better to leave this to Winfield. Well, there's also that. This is exactly what it feels to not being able to contain your anger. However, if I mess up the Prime Minister at this point where there's no clear evidence that he was the one who killed Barwell, I couldn't help but been seen as being caught in the crime scene and becoming desperate. And, even if the evidence is found, that doesn't give me a good enough reason to kill the Prime Minister. My opponent is the King's murderer. This is a matter that should be judged properly, fairly, and justly. So, the first thing should be to clear my innocence. I've calmed down. This is why you're my second. Right now, I should withdraw. This is by no means me running away. I simply need to temporarily withdraw to properly deal with this piece of shit. It's not like I've lost. I haven't lost to this bastard or the Empire. The number one in the world knows no defeat. Tell this to your Emperor, you shithead. It might have been because of your dogma, or maybe this was the intention of the Marubel Empire, but you've touched something that shouldn't be touched. Kicking the Prime Minister's arm, he flipped and landed on his back, not being able to offer any resistance. The Prime Minister was crushed under the power of the wind and remained in that sadly and pitiful state with his belly uncovered. Do you have a way to communicate? You do, right? Remembering what Winfield said before about there's the slight chance, I spoke. Yeah, if I remember correctly, she said it. If Maine's life was targeted, then that meant the Prime Minister. Team limited communication, right? You thought I wouldn't know of it? Had made a team with someone of the inner circle at the Empire. The same holds true even if the target was Barwell. It's impossible for him to arbitrarily decide to kill the king of a virtually enemy country. In this short period, he must have been in contact with someone from the Empire. This, in of itself, proves the Prime Minister had some means of quickly communicating with the Marubel Empire. If you ask me, it's really easy to form a team. All the members who want to become members of that team need to complete the team formation quest, and all they have to do to achieve it is to capture a lower-class dungeon. It isn't weird for the Prime Minister to have teamed up with someone from the Empire. Rather, with such a convenient method being available, there are no spies that do not take advantage of it. It looks like my guess was correct. Cold sweat was visible on his face, and he became completely silent, all the while avoiding my gaze in a completely guilty manner. Hey, why not asking for the Emperor's help using that convenient communication method? Just tell him that his spy was discovered and is now in a pinch. Before everyone's ears, I revealed, again and again, the fact that the Prime Minister was an Imperial agent. With the existence of team-only communication also revealed, the Prime Minister should have a bit of a harder time moving now. Some of them might not believe this, but at least the seed of doubt should be instilled in them. After that, I made fun of the Prime Minister, gloating in satisfaction. However, my anger did not subside. Trying to calm down my irritation, I breathed a sigh. Then I turned towards everyone to bid my farewell. Watch carefully. I won't run away nor hide. I'll simply walk out from this room, from this court. Stop me if you want. Arrest me if you want. I will simply walk. I'll walk out of this place. Remember this. As I threw those caustic words in anger, I turned my back on them, and simply walked out of the room slowly, one step at a time. The top of the world isn't allowed to run away. Even more so in the face of an enemy. I didn't run away. I didn't lose. Evidence of that is the fact that I'm just walking right now. Were they that pressed by my soul? Angelma's winds should have lost effect for a long time now. However, there was not a single person coming after me. I'm sorry. As soon as I returned home after contacting them, I was welcomed by a clinging Windfield, who was apologizing to me while in tears. This was the first time I've seen her so broken down. She's been helplessly saying all this time that you might hate her now, Master. Besides her, Yukari smiled dryly as she spoke to me. Her expression was also surprising since it was completely unlike her usual one. Winfield's dismay seemed to have been considerable enough to make Yukari look like this. It's okay. Don't worry about it. This was not your fault. But it wasn't the second prince. It was the king, the one assassinated. Even if there was a tiny possibility, I should have. That's wrong. It wasn't about preventing or not preventing that. I simply hate the people who would go that far as to do that. I simply lost my temper a bit there. Oh, my second. Is it okay to call all that pressure back there losing your temper a bit? Since Angelmas started to get noisy, I used Unsummon to send him back. Otherwise, the story will be needlessly complicated. After he went back, I took a short breath. When I casually glanced at my side, I found Sylvia shaking while gripping her fist. I won't forgive them. Not only did they kill His Majesty, but they also made you, Second Dono, look like the culprit. Calm down, Sylvia. What would you accomplish getting angry here? But, are you going to let that scoundrel do as he pleases? Don't worry about that. I won't leave them alone. But first, I need to clear the suspicions on me. That's why I don't get so angry. I said that as calm as possible to try and soothe the furious Sylvia. However, I kind of like her being like this. Maybe I find her sense of justice refreshing, or maybe it's her zeal or her integrity. I feel there aren't that many people out there who would get this much angry for the sake of others. Thinking that Iko might be surprised to see Sylvia with such a threatening attitude, I looked at her, but as expected, even at times like this she was still doing everything at her own pace. She was happily sleeping while her chin was on top of the table and her hands extended over it. That might be why a sleeping child, Nayuko, can also be read as a cat. Neko. Oh Iko, please stay like this forever. I'd love for you to keep being the companion that heals me with her presence. Sorry, I've calmed down. As my thoughts drifted towards Iko's healing sleeping face, it seemed like Sylvia regained her cool. However, it is pretty bad. Huh? You're currently being suspected of having killed the king, right, Second Dono? Yeah, but Main and Minister Eri seem to think that as a lie, from what I could see in their expressions. I'm not worried about them. However, the Prime Minister and the Captain of the Third Night Order are another story. If you leave them alone, I'm sure they will make you look like the real culprit. Ah, I see. After all, the king, who ordered them to be placed into indefinite house arrest, is now dead. This was a big deal for the kingdom, but it seems that it will not be enforced now. Now that the king has died, the prime minister will become the highest-ranking official in the kingdom, except for the royal family. I see, so he was aiming for this. Why, sorry. I'm fine now. And, now Winfield returned to her normal self. After separating from me, she returned to her usual brisk beauty expression. And then, she opened her mouth as if waiting for this moment. If things go on like this, it will turn into a civil war, probably between the first prince and the second prince. Then, in other words, the first prince faction will try to claim the throne for Klaus, saying he is the rightful heir. Indeed, a battle between the factions will break out about who will become the next king. Well, that will not be particularly a problem, I guess. It will not be a problem. Why? Without doubt, the second prince will win, or rather, will be made to win, and then, the suspicions on you will automatically clear up. Second San, if you say so, I guess it'll be like that. Then, what will be the problem? The sacred country camel. Ah, now that I think of, there was that. I've noticed something quite troublesome, Second Dono. What's wrong? Aren't the talks about regulating Caramelia gone now that the king has been murdered? Whoa. That's right. After all, this was something that I talked with Barwell just before he was killed. He wouldn't have time to talk about it with others. It might turn out fine if I talk about it with Minister Rai. but I don't think right now will be the time for that. With the kingdom split into two and the fight for the succession between the two princes' factions, right now the regulation of the Caramelia is the least of their worries. That means, we'll need an important person who can move separately from the key figures. Oh, in that regard, I have already someone in mind. It's all right. Okay, I leave it to you. Really? Is it okay to be that easygoing about it? If Winfield says it's okay, it's simpler for me to just leave those decisions to her. I decided to stop thinking about the Caramelio issue for now. By the way, there's one thing that bothers me. What is it? Sylvia? You don't know where the toilet is at? Don't treat me like I'm cheery. That's quite the interesting comeback, but considering the person in question isn't here, aren't you just speaking ill behind her back? Sorry, that was not my intent. That's not it. What's bothering you? Second dono. Why didn't you kill the Prime Minister? He didn't have many escorts, right? I believe that should have been a good time. Ah, so that's where she's coming? I certainly wanted to kill him at that time. My feelings screamed that I killed him, but now that I've been calming down, I think I made the right choice on not killing him. If I was to kill the Prime Minister at that moment, the majority of the people would think that I was also the person who killed the king. The only one benefiting from it would be the Empire and the sacred country. I see. Then, how about killing everyone from the First Prince's faction? Hey, don't say such unsettling words so easily. They are the same as ants, in the way. There are thousands of them. I don't think you understand. Then, how about sneaking into the royal castle, and have Second Dono kill the Prime Minister and everyone implicated? Don't be stupid. What am I? A killing machine? What a rude girl. Seriously. Right? When I turned to Yukari asking that with my expression, she responded with one of "Is she wrong?" To be honest, I think that if it's you, Second Dono, you'd come back unscathed after going against thousands of people. That's impossible. I could deal with thousands of monsters, but thousands of humans, that's impossible. Monsters have a fixed behavioral pattern. However, humans move as they will. You can't easily risk your life as long as you're not certain about all the irregularities that might happen. My principle is to fight only when victory is certain. Or rather, I don't even want to think of how killing thousands of people might feel like. I'm a little surprised at the thousands of demons part. Then, how about using that girl? That girl? Ah, that's right. One animal, one existence comes to mind, that could make the impossible possible. Yeah, well, if I were to use her. However, the sacred country camel takes priority. Given the circumstances, you just don't want to think about her, Second Dono. You're just avoiding that issue, Master. Oh, shut up. In the first place, this is someone else's fight. I have no obligation to go out of my way to fix it. Both Sylvia and Yukari nodded while saying certainly. It seemed they were more shocked that I was able to beat thousands of demons, so that got them somewhat excited. All right. What's wrong? Then, Winfield raised her voice. Today I've seen many sides. Unlike her usual self, I've changed my mind. I'll be serious. Leave it to me. It seems like she became motivated. Or rather, this means she wasn't serious all this time. Scary. Second San. This is an important confirmation. If you were to use anything, can you scare thousands of soldiers? Then, she asked an even more surprising question. She wants me to scare thousands of soldiers? That's kind of. Leave it to me. I couldn't reply with anything but that. Section. The ways of heaven are unpredictable. In the private room of the first Prince Klaus, Prime Minister Val addressed Klaus indifferently. The succession of the crown will fall under you. Without doubt, Your Highness. No matter what the second prince wants to say, let's keep an undaunted attitude. Klaus couldn't bring himself to nod at the words of the Prime Minister. A woman's words kept repeating inside his head. Think of the Prime Minister as an enemy. It was a simple phrase, but it was powerful enough to overturn all the trust Klaus had built up until now. Even if that side were to use force, the first and third night orders are in our control. We will not be defeated. Certainly. He tried to convince himself, but his doubts wouldn't let him. During the bandit suppression, Klaus wasn't told anything about entering an agreement. He just heard about it once the rebels had been wiped out. When everything came to light, the secret agreement signed as a trap to slaughter the rest of the bandits was revealed, and so did the fact that they had tampered with the official documents to hide this matter. After he asked the Prime Minister about it, he simply said, "I had no choice but to tamper with the documents in order to protect you, Your Highness." He knew what he was saying, but he didn't understand the meaning behind it. Such a state of things continued. And, furthermore, he argued that the R6 bandits were suppressed because they were a presence that tried to interfere between them walking the path of peace together with the Marubel Empire. But Klaus was faintly aware, as the captain of the suppression force, he was convinced that the cleaning of the bandits nestling themselves around the royal capital was for the good of the kingdom, and so he embarked on that expedition. However, at present, due to the elimination of the R6 bandits, the security around the royal capital had worsened. If this was the case, wouldn't it have been better for them not to suppress the bandits? Everything seemed to point at that. Why was there the need to suppress the bandits? That suppression had no national interests in mind. Rather, this was beneficial to the empire, and if you thought about it carefully, it would continue to be so. In addition to that, there were the words of second. Could it be? The Prime Minister is really an imperial. Well then, please be prepared for the coming battle. With Klaus still immersed in his thoughts, the Prime Minister left the room. TCH. After clicking his tongue, Klaus stopped thinking about it for now and went back to doing his job. Chapter 78 Beacon of Retaliation. Say, are you, Paloma-san? Who are you? Appearing silently inside the office of the director of the Royal Great Library was a tall, beautiful spirit with silver hair in a two-block haircut, Winfield. Why did she visit Paloma with this timing? This was the result of searching for a person who could use the King's information network now that Barwell was dead. At the very least, an ally of the kingdom. So, what does an ally of the kingdom wants from me, a simple librarian? There are some things I want you to do, using the King's information network. Where did you? From Second-san. So, this is why. After hearing the name Second, Paloma stiffened for a moment, but then nodded as if convinced. Paloma himself, being in charge of gathering information, knew quite well that the King had an interest in Second, and what's more, that Second wasn't the man who had killed the King. Let's hear it. Winfield was proud that Paloma had decided to listen to her in the name of her beloved lord, so after a thin smile, she opened her mouth with a serious expression. Caramelia, a drug similar to a cigarette, is being smuggled from the sacred country Camel. This, in reality, is a very bad drug. We want to stop it from spreading as soon as possible. If that's true, then it's really dangerous. Yeah, there's no time to lose. If we regulate it, we'll control it from getting more harmful. I understand. Will my job then be to spread the right information about that drug and prevent it from spreading? No. The Vince newspaper is in charge of that. I would like to ask you for something more direct, Paloma-san. More direct? He repeated those words and then moved forwards with an amused expression. I want you to check the dealer's whereabouts, and if possible, get rid of them. Ha ha ha. In response, Paloma laughed out loud. Why would he laugh? That because Winfield's predictions were right on point. I don't know where you looked that up, but brilliant. I didn't investigate it. I just expected it. All the more brilliant, then. Understood. Just leave it to me. I've been away from work for a long time now, but these arms still remember it. This is a good chance. Then Paloma was formerly the leader of the Shadows under the King. A simple director of a library couldn't manage an information network spreading all across the kingdom. Well, just don't be careless. Winfield left the director's office after saying those final words. Paloma, seemingly hit in a sore spot, turned and saluted the portrait of King Barwell in the room. Then, he headed to work wearing a grim expression. Fool. Was that word addressed to the Prime Minister, to the First Night Order, or to the current leader of the Shadows under the King? Or maybe it was directed at himself. For him, what was lost and that deceiving was too much, but there was nobody to punish him, and nobody to use him. Then, a request to save the country came. Stealing himself. He promised to crush the Caramelia sellers as if to take revenge on the deceased king, almost like he felt guilty for the death of the king. If Winfield figured out this much, and that's why brought this issue to Paloma, then, this showed how she decided to become serious. The best tactician in the spirit world was now demonstrating her true abilities. Section. Your Highness, the Second Night Order is splitting into two. About how high is the turnover/desertion rate? About 30%, but if the situation leans towards war, more likely 40%. Some fools will try to bet on the winning side. Is that so? The captain of the Second Night Order, Memphis, reported to Main Minister Eri was also present at that place. Currently, the kingdom was split into two by the First and Second Prince's factions, and their clashes continued. But right now, the First Prince faction dominated the scene. After all, about 30% of the Second Night Order members turned to the First Prince faction, which had already the support of the First and Third Night Orders. The Second Prince faction only had the remaining 70% of the Second Night Order and the Royal Court Magician divisions. There's little time left. Maybe we should leave the royal capital at once. Main bit his lip at the suggestion of Minister Eri. Once they've retreated from the royal capital, it would become very difficult to get it back. However, if they stay as they are, they would eventually be surrounded and end up with their backs against a wall. This is no time to be worrying about stuff. Main struggled to find an answer, and Minister Eri worried about the prince's life. He was also becoming quite impatient. Despite being on the attacking side, everything had turned upside down just before victory was secured. I can't be too rash, he thought. All right, I understand. We'll be leaving the cap? Main broke the silence, and shortly after that, a roar that shook the ground rung. What's going on? Memphis ran towards the window and looked at the direction of which the sound came. And as he did, he became speechless. The wall near the training grounds for the Royal Court Magician divisions was blown away without a trace. What in the world? Both Memphis and Eri were puzzled. Perhaps, elsewhere, the Prime Minister, Harem, and Klaus were also bewildered. However, only Main knew the true nature of that sound without having to look outside the window. A lightning strike. A person who could drop a lightning strike with such power in this critical situation. In this cloudless and clear sky, Main could only think of one man. Let's go. Second San is calling for us. Section. A few minutes before Main got moving, court mages were gathering at the training grounds of the Royal Court Magician Division. In the absence of the king, the number one across the Royal Court mages, Zephyr was to be the commanding leader of the entire mage divisions, not just the first division. However, there was no guarantee that the rest of the court mages would properly obey him. We Royal Court magicians work for His Highness, Prince Main. This is a royal decree. Zephyr's declaration caused a commotion among the court mages. At present, the First Prince's faction had the upper hand. That's the reason many thought of it as suicide, to attach themselves to the Second Prince's faction. If King Barwell were alive, nobody present would have opposed those words. However, considering the current situation they found themselves in, this reaction could be said to be inevitable. Some even lacked the self-awareness of seeing themselves as military personnel in the kingdom. After all, this was a group of people who hadn't experienced war in more than 20 years. We can do it. One person raised their voice. Then, that one turned into 2, then 3, then 10, then 20. The number of people steadily increased. Are you going to go against a royal decree? One person then argued against Zephyr. I don't care about His Majesty's order. This is my life. Be bastard. Many court mages then spoke against the exasperated leader. Here, too, the forces were split between the first and second princes. If the power of the court mages was to move towards the First Prince camp, then the Second Prince would have no way to win. And even though he knew this, the Captain Zephyr couldn't come up with a good plan to keep them in place. Everyone, please think carefully. At that point, one woman raised her voice. The First Royal Court Magician Division's ace, Sherry. There's no way he killed His Majesty. Isn't this as clear as day? No matter how you look at it, this is a plot. You should be aware that the other party is the one guilty of killing the king. Are you going to give up without even putting up a fight? Shame on you. The court mages stopped, intimidated by that rage, seemingly out of place considering it came from a small girl. As long as he's here, we will win. Don't lose to fear, stay true to your beliefs. You should by no means forgive them. You already know this, don't you? It was just as Sherry said. The court mages who tried to leave this place were not imperial operatives, nor had anything to do with the empire. They were simply afraid to die. Of course, they too knew that Second didn't kill Barwell. This was something done by the First Prince's faction. But even so, they were afraid to die. Hence why they tried to change sides to the First Prince's. Sherry, her companions in the First Royal Court Magician Division were even impressed by Sherry's cry. She believed in the man she hated so much to the point of entrusting her life to him. What are friends for if not for moments like this? They all came forward, and after lining up at the sides of Sherry and Zephyr, they bowed their heads. Please, believe in this. Let's fight together. Please. The court mages' feet stopped. They heard rumors of it. The First Royal Court Magician Division had grown dramatically ever since the lecturer called Second came. With him, they might be able to win. Many people started to think so, but even so, many others were not ready to bet their life on this. This was not a decisive factor to change their minds. Then, where is that lecturer now? Are you sure he didn't just run away? How can I believe in him? They too were desperate, but this was only natural. After all, their lives were at stake. That is, Sherry was at loss for words. She, herself, didn't know where Second was, or what he was doing. See? You can't even answer. I knew it. We can't trust him. You guys were simply tricked by that swindler. In response to her silence, the court mages started to move again. My words didn't reach them, Sherry shrieked, tears of regret accumulating at the edge of her eyes. He'll come. He will come for sure. He didn't run away. And he wasn't a swindler either. He will absolutely come back. Sherry, looking at her, not caring about her appearance. The heart of the First Royal Court Magician Division was united. However, they knew that if Second didn't show up here now, her speech would all have been in vain. Theirs was a hope that was closer to despair. Ultimately, he was a suspect of murdering the king, so he couldn't simply come to a place full of enemies. They had no choice but to give up. Nevertheless, despite knowing that, Sherry continued to pray, asking God. He will absolutely come. He will absolutely come. He will absolutely come. She pleaded. The wall behind the training grounds was blown away without a trace after a thunderous roar. Among the smoke, the remnants of the electric shock raged across, a ridiculous power that with just looking at the aftermath, could be predicted to turn mere humans in charcoal in an instant. Lightning attribute magic, the legendary magic that was only heard of in tales, was used right in front of them. That alone stopped the actions of all the court mages. Nobody could wrap their minds around what had just happened. However, it was possible to guess. Yeah, most likely, it was the strongest magic, a lightning attribute, fifth form spell. And, immediately after, a huge wind blew, causing all the smoke and dust to be blown away. And, from that place, a single man appeared. Let's get the kingdom back. Follow me. Chapter 79 Nearing checkmate. Second San. After breaking the wall and declaring so to the court mages, Maine came running up to me. You came? Let's hurry and get away before those guys see I'm here and wig out. Since I'm under suspicion of murdering the king, there's a small possibility that the Prime Minister will try to come and arrest me. If it comes to that, this will turn into an all-out war. But given that there's currently a difference in the military power, I want to avoid that scenario. And also, that would mess up with Winfield's strategy. This escape is one step of her plans. Certainly, I'll follow you, Maine replied with a happy-looking face. Behind him, Minister Rai had a sour face. Oops, my bad. It might have been no good to utter the word wig in front of Minister Rai. Let's leave before they find out I'm here. Why did you rephrase it, you idiot? Don't worry about the small details. How dare someone like you to speak like that to His Highness? And so, the old man who was next to Minister Rai suddenly got angry. He was a sharp-tongued old man dressed in a military uniform with a funny mustache. Who are you, bastard? How much do you want to disrespect us? He's the Second Night Order's captain. Memphis. That's just how this person speaks. Don't worry about it. It's no use trying to change him. Okay. If this is what your highness wants, I shall comply. Apparently, Funny Mustache is called Memphis. If he's the Second Night Order's captain, it means he's also an ally. Rather, is that really how Maine sees me? All right. Then, Captain Memphis, can I leave the Second Night Order to you and have you lead them as the rear unit? I'm sure you're already ready, right? I was going to follow His Highness even without you bastard having to tell me so. And you don't have to worry about the preparations. His first impression on me seemed to be the worst, although I can't blame him. Well, whatever. I have no time to worry about that right now. Then, Captain Zephyr, bring all the court mages. Wait. I understand we have to move, but where are we going? To my house. Huh? It's been a while since I last heard Sherry-chan's shocked voice. I was somewhat glad to see her, whose eyes were slightly red, so I patted her head. With her face turning red, Sherry-chan said, "Please stop it." Still, I think that the fact she hasn't slapped my hand is proof she had become a bit more amicable. I could hear her outcry a little from over the wall. This is why I just can't stop patting her head. Now that Maine and I have appeared, looks like the court mages have made their choice. It's really good that Sherry-chan's speech didn't go to waste. This will inevitably start the war. While the court mages lined up, Minister Eri said those words. That's correct. The Prime Minister will soon join the Empire and raise an army to kill all those who sided with the Second Prince. That's obvious. What we need to consider now is how to win. Excuse me, it was a bit chaotic, but I will go too. By the way, who's that woman? For God's sake. That's the problem with people like you. This esteemed person is. With an exasperated face, Eri tried to introduce the mysterious woman who came and stood next to Maine, but she was the first to speak. I'm Barwell Castal's second queen, Freon Castal. You are second Sama, aren't you? I've heard a lot of rumors about you. Thank you for always been there for Maine. Oh, thank you very much for your kind words. I'm second firstest. Firstest? It means the number one. I thought I would be the perfect name for my team since I'll be the world's number one, but it turned into my family name before I knew it. Oh my, Fufafafu. Apparently, she's Maine's mum. She laughed elegantly, covering her mouth with her hand. Her eyes look just like Maine's, and it feels almost as if she were an older version of Maine. This is so weird. After all, their genders are different. Hey, Second San. This is no time to be taking it this easy. While I chatted with Freon San for a while, Maine yelled at me with an impatient expression. Geez, he doesn't have to get angry. All right, let's go then. And so, along with my order, the Second Prince faction left the castle, and we moved to a new base, House Firstest section. I wonder what they were going to do, but at last, they left. Prime Minister. Yeah, seems like we didn't need to use force. The Third Night Order captain, Charam, was surprised by the explosion by the castle wall but calmed down after seeing the Second Prince leave. He mistook this for a de facto victory. The Prime Minister, on the other side, was also a bit relieved. The reason being, he was still not completely prepared to face against them, so the Prime Minister wanted to avoid that sort of scenario for now. If he was to crush them, he wanted to make sure to crush them completely. He planned to line up his pockets for the rest of his life after being placed in a central position in the kingdom. With this, the next king will be His Highness, Klaus. The problem now is, when should he be crowned? The earlier the better. However, unless we increase our strength and completely eradicate them, the unshakable rule I'm aiming for won't be realized. How do you plan to do that? By borrowing the might of the Empire. Reinforcements have already been requested. What? You mean to say, inviting Imperial soldiers? But, if that's the case, then our kingdom. You're wrong, Charam. The kingdom will enter an era. One where it will walk alongside the Empire. Will it become a vassal nation of the Empire? It doesn't matter what shape it takes. All we have to do is suck the sweet nectar from it. Isn't that right? Ha. Ha ha ha. You're right. As expected of you, revered Prime Minister Klaus. Finally, you will become king. Yes. You're right, Mother. I'm very proud of you. Here, have a look. That child of the concubine is running with his tail behind his legs. Rather than feeling joy, when Klaus looked at the scene beyond the window, his chest tightened. Second, that hateful person who killed his father. Seeing the figure of Freon happily smiling next to that man immediately threw his feelings into disarray. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more the doubts on the Prime Minister grew bigger. The lawfulness of their actions felt shakier. Mother, is that man my father's? What are you talking about, Klaus? Didn't I tell you that you only need to think about becoming the king? This woman thought nothing of Barwell's death, but this was something Klaus already knew. And there was that too. Both the Prime Minister and the Captain of the Third Night Order were the same. I will go cool down my head a little. Saying his usual words, Klaus ran from his mother. However, there was nobody left in the royal palace with whom he could consult. Section 2nd San. It might come as weird for me to say this, but haven't you had any problems with it until now? About what? Well, your house is too large. Isn't it larger than the royal palace? Amazing, right? Well, yeah. The over 3,000 people, including the royal court mages and the second night order knights, could easily fit on the grounds of House Firstist. The rooms were a bit too short, but it was at a level where they could still manage. Maine wasn't the only one surprised, but also Minister Rai, Captain Memphis, Captain Zephyr, and Sherry Chan. Meanwhile, the second Queen Freon was curiously looking around. It looks like we're running out of rooms and servants, so you'll have to do something about it yourselves. I think the second night order will be fine since they are camping, but, incidentally, how many servants do you have? I was surprised when I heard it the other day, but apparently there are 300. Why do you look so happy when saying that? Because I'm proud of my servants. Everyone here is quite strong. Wait a minute, that sounds scary. Second San, does that mean they do some special training like what you did with the first Royal Court Magician Division every day? Well, it hasn't gotten to that point yet, but eventually. Please do it in moderation. Seriously. I guess he means to say that the kingdom wouldn't be able to ignore a group of 300 strong people. When I tried to tease him with "and it seems you're becoming more self-conscious of being a king now," he changed the subject, saying rather, "Shouldn't we have a meeting?" Second San, welcome back. How did it go? Oh, Winfield, as you can see, as soon as I entered the lakeside mansion with the main members in tow, Winfield appeared in the living room. There were also the figures of Sylvia, Iko, and Yukari. Cubero, the butler, seemed to be working hard dealing with the over 3,000 guests. Well then, we just arrived, but let's hold a meeting. Surrounding the round table, Minister Rai was the first to speak. I wonder if the mansion seemed strange. Sherry-chan was looking all around while in her seat. Even if you call this a meeting, well, Winfield tilted her head at the words of Minister Rai. I'm sure everyone but me was thinking this. We're the ones who want to tilt our heads in wonder. Tomorrow afternoon, they will be annihilated. Meeting adjourned. Everyone was equally surprised. That's only obvious. After all, they just ran away with the tail between their legs, and they never expected this to take place as early as tomorrow. Despite that, however, exactly because the other party thinks so too, this is the chance to strike. Wait, I don't think something like that can happen, Maine said, not believing. Minister Rai, Captain Memphis, and Captain Zephyr also agreed with him. Winfield-san, do you have a plan? The second Queen Freon asked calmly. For the sake of moving the talks along, she inquired about Winfield's strategy. Of course, as we are now, with our current strength, we can't crush them, right? I see. So we need to increase our fighting power. However, where would we? Captain Zephyr said, noticing the meaning. Immediately after, Sherry-chan turned towards me and raised her hand. What is it? No, maybe it isn't related to this, but after giving a little preface, she looked around the room before opening her mouth again. Chiri-sama should also be here, wouldn't she? How sharp, Sherry-chan. She's right. Cheery lumberjack, she, the Earl's daughter, hasn't been here since the day the king was assassinated. It should be obvious who gave her directions, correct? How did Second San made the money needed to buy this house? That's because he sold mithril alloy in large quantities to Earl Lumberjack, mithril alloy. Ah, I see. From the Prolan dungeon. Sherry-chan nodded Winfield's statement. The rest of them seemed to be still unaware of the key point here. The Earl is sharp and capable, isn't he? Most likely, in anticipation for something like this, he carried that endeavor of mithril alloy weaponry and armor in his territory. No way, Earl Lumberjack's soldiers will. That's right. He wanted to prepare his own soldiers first. And as for the meaning of those words, it means 2,000 people geared with mithril alloy equipment will be coming here as reinforcements. They are not simple soldiers. They are reinforcements equipped with mithril alloy gear. Their reliance is without comparison. It's a game of speed. We'll completely destroy them tomorrow afternoon. If we don't, their reinforcements will come, and we will lose due to the difference in numbers. In the current situation, most of the nobles from the country couldn't still make up their mind whether to support the first or second princes yet. If we move faster than the nobles from the first prince faction send their reinforcements, we'll have them cut off and it'll be our win. That's a great strategy. However, I'm scared of what the Empire will do. Just like Second San said before, I'm sure the Prime Minister must have already communicated with them and requested for reinforcements. Maine pointed that out, but Winfield's replied to him wearing a smile. They won't come. Why? She continued as if to answer what everyone asked in their minds. Because we'll use the sacred country camel. Everyone had question marks floating on their heads wondering what she meant. When I first heard of her scheme, I knew it had to do something the Caramelia, but I didn't understand. From the fact they are most likely unaware of the Caramelia epidemic, they must be lost as to what she was saying. The Empire is moving behind the scenes, but so is the sacred country. In the kingdom, there's currently a drug called Caramelia. Right now, the sacred country should also be preparing. I'm certain they are, by now, gathering soldiers near the border. What? The minister shouted. Well, that's to be expected. Even with the nation in this current critical situation, he just realized the need to deal with the sacred country on top of the Empire. This could no longer be considered just a crisis. They wanted to take the opportunity to set up a war and settle under the pretense of a peace treaty. The push for the importation of Caramelia. This could be the worst outcome for the kingdom because, on top of being already overtaken with this drug, now they will also rip off its money. Silence flowed after those words. Right now, they seemed to understand how bad the situation the kingdom was in. This is something we both, the kingdom and the Empire, want to avoid. That's why the Empire, knowing what the sacred country camel is trying to set up, should feel reluctant to send reinforcements. Why so? It simply is a high-risk, low-return move to protect the kingdom while it has already been bitten by the sacred country. For them, a situation where the kingdom comes to an agreement after being exhausted by the war against the sacred country might look like a better prospect. Does that mean an invasion has little sense for them? Indeed, they have already profited enough of the secrets of the kingdom through the Prime Minister. They've already made enough gain. Right now, they should have no reason to send reinforcements. The Prime Minister has already served his purpose. How pity, she almost seemed to add. However, there was nobody present sympathetic to the Prime Minister. Well then, this being the case, the problem at hand was not dealing with the Empire, but with the sacred country. Even knowing the reinforcements from the Empire might not come, this was not a time to be relieved. First of all, it's necessary to enact a Caramelia control law. Next, we should build a specialized night unit to guard the country. Minister Rare spoke very minister-like and threw an idea. However, that's a story for if we're able to cope up with the machinations of the sacred country camel. If we let this war started, we should prepare ourselves to even have the borders changed. Excuse me, but unless we do something to start it, it's unlikely they will start a war, won't they? Captain Memphis expressed his thoughts. This was from a military point of view. He's right. Speaking of war, it needs a reason to be waged. Yes, and here lies the problem. There's currently no good reason to start up a war. However, they might want to take the opportunity while we're having problems with the Empire and the Civil War issue. Well, if you were the sacred country, What would you do? To Winfield's sudden question, Maine made a face as if he had figured the answer. She then told him, "Go ahead, they will make up a cause." Half, correct. And the other half? She quickly answered that question too. If it was me, I would make it so that the other party made the first move. Maybe. Everyone consented with an I see. However, that brought up a new question. How would they do that? If they raise an army while giving no reason whatsoever, the frontier troops would have no choice but to gather to stop it, and they'll remain at the border, glaring at each other. And there, they might make some kind of provocation to those troops. The military power at the frontier is large, but that's because they are key to the national defense. However, they alone are not enough to stop an all-out attack from the sacred country Camel on their own. Reinforcements would, without a doubt, be needed. However, currently, there is no room to spare some reinforcements. And, what if there's an excellent strategist like Winfield in Camel? They might hide soldiers in advance, and make some plot while glaring at each other to invite the kingdom's soldiers to attack thinking they can win, and after they make the first move, come out and annihilate them. There's the possibility they might have a similar strategy, and Winfield was quite wary of it. With their cunning, cautiously and swift use of drugs to shrewdly weaken the kingdom systematically and setting up the stage to devour it viciously, we can't help but consider the existence of such person among their ranks. How about splitting the reinforcements coming from Lord Bell? No. But then, if everything settles tomorrow afternoon, then we can go as reinforcements. However, in that case, there's the chance we won't be able to make it. Memphis and Zephyr both discussed it among themselves. However, they couldn't come up with a good answer, the reason being, the movements of the sacred country Camel were done too fast. If this civil war issue was a game of speed, that issue was one too. Every option would take time since everything already started to move. Well, we already have an answer, right? Winfield said like she had plenty of leeways. She had a face full of confidence that said, "I've already read it all the way through." And so, everyone paid close attention to her next remark. But the words she uttered took everyone aback. For the reinforcements to the border, Second San, will go. Everyone was at loss for words. They all understood what she was saying, but they still failed to completely comprehend the meaning. After a few seconds of silence, Maine was the one to break it. He will go. Alone? When I nodded with a smile, Maine's jaw looked like it was about to drop to the floor. That's not a very princely face to make, to be honest. I won't be killing everyone. I'll just go and scare them a little. Scare them a little? That's nonsense. It's too reckless to deal with thousands of soldiers on your own. Well, certainly, if I were to stand alone on the battlefield, there's a limit to what I could do. Spirit possession only increases my stats by 5.4 times. If it were 1,000 times the story would be different, but still, it's probably impossible to do it on my own. However, if you were to ask if I'd do it alone, the answer would be no. While Winfield hasn't revealed everything, there's a trump card up my sleeve. It's a trump card that makes me think that with this one, I could easily become the world's top, so I'm filled with confidence. It's all right. Leave it to me. You'll have mithril alloy-geared soldiers to fight against the Prime Minister, and more than anything, Sylvia and Eiko will come with you too. With those two, you can't lose. That might be the case, but they might also have someone who has already participated in a title match. It won't be that easy. That's wrong. Winfield is the one moving the powerful pieces, namely Sylvia and Eiko. You know what that means, right? No matter how strong a piece is, it's meaningless if the person using it is weak. That was also the case for Mobius's team battles. No matter how great one's abilities were, they were powerless before the might of numbers. Especially, high-ranked team battles had several ways to contain the opponent's main players. Shogai, chess, team battles. They were all games where you win after getting the king. They aren't games where the strongest pieces win. That's right. In other words, this is a match between Winfield and the Prime Minister. Who's be the winner? I'd bet all my money on Winfield without batting an eye. Maine, don't worry about other people, just worry about what you'll do after becoming king. Let's see, I would like to request that this year's title match is held at any cost. Probably this guy is worried. Therefore, I laughed and cheerfully said that, you're right. I need to give my best at doing my job. I feel just by thinking about how to treat you, Second San, after everything is over will be giving me a terrible headache. At least he seemed well enough to return my remark with some humor. I wonder if the king's duty is simple and easy. I'm more anxious about him completely changing. Minister Rare also seemed to be having a hard time. His barcode might now start a countdown to disappear. Well then, let's begin. You guys have luck with Windfield's strategy. Well, I think that someone from the Marubel Empire or the Sacred Country Camel will go bald before the minister will. Chapter 80 Fallen Castle. Are they really attacking? Noon of the next day. After waiting for the arrival of the Mithril alloy-equipped army of Earl Lumberjack, the entirety of the combined army under the second prince launched an all-out attack on the royal castle. Fret not, the difference in strength will be decisive. We just need to earn some time. Hold the castle. It'll be our win if we endure until reinforcements arrive. The Prime Minister Val issued those commands towards the Third Night Order's captain, Charam, as he flustered asked him. However, a few minutes later, the Prime Minister noticed the presence of the Mithril alloy armed soldiers. The lumberjack soldiers formed a line without any gap and moving in unison. They pushed back the First Prince's faction soldiers into the castle. The difference in equipment was as clear as day. Mithril swords and spears which could defeat enemies in one blow, and mithril armor that could withstand 2 or 3 strikes. Moreover, its extreme lightweight provided excellent mobility, and there were 2,000 soldiers equipped with such gear. Normal soldiers were no match against them. Magic curtain, ready, fire. They were not the only active reinforcements. Particularly notable were the mages of the 1st Royal Court Magician Division. Taking advantage of their mobility, they moved to their sidelines and used magic curtain, that is, continuous first form spells. The enemy army was shocked by the heavy rain-like magic fire, being shot at them from diagonally in front of them. Since they didn't know a way to combat it, they simply started to turn tail and run. The most effective aspect of that rain of spells was the fact that it didn't stop. Unlike the second form and first form spells, magic of the first form spells had a very small preparation and cooldown timers. By firing in tandem and taking turns, the 1st Royal Court Magician Division achieved a continuous rain. It would be pointless if their spells did the same harm as a pea shot, but here, the increase of their intelligence became visible. As a result, the power was so serious that it simply couldn't be ignored. In other words, the number of injured soldiers increased immediately. This, in a way, was more troublesome than a high death toll. Temporary retreat. Rearrange the formations and strike at that mage division on the side. In such confusion, the commander of the enemy army gave those instructions and tried to rebuild the soldier lines somehow. Then, as something fell to the ground, even more fear struck them! As he raised his sword to issue those instructions, the commander's arm was blown away in an instant. Nobody present understood what had happened. It's a sniper!" the commander yelled in a coarse voice. At this point, terror and confusion had spread all across the soldiers, but that was only obvious. This had been an archery attack that could blow off their arms even while being covered in armor in a single shot, and could snipe them from an unknown position. No matter how they struggled, this was hell. They all must have been thinking this. Next will be my head. It was a combined attack of grade 9 rook archery and grade 9 knight archery, an attack from Sylvia Virginia. Retreat. And so, it ended. The second prince's faction successfully surrounded the royal castle. It didn't even take 2 hours since the war begun. It was a splendid end of campaign where only the minimum number of pieces were used. Probably only possible because being under the command of Winfield. Section. Where did they hide such force, and where on earth did they get this amount of mithril armor to fit this many soldiers? Not being able to accept the scene in front of him, the Prime Minister held his head in an attempt to escape this reality. He was ignorant to the fact that it had been Second the one who had collected all this mithril in just a month or so. No, he knew he had been gathering mithril, but he never expected it would be this many of it. Where are those reinforcements? Running out of patience, he opened his communication device. And over again he tried to make contact. However, he had yet to receive a formal response to his request for reinforcements. He waited, and waited, but no matter how long, there was no response. I see. At this point, it finally dawned on him. He had been abandoned. Why did this? Ag. His insides seethed with anger. His voice turned into not so much like a voice but a suffering and frightened wail. If reinforcements came, they could win. If the Empire sent their reinforcements, even these mithril armed soldiers would become trivial. And yet, even with that, the Prime Minister was so angry that the sound of his teeth grinding could be heard. Blood gradually dripped from his gripped fist. Damn theme. Everyone, move. Outside the gate, Iko called out to the people in a cheerful voice. The besieging soldiers, complying to the words of Iko, cleared a path. Iko then, as she readied herself to run to the gate, she prepared to activate Rook Shieldmanship. This wasn't a defensive shieldmanship skill, it was a shieldmanship skill to attack. This was a skill that added a multiplicative value of vitality to strength, a rushing attack made by jumping forward. And her Rook Shieldmanship was at grade 9. This meant the bonus was 250%. Its power was unfathomable. Transform. On top of that, she used Transform. Its rank was grade 1, making it buff all stats by 280%. It became all noisy, regardless of them being enemies or allies. It was a shock for those seeing the Transform skill for the first time. In the case of Iko, it was Earth Attribute Transform. The appearance of Iko, dressed in rugged rock armor, was almost like seeing a demonic child clad in warrior's armor. Here I come. Whenever you're ready. When Iko issued that signal, Sylvia, who had been in a position far in the back, replied. She had also used Transform. The skills she was preparing were a combine of Rook Archery grade 9, Night Archery grade 9, and Fire Attribute, 3rd Form grade 9, a compound magic archery skill. This was currently her highest firepower attack. Let's go. Okay. Just before Sylvia fired, Iko activated Rook Shieldmanship with a face full of smiles and rushed towards the gate. Their synergy was outstanding. After all, they were able to do laps around the Limptfoot dungeon them alone. This is bad. Despite this being the attack of only 2 people, the soldiers of the First Prince faction intuitively sensed the danger and fired their bows all at once. It should have been a rain of arrows that made it impossible for anybody to approach. However, Iko's rush blew everything that hit the large shield away, turning it into dust and not stopping at all. This was the frightening Rook Shieldmanship skill. Bang! Exclamation mark. Almost at the same time Iko's rush hit the castle's gate, Sylvia released her magic archery skill. The force of the impact made the walls themselves shake, and the gate was destroyed alongside a huge roar. That's impossible. There's no way a living person can destroy the castle gate with a single attack. Everyone thought this, but they were denied by the terrifying sight in front of them. Nobody of the ones present here would believe one was a former ostracized knight, and the other was a beast person shunned as a failure in the Royal Magic Academy. All forces, charge, and thus, the castle gate was easily broken through. Usually, it would take dozens of soldiers using siege weapon, being showered by a rain of arrows, magic, stones and boiled oil, and only after attacking the castle gate over and over again, it would somewhat break. But here, with only 2 people and a single attack, it was destroyed without receiving any damage. A siege battle should have been advantageous for the Prime Minister. Whatever happened, they should have been able to hold out for a few days. However, who on earth could have expected the gate to be broken right at the start, in the blink of an eye? No, the Prime Minister should have taken some countermeasures after seeing Second the previous day destroy the wall of the training grounds. That is, if it was even possible to take measures in just one day. But this was a game of speed. As Winfield had said, a super-fast battle that didn't leave room for the opponent to make a move. Like Oda Nobunaga, who after having both fortresses of Maroon and Washizu attacked, left Kyosu Castle just before dawn, and within half a day, and taking advantage of the heavy rain, he surprise attacked the Imagawa army at Dengaku Hazama, a lightning-fast battle. The desperate siege battle was broken in an instant. Mithril alloy-geared soldiers stormed into the castle from the large hole where the castle gate used to be located, and nobody could stop them. Then, the castle, in the blink of an eye, had fallen. Section. They really got us. In a large room so gorgeous that the word luxury wasn't enough to make it justice, a man spoke to himself. Good looks that anybody would envy. A perfect body in every aspect. A man with no less presence than the room itself. What do you think, Merson? I think we should have sent reinforcements. Ha ha ha. I thought so, but this isn't what I was referring to. Sitting in front of the man was a young woman, that considered their age differences, one would think as her daughter. She was an exquisite beauty with an atmosphere similar to that of the man. The subordination of the kingdom ended up in failure. That being the case, maybe we need to change our approach. Do you have something in mind already? Let's hear it. Seemingly interested, and acting like spoiling a child, the man urged the woman to continue. If it were me, I would win over the kingdom and admonish the sacred country. And how would you win them over? With this time's issue, the kingdom will be wary. That's a simple answer. Wouldn't it work out if I were to marry into them? There was a moment of silence. The man erased his previous smile and faced the woman. That's a good idea. However, a daughter like you is more precious than the kingdom. Your praise is wasted in me. Do you think I was trying to praise you? That's wrong. It would be naive to think that by marrying a little boy like Maine we would be able to obtain the kingdom. Why so? Even if he's young, he'll still be the king of the country. Don't be an idiot. You don't seem to understand anything from this one piece. Is that related as to why you rejected the request for reinforcements, Father? You heard the Shadow's report too, right? You jest. Wasn't that really meant to be taken as some kind of joke? Ha ha ha, you said it. Well, just wait and see. It will be a good learning experience for you. Understood. If you say so, Father. The sacred country won't be able to put their hands in the kingdom again. This will be a sight to see. Looks like you're having fun, Father. Indeed. They picked a fight with a man like that. Why should I not enjoy it? Section. I don't want to do it. On the way to the frontier, I was worrying all by myself. I kept on thinking about how do you apologize to a friend after getting angry and having offended them. Speaking of which, when was the last time I used monster summoning? It's been since that incident when she almost killed her allies, right? Thinking about dealing with it some other time, I simply put that off for later. I was just unconsciously avoiding it since I didn't really know how to deal with it. All this issue with her. However, the time has come. That's all there is. At last, I have to make up my mind. Born in the darkness of the underground library of the upper-class dungeon Isekai, a mutant species of the dark flame wolf, the darkness wolf Vanko. A trump card that I spent every day for several months to acquire, but also an oversized landmine that I don't really know how to deal with. To be honest, I'm a little scared. I don't know what am I scared of in particular, but I'm afraid of meeting her face to face again and exchange words. Maybe it's my feelings of guilt from having ignored her for a long time, or a sense of shame for trying to use her as a tool, or maybe just primordial fear, or probably her too heavy affection, which I've noticed slightly. Well, I'll never know unless we meet up and talk. Shall I call her? It's been 3 hours since I started worrying. I finally made up my mind. Fortunately, it's late at night. Right now, I'm in the middle of an overnight journey. Stopping by the side of the road, I got off 7th Taio. In this dim forest road, only the moonlight illuminates the surroundings. I take one deep breath, then activate monster summoning. Immediately after, as if darkness turned and twisted itself, the void slowly took the shape of a bewitching woman wearing black garments, revealing her narrowed eyes and a gently smiling face from which you couldn't feel a specific expression. Then, she silently kneeled down on the spot and bowed her head. Silence followed. A few seconds later, I remembered. At that time, I ordered her do not take any action without my permission. Does this mean Anko is obeying my orders even though I've neglected her for such a long time? At the same time a chill runs down my spine. A question arises. What makes her do that? Thinking about it, I don't know much about her. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I don't mind if you speak. When I gave her permission, Anko bowed further down and respectfully spoke. Ah, my lord, my beloved lord. I wanted to see you. And again, silence followed. Was that all? After I ignored her for a long time since I thought it was troublesome to handle her, she tells me she loves me and she wanted to see me. Is that really everything? This gave me a mysteriously pleasant feeling. Like when after you apologize to a friend who you thought was angry, then you feel as if they weren't angry at all. No, that's not all. Behind this relief was the guilty pleasure of having obtained a woman who had absolute obedience to me, a convenient woman. Seems like in the end, I'll take advantage of her. But that's no good. No good. I will hold off temptation with a resolute spirit. Speak your true feelings, Anko. You and I need to speak by laying everything on the table. Squatting down, I talked while looking at Anko's eyes. Making a surprised face, with her moistened upturned eyes, Anko began to put together her words. Only you can kill me, stop me, my lord. Only you can let me live, make the best use of me, my lord. I can't help but love you unconditionally, my lord. That's all there is to it. I'm just satisfied with you, my lord. Having released me from that binding spell from God. In other words, you love me just because I tamed you? You're wrong. I love you because you are you, my lord. Not just anyone, but because it's you, my lord. A fervent confession. It makes me quite happy. But I'm not quite convinced. Does she have absolute obedience because she loves me? Did she put up with it because she loves me? Is this all right with her? You have a face as if this doesn't make sense for you, my lord. It's all right. I have made up my mind. I will talk more thoroughly. Anko, who read my expression, spoke with a sharp face and a more serious expression. The dark mole next to her lips made her look very sexy. First of all, there's one thing you're misunderstanding, my lord. It would be a huge mistake to think that I would love anyone who had tamed me. If you think otherwise, then please bring that person here right now. Do you understand? For me, now and in the future, you're the only one, my one and only. Oh, okay. Next is, you've apologized for keeping me waiting. Why so? I have no complaint about being treated as your tool, my lord. Rather, it feels very pleasant when you do. Of course, there's the desire of being closer and at your side a little more. But if I push it, there's still pleasure in the fact that I, a darkness wolf, would be neglected. Oh, okay. Just by being used by you, I feel ecstatic. I can be at the zenith just by serving you. Ah, my lord. I am yours, my lord Zanko. Just that is good enough. Absolutely do not forget that. I see. I get it. I'm convinced. This packed quite the punch. I had no choice but to nod my head. Maybe I've opened a frightening Pandora's box. Ah, you being convinced is just great. My lord, please use this anchor here as a tool by all means. Let me be your slaughtering weapon. I will become the shield that protects you from anything. Here, I'm at your will, my lord. Looking like she's in a euphoric state, Anko hugged my body. I see, with this, I can be convinced. In retrospect, whenever I gave her an order, she has always this rapturous expression on her face. I suppose it is a pleasure for her to be ordered, to be used. After spending centuries in solitude as the strongest being, the darkness wolf, at the Isekai underground library, she rejoices at being used by a presence stronger than herself, and that just happened to be me. She has been waiting for decades, for centuries to find a crazy guy like me. And then, I appeared. For her, I'm the only person in the world she can rely on, and that caused to become twisted. For her, this isn't described as a simple dependence, but as deep and dense love. Her life, her soul, she stakes her whole body and soul to me. Ah, just as she was about to touch my lips, I released her body. As she uttered a slightly disappointed voice, Anko, for some reason, looked many times more attractive than before. Don't make that face. You didn't do anything bad. I, her master, must accept her overflowing twisted feelings. This is the responsibility of the man who named her, and also, the man who half-killed her 2,168 times. I have to stop avoiding it. Also, I need to stop making assumptions and deciding what's convenient for me. It was utterly meaningless trying not to stimulate her. I need to face her head on. That's all I need to do. Just that. We exchanged whispered words at a distance where we could sense each other's breath. I have a job for you. It's a big job. Yes, it doesn't matter what it is. But before that, my lord, I'm very happy. Ah, for Anko. This is the best reward, Anko said as she moved her face closer and her eyes moistened, so as to not let me finish. Please, take the lead. It's my first time. Chapter 81 A Happy Miscalculation. For about 2 hours, we had the best of times, to say the least. The cold night breeze touching my skin also felt comfortable. However, right now we're in a situation where we can't be too relaxed. When I spoke about a big job, it's about scaring thousands of soldiers. Can you do it? In what way were those people rude to you, my lord? If so, then let's kill everyone we see. She's joking. Probably not. I'm afraid she could really do it. Nah, just scaring them is enough, but we need to do it properly. As you wish. I will fill every corner of their hearts with a drowning fear that would make them regret being alive. Foo-fa-foo. Ah, I'll finally be able to be of service to you, my lord. Those words she spoke felt quite reliable. However, I felt a bit of pity for her as she lied down, her head resting on my lap. She said she couldn't stand up because her hips had given in. I guess even a wolf would falter halfway through. Can you stand up now? When I said that, I stroked her skin white as ceramic, completely unresembling her name Darkness. I am sorry for the inconvenience. Anko is all right now. Next time, I'll do my best to properly please you, my lord. She stood up with a bit of regret while saying such a thing. I wonder how on earth will she do her best? If you try and ask Yukari to teach you, I'll be the one doing his best to stop you. My body won't hold if there's another monster like that. Saying don't worry about it, I comforted her and walked up to 7th Teo. Immediately after, Anko made a sullen expression. My lord, please ride me. Instead of such a horse. Can I ride you? Certainly. What a surprise. I couldn't ride her in Mobius. If I were to ride Anko in her wolf form, the traveling speed surely will increase. It has a charm, to be honest. But, what should I do about this guy? 7th Teo has been taking care of me so far. I'd lie if I said there's no attachment. Should I drop her in some town nearby? While I was thinking about it, Anko approached 7th Teo, touching its skin. What the heck is she going to do? Worry not, my lord. I will send this mare home. What is she talking about? Just as that question came to my mind, Anko used darkness transfer, and immediately afterward 7th Teo disappeared. Huh? What just happened? What did you do? Did you kill it instantly? Did you transfer it? Did you tame the horse and unsummoned her? No, that's impossible. Horses aren't monsters, so they aren't part of that system. Then, what just happened? I was left alone in the middle of the dark forest, filled with confusion. Then, Anko used darkness transfer and returned. I left it in the garden. Was that alright? Left it in the garden? In the garden? Does she mean at house firstest? To 7th Teo? In this very instant? Wait. I just noticed an incredible possibility. Or more like, I was made to notice. Can it be? You can use darkness transfer no matter the distance? Yes, it's as you say. If it's a shadow, I remember, anywhere is possible. No way. Did you use darkness summon to get 7th Teo to the destination you transferred? Why yes. What? I'm very sorry. When I shouted in amazement, Anko reflexively apologized with an expression of rapture. This is incredible. Are you serious? I panically checked Anko's skills info. Darkness transfer, instantly transfer yourself to a recorded location. However, the transfer destination must be a shadow. Darkness summon, human form only. Instantly transfer something other than yourself to a recorded location. However, the transfer destination must be a shadow. It's true. Seriously. It says nothing about the distance. In the case of darkness summons something other than yourself to a recorded location. Does that mean that it doesn't matter whether it's a person or a horse? I see. I guess that's obvious. I should have noticed that. Just like with darkness magic, This works unlike in Mobius. Darkness transfer isn't a skill to just move around in combat. Darkness summon isn't just a skill to call out her weapons. A nice miscalculation. No, a happy miscalculation. It seems it really was worth the effort to almost die for 4 months. But if possible, I would have wanted to notice this sooner. You, really are the strongest. Without equal. I think I made her misunderstood something, so I told that to Anko, who was bowing her head. Anko looked up knowing I wasn't angry, however. She looked puzzled. How should I convey this excitement? My excitement was continuing to build up, so I just spoke my mind. If you say you're my tool, I'll have you stay with me until I die. I've decided I'm never letting you go! Ah, my lord. I was pushed down by an emotional Anko, and as a result, we stayed in the forest for another hour hugging passionately. Section. We'll move before dawn. Do you remember the port city of Kula? Yes, I certainly do. After all, that was the first place I visited with you, my lord. In that case, transfer there and summon me. Please do it at a place that's as inconspicuous as possible. Certainly. The border with the sacred country Camel is further north from the port city of Kula. The border is by a small river that goes around the mountains and flows into the ocean. In the original schedule, I thought I could ride all morning and evening, and arrive by when the day changed. But now that Anko's special ability has been clarified, I expect to arrive there while the sun is still high in the skies. Oh, the scenery changed as if merging with the new one. Looks like I was summoned without a problem. The time is 2 a.m., and the location a wharf, not a single soul in view. She summoned me according to my instructions. However, why am I being embraced by Anko? Perhaps I was simply summoned to Anko's hand like when she uses darkness summon to call for her weapons, the shadow cane and the dark flame spear. It isn't that bad though. Alright, let's get going before the sun rises. When the sun is out, please bring back 7th Teo. As you wish. When the name of 7th Teo came out, Anko made a slightly displeased expression. Is she jealous of the horse? She a wolf, so I guess it's not impossible. Transform. Yes, I'll get on! Exclamation mark. I tried giving her instructions on a stronger tone than usual, and sure enough, Anko replied very happily. Even if she used darkness shift to transform into wolf form, I could still tell her expression was one of happiness. I suppose her mood got better with this. Or rather, her tail is waving so much that it makes a buzz-like sound, and since her tail in wolf shape is several times larger than her human form, it catches your eye even if you don't want to look at it. Go! Exclamation mark. When I ordered so while at her back, Anko suddenly started to run at a blazing speed. Fast. She's as fast as a large motorcycle. To be honest, it's taking my everything to just hold on so as to not get thrown off. I don't think we'll be able to have a conversation like this. Stop. Stop. I yelled desperately since we were on the wrong road. It's not because I was scared at all. No way. Go north along the sea, and when you hit the third river, go upstream. Exclamation mark. Anko leaked a wayu. If I had to translate it, I guess it would be something like leave it to me. I'd love if you didn't put your whole heart into it. See? She now started going as twice as fast as she was going before. No. Boo. She'll keep at it until dawn. Section. I had a terrible time, especially at the corners. I can only call it a miracle that I wasn't thrown away and ended up flying at each V-turn. However, I had my dignity as a master to uphold. Let alone puking, I didn't even throw out a complaint. I properly endured it. I endured it for 3 hours. Or rather, she's totally a monster, for being able to keep the top speed for whole 3 hours. Wasn't endurance a privilege of the Homo sapiens? Compared to that, you're kinda cute. I leisurely walked alongside the river on top of 7th Teo while gently patting it, in order to heal my mental wounds from that 3-hour-long roller coaster. It would be a huge issue if Anko heard me saying this. So, for now, I used unsummon to send her back. So I think it should be okay. Probably. However, it's also true that it was thanks to Formula Anko that I was able to get here overwhelmingly earlier than planned. For that, I'm grateful to her. Thank you, Anko. I will never ever ride on you except for an emergency. Phew. At last. Then, After advancing for a while, I finally reached a mountain. This place marks the national border. The valley after crossing this mountain is the frontier and the place where the land of the sacred country camel starts. I rode 7th Teo while looked at the mountain in my right. It's the final part of the journey. About an hour later, I finally saw the fort of the Margrave. In the basin between the mountains, far ahead, a line of soldiers can also be seen, allegedly belonging to the sacred country camel. As expected of Winfield, the situation is as she predicted. Well, first of all, let's go greet the Margrave. What was his name again? Well, it doesn't matter, I'm just saying hello. I ran to the back of the fort and asked one of the soldiers, is the Margrave inside? Yes. Why yeah, I suppose. What? Is that so? Then, I leave this guy in your care. Eh? Okay. I left 7th Teo with the bewildered soldier and entered the fort through the back door for soldiers. Maybe because I entered with a confident face, as if I owned the place. Nobody said anything to me, not quite the security. Huh? Hey, where is the Margrave? Yes, please. This way. The soldier that I called out suddenly guided me very politely. Now that I think of, I'm currently wearing pretty good and rare clothes. Taking a glance around, everyone here looks like a soldier. So, maybe the soldiers mistook me for a guest or something. Ah, you came. That was fast, second Kun. I guess I was wrong. It seems the Margrave informed them in advance. When I entered the room, I was greeted by a handsome man in his early 30s with glasses. I wonder if this man is the Margrave? However, how did he get information on me? My bad. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Steambitter Valley. I've been entrusted as the Lord of the Frontier in the Castle Kingdom. I wonder if you're really second first list? Margrave Steambitter Valley. A calm and easygoing person. But that also seems to be a front. In this short self-introduction, he tried to establish who was on top. In that case, I can only answer this. I am. But looking at your attitude, you don't seem to think so. Forgive my rudeness. I welcome you to my fort, my guest. Without hesitation, he bowed down and welcomed me as if to try and dodge that comment. However, calling me a guest means he will offer little resistance. It looks like he's a good-natured person. You don't look like a negligent person, so I'll give it to you. Main's letter. You also don't look like a bad person. Then, this means you're the special envoy of the next king? We both shared a laugh. You ha he. He ha he. I've won. In your face. Call me an opportunist. Call me acting arrogant through borrowed authority. I don't care. I drank up the tea that was served as a way to say greetings are over, and opened my mouth. How did you get information about me? I too have an information network. It's just that information only arrived a little earlier than you, Lord Second. Is that so? What are your thoughts on this battle? I don't think there will be a problem even if you don't participate right now. However, there might come a situation where we might have to ask you to involve yourself. I'm just in time then. Yeah, just right. However, I'd really love to see if you could truly do something about it. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. This guy is really interesting. Peel off your eyes and look closely. Also, thank me for being in the Castle Kingdom. By all means, I will be paying close attention. If you can drive them away, I'll pray to the camel god even if I don't believe in it, or even to yourself. As a matter of fact, the current situation is that we're just staring at each other past the borderline. I don't think anything will happen if you stay put, right? Yeah, if only things remained as they are. However, it seems they will be performing a public execution tomorrow. Did they catch someone? Yes. One scout. Are you stupid? That is, I'm aware. Sure enough, they will make him into a spy or assassin, place some crime under him, and execute him just to provoke us. The reason the execution was not today is probably that they haven't gotten much information from him. They intend to torture him day and night. Or maybe they're wanting us to get impatient. Huh? Yeah, I know that much. This guy said I'll have to take matters into my hands, as a way of saying he was going to erase that mistake of the scout getting caught. Hey, you don't have to make that face. I too am worried. However, I can't just abandon him. He's one of my precious men. If I remain silent and ignore the execution, The morale in here will drop tremendously. Will you endanger the kingdom for one of them? Eh? No, it won't turn into a crisis. Ha! I've decided that we're going to stop the execution because you're here, Lord Second. If you hadn't come, I'd have abandoned him even if it pained me. You're really into lip service, huh? I'm often told that. I was somewhat convinced. This guy told me he was 33. At that age, you can't just simply become a Margrave if you're not talented. He has a somewhat crooked character though. Well, fine. Let's confirm the operation then. The Margrave army will split into left and right wings, and wait around the fortress in the case of an enemy attack. If that doesn't happen, then wait in front of the fort in order to charge at any time. Aside from that, leave everything to me. Will that really work out? Yeah. Or rather, I don't think you'll get a turn. And one more thing. What is it? I ask you that, as much as possible. Do not disclose what will happen tonight. Section. I thought he meant by those words that this was for his personal convenience. Everyone hides their own trump cards. So, I guessed he was the same. Well, isn't he just an ordinary person? Those were my thoughts. A man able to change the current situation in the Castle Kingdom by himself alone. I'd lie if I say I wasn't a bit disappointed as to what I was expecting. And thus, the veil of night fell. It was a quiet night, one that screamed decisive battle. Everyone, take your positions. I myself will lead the charge in this battle. I told that as an excuse, but I really didn't want to lose that scout. I'd probably have charged nonetheless even if he hadn't come. The number of enemy soldiers lying in wait can be expected to be 8,000 at the most. And even if we add the 4,000 at the center, they're 12,000. My army is 7,000 strong. We can't be a match for them. But this was a bet. If we could crush down the center in one swoop, and then retreat to the fort, that would give us the advantage. If the borderline is maintained as it is and we focus on defense, achieving peace isn't an unreasonable challenge. I didn't have to rely on him since I was already prepared for that. However, I was curious. How many of the rumors about him are true? If I borrow his strength and give him credit, then I won't have to put my men in danger. There was also that calculated idea. That's why I welcomed him as a reinforcement. But right now, what's with that lousy strategy of his? It makes me worried if this is really okay. When I saw his face, I thought he was an interesting fellow, but since then it's been disappointment after disappointment, until just before his departure, his reputation for command kept dropping. It's as if you're leisurely going out for a picnic. Even though my subordinate's life is at stake, I wanted to yell at him. I wanted to strike some sense into that head of his. This is war. It's not a place to play. But, it was me, the one who ended being struck. Come, Anko. He summoned something. A something that made your hairs stand on their end. Seeing that kneeling beside him, made me instantly realize that's not a living thing. A daunting silence fell upon the place. Nobody present was able to move a muscle in front of that. Let's go. And with that word, thinking it was gone, it reappeared. Seeing it change shape, then again, changed back, and once again, it disappears. From light to darkness, from darkness to light, the man and woman ran amok the battlefield, almost like angels, or maybe, like demons. I couldn't think of anything and just stood there, watching this scene unfold. The darkness gathering and condensing, like converging all the despair in the world, and immediately afterward, I felt nauseous. And at the same time, I understood the meaning of his words. This is something I shouldn't tell others. No, this is something I can't tell. This very picture of hell. Chapter 82 Picture of Hell. Forming a line and pointing your weapons towards my lord. Ah, how stupid. The summoned Anko muttered some words looking at the 4,000 soldiers in front. It was a gentle voice, similar to one speaking to a dying person. Let's go. With the instructions somewhat given, I signaled the start of the operation. Immediately after, Anko suddenly moved to the middle of the enemy camp using darkness transfer. Any shadow that was visible to her was a potential target for the transfer. Wow! One soldier from the sacred country came all-voiced, flustered with surprise. Well, that's to be expected. After all, The woman clad in black that should have been far away at the enemy line suddenly appeared in front of him. "Stupid humans!" Muttering some words, Anko followed by using darkness shift. Darkness whirled and melted, and from that spot, a large 2-meter black wolf appeared, and so, the soldiers were terrified. A monster. Why is there a monster here? Like that, confusion spread, and then, don't falter. Surround it. We have the advantage. They pulled themselves together. The soldiers surrounded Anko, rushing at her with spears. Dozens of spearmen pierced the wolf-shaped Anko at the same time. That looks like silver spearmanship, huh? Well, not like it matters. After all, it didn't work, right? Looking at it from a distance, I muttered to myself. For some reason, I felt a bit sympathetic to the soldiers of the sacred country. Why it didn't work? You wonder. The reason is simple. It's the basics of the darkness wolf taming. Physical attacks are nullified when in wolf form. Magic attacks are nullified when in human form. It's uninjured. The battlefield was a wreath of chaos. The deadly attack that everyone believed would be fatal to the monsters who had suddenly appeared didn't work. There's nothing we can do against it, they thought. Or at least by their expressions, I'm sure all the soldiers thought so. Exclamation mark. Immediately after, Anko made an inhaling motion. That's Darkness Howl, a wolf form only skill and ultra-long-range attack that combines both magic and physical attributes. As an attack, it isn't that hard to avoid. But, what will they do? Something is coming. Our retreat. Seems like they'll run from it. Yeah, that's the correct choice. Exclamation mark. An ominous mass of darkness gushed out from Anko's wide-opened mouth. She was deliberately shooting it diagonally up. It seems she was playing it smart. High. The camel soldiers let out a pitiful sound in fright. Here, on the other side, the Castle Kingdom's soldiers were also quite scared. Well, it doesn't really matter. All right, it seems it's now my turn. Seeing the sacred country's soldiers beginning to withdraw, I activated spirit summoning. Possession. As you wish. Before Angulmas started to rage about Anko, I immediately ordered him to use spirit possession. Right after that, a rainbow-colored aura exploded. Oh? From behind me, I heard some murmurs from what seemed to be the Margrave's soldiers. This might be the first time they witness spirit possession. I know. I get it. It looks very cool. Me too. When I was a beginner, I yearned for it. It's hunting time. I see. My blood is boiling. Silently sharing my thoughts, I rushed forth. My aim was their flank. With a high-speed movement that left behind after images, I closed the distance with the enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye. Sorry if you die. After uttering a few words, I prepared Dragon King swordsmanship. And exactly 4 seconds later, I unleashed it, drawing a line just by their flank. Here I come. The shockwave moved through the ground with a roaring sound, dirt and sand blowing sky-high almost like a wave of earth. High, some of the enemy soldiers got so scared they soiled their pants. When the dust settled down, the gouged ground revealed a beautiful straight line, just as I intended. This was a warning that if they go beyond here, I won't guarantee their lives. And sure enough, the soldiers of the sacred country camel continued their desperate retreat, keeping away from that gouged line. What is that? What the heck is that? They no longer looked like enemies. However, as one would expect from trained soldiers, their formation had yet to collapse. Yufufafu. Welcome. Before I knew it, Anko changed into a human form using darkness shift and used darkness transfer to appear in front of them. In their eyes, despair. At that moment, the soldiers' feet completely stopped. Come, dark flame spear. Anko used darkness summon and a huge spear, one that looked to be 3 times her height, materialized. Even I was prepared back then, thinking if she brings it out, it's over. Her strongest and the most terrifying weapon. In other words, Anko entered mighty mode. Fufu. With her eyes sharply narrowed and her mouth in the form of a gentle smile, Anko swung the spear as if it were a wooden stick. At the same time, black flames gushed from the tip of the spear, scorching the ground in an area of about 10 meters beyond her, but the firepower still flew beyond that. The earth, rocks, encampment tents, and even the barricades were burned to cinders. Every time Anko swung her dark flame spear, everything beyond her instantly turned into scorched earth. Whoa! The soldiers could no longer keep up with what was happening before them. Escape? No, flee. Completely losing their will to fight, they all turned their back to Anko and fled in fear. We're still not done here. Did they think I would let them escape? When I saw them running towards here, I once again used Dragon King swordsmanship. Seeing the explosion of flying debris, like a volcano erupting before them, they were forced to change their route. Anko is in front of them. I'm on their left, and the Margrave's army is at their backs. Thus, they inevitably tried to escape to the right. I can't allow you to. Once again, Anko used darkness transfer to instantly move to their right side. They made no, please give me a break sort of face. I could almost hear the voice in the soldiers' minds. Without any choice left, the soldiers then ran away to the front, to the place where Anko was at just a little while ago. That won't do. Preparing Dragon King archery, I targeted the place just before them. Dragon King archery is a skill that lands a very powerful ranged attack at the point of impact. Its preparation time is 6 seconds, which is long, but the range and power have nothing to criticize. This is archery skill with limited uses. Zudon. After that sound, the impact caused a shock as if a bomb had fallen. The landing point of that Dragon King archery shot was a gouged out circle, resembling a crater. What the hell is going on? Seriously? The hunting time was proceeding perfectly, almost too perfectly. Then, for a few more minutes, they were sandwiched between me and Anko and were being toyed with as if we were playing dodgeball. At one point, I casually noticed enemy soldiers approaching my location, a cavalry squad. So, they finally came. Their aim should be to break through me since it's impossible for them to defeat Anko. Certainly, with spirit possession having ended already, I'm currently just a single man. And, for all intents and purposes, I'm just a normal human being. They might be thinking, we can beat this guy, it's way better than fighting that monster. Well, it's a shame. Transform. The moment the cavalry was about to strike me, I activated Transform. I used the 8 seconds of invincibility of the Transform skill to knock down the attacking cavalry. The attackers felt as if they had hit against a wall, and most of them had fallen and no longer functioned as cavalry. However, it wasn't possible to stop them from follow on that attack. Thus, I was surrounded by enemy soldiers in no time. Take this. Out of the 8 seconds, 6 are used to complete the transformation. In other words, there are 2 more seconds of moving while invincible. That's the real thrill of the transform skill. As the enemy soldiers surrounded me, I simply ran around the rest of the cavalry, knocking them down with an innocent smile. Then, while I prepared the combined skill of soldier archery and fire attribute, first forms magic archery. In those 2 seconds, I sent out the signal. Afterward, welcome back, my lord. Just as planned, I was now being held in her chest after she used darkness summon. All the soldiers surrounding me went, huh? Judging from their expressions, it looked like some sort of magic trick. Well then, the enemy soldiers who ran away in fear of Anko are considerably in the back. We stood there, with our backs to them. As for the reason, sounds like they've come. Listening carefully, from beyond the darkness, the sound of thousands of military boots and clinking armor echoed. The ambushing troops, in other words, the reinforcements from the sacred country Camel. Their numbers, as estimated by Winfield, were 8 to 10,000. Please leave this to me. Anko gave me a heartfelt smile, putting away her dark flame spear. Afterward, the dim moonlight together with the torches burning in the rear of the sacred country soldiers' formation revealed their numbers. Forming rows and rows, the reinforcements approached in a siege formation. Seeing this made a chill run down my spine. No matter how strong we are, getting surrounded by this number of enemies will be tough. An instinctive fear started to swell inside me. Here I come. Uttering those words, Anko left without even an ounce of fear, and after quietly walking a few steps, disappearing and appearing in front of them with darkness transfer. Those soldiers must have been puzzled. What is a woman alone going to do against 10,000 soldiers? They wondered, and thus, their strategy of hiding in the dark and trying to make a surprise attack would end up backfiring on them. Foo-foo, foo-fa-fa-foo. Ah ha 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 ha, an alluring laughter, loud enough that it was even heard at my location. And, in a moment an evil mist erupted from Anko, dark enough to be clearly seen even in the obscurity of the night. Suddenly, my heart felt hard-pressed, and my body stiffed. My brain, knowing the terrible and deadly nature of that magic, started to unintentionally give off warning signals. Darkness magic. Anybody whom that dark mist touches will have their HP forcibly lowered to 1. That fear. This fear of theirs. I can't even begin to imagine it. In the darkness of the night, a laughing woman and a mysterious black fog suddenly appeared, and without warning, in a place where you can barely make up the distance to the soldier next to you, your HP becomes 1. Whoa! Panic ensued. Only a few hundreds to 1,000 of the soldiers that were at the front rows were hit directly by darkness magic. However, only that was enough to drag them all to a hellish fear. No, this wasn't something as mild as panic. What would happen if you're in the middle of a restless mob with just 1 HP left? To put it simply, you'll die. If you were to fall, you'd die soon after. The people desperately running from the front in horror collided with the people marching forward and died, and the ones advancing just saw them die without knowing the reason. Such abnormal sight was happening here and there among the platoon of soldiers. Some of them appeared to be drinking potions, slowly recovering. However, potions that quickly recovered from being left with 1 HP were expensive, so they were rarely distributed among the normal soldiers. They had no room to wait for the recovery magicians to arrive. So their only remaining option was to keep drinking a number of cheap potions. In that way, with some people died and some on the brink of death, the morale finally collapsed, leaving them in no shape to put up a fight, retreat, and thus, in the middle of the darkness, with fear and confusion spreading, many of the sacred country reinforcements were either dead or dying, therefore forcing them to withdraw early. Darkness magic has a cooldown time of 3,600 seconds, meaning it can't be used for another hour. However, that's a fact the enemy commander wasn't aware of. So, not knowing when that frightening fog would descend upon them again, they had no other choice but to escape. Ah, how cute. Come on, run away faster. Anko used darkness summon to call forth her shadow cane. With dreadful force she slashed at the ground, making pebbles rain on their armor. Anko's voice, the sound of the raining dirt, and even the sound of the forcefully swung cane must have been terrifying for the soldiers. It should be time. After seeing the entirety of the reinforcements starting to withdraw, I gave Anko a signal. The next moment, I was on her chest. I don't think this. No, it definitely doesn't look cool at all. Well, not like I can do anything about it. Behold, I prepared the most conspicuous magic spell I had, lightning attribute, 5th form, and aimed it at their ear. The 5th form spell flew at high speed, like a missile, and then landed, barabarabari. With that sound, the electric shock raged as if coming from a cumulonimbus cloud. Despite it being night, the area was lighted by the lightning strike in a way similar to a disco ball, and the thunderous roar echoed across the land. This somehow drew the enemy's attention. Taking a deep breath, I broke the silence. I'm second fastest. Don't forget my name, you assholes. Just try this again and see what happens to you. I won't just let you leave. I also know about the Caramelia. Tell the idiots in your faith that they better not look down on me. If you get it, then leave and go hide beneath your mum's skirt. Also, return the prisoners, you idiots. Lord Second. By any chance? Are you crazy? You sure are rude. Huh? Everything was now over. When I thought what would he say to me, the first thing that came out of Margrave's Steambitter Valley was some criticism while half laughing. Still, I don't hate him. I was just kidding. I was looking down on you. I'm ashamed to admit. That's right. If that's true, then you should be more ashamed. No. Well, let me explain. I think it was only natural for me to make light of you. What was with that attitude? Are you here just to play around? That's what I thought. But I guess that attitude was only natural for you. After all, you really did come to just play around. Oh, don't praise me so much. It's a bit embarrassing. I wasn't praising you. No. Well, it might have sounded like praise, but it wasn't. What's with you? The prisoners of war were returned while being treated quite politely. Over 14,000 of the sacred country Camel's soldiers have withdrawn. They have been instilled with a fear they'll never forget. And our side came out totally unscathed. Do you understand what this means? A great success, right? When I answered with a laugh, Steam also laughed. Thank you. I'll say it as many times as I need. Thanks. Thank you. Chapter 83 Last Stand. Night. As sunset came, the royal castle was surrounded. The soldiers under the second prince were rushing into the fallen castle one after another. Their objectives were the Prime Minister, the captain of the Third Night Order, the first queen, and the first prince. However, this was easier said than done. Despite every reversal of roles, coming back from being the underdog, their opponent had also taken further measures. When about 50% of the castle had been captured, a suicide squad from the first prince faction was sent. They wanted to earn even a little more time. This had been instructed by the Prime Minister. However, there was little meaning in earning time now. No matter how much they wait, reinforcements from the Empire would no longer come. Nevertheless, the desperate struggle by the first prince faction continued, and thus, the battle in the castle was taking longer than expected. Being led by Sylvia, Iko and the mithril alloy-equipped soldiers, the second prince's armed force slowly and steadily pushed forward. Unlike the other party, who acted out of desperation, they valued their life. Making even a little mistake could cost them dearly. So, there was no need to rush. The outside of the royal castle was surrounded by soldiers under the second prince, and with the escape routes already investigated and sealed off, the top priority was to take control without taking much damage, no matter how much it would take. And so, how much time would it take for them to take control over the castle? The night had now completely fallen. The figure of the Prime Minister had yet to be seen. He most likely holed up at the deepest parts in the throne room. The way has been opened. Let's go towards the throne room. The Prime Minister will surely be there. Understood. Gotcha. Taking the chance when the enemy formation collapsed, Winfield instructed Sylvia and Iko as they made their way to the throne room. Why did she decide to move with them? This was because something she worried about. Found him, Sylvia called out. At the end of her gaze was Prime Minister Val, and the captain of the Third Night Order, Harem, and also, one more person. This is bad. The moment Sylvia noticed that person's identity, her face stiffened. Vice Captain of the Second Night Order. Graham. No knight in the kingdom didn't know that name. A hero among heroes. With a height of about 2 meters, Graham stood silently in front of Val and Harem, sword in hand, as if to guard them. This meant Graham was with the other side. Vice Captain, Graham Dono. Did you sell your soul to that evil man? Graham ignored Sylvia's words. His face was quite youthful, making one doubt the fact he was 40 years old, but looking closely, one could see he looked somewhat tired. Why had he come out with this timing? And at the Prime Minister's side at that? And as if to answer Sylvia's question, Winfield opened her mouth. Most likely, hostages, I think. His family, probably. After all, he wasn't in the kingdom, until now. An expedition? Were they taken hostages? At that time? I see. He's gone that far. A calm analysis. In turn, Sylvia's anger switched to the Prime Minister. But, if possible, Sylvia wanted to avoid fighting against Graham. The reason being, I see, so he's an experienced title fighter, isn't he? Looking at Sylvia and her hesitation, Winfield noticed. She was right. Graham had participated in several swordsmanship's title matches in the past. That, in other words, meant from soldier to Dragon King, his swordsmanship skills were all at grade 9. He was undoubtedly a ferocious man. So, can you win? No problem. I'ma do my best. The three of them had the same opinion since yesterday. In the case a title fighter would appear as the enemy's escort so long as they were 2-on-1, they could win. Winfield too, from an objective point of view, thought they could win. Sylvia and Iko's skills were mostly at grade 9. Furthermore, their combination had excellent compatibility, considering their roles as forward and rear guard. They had no reason to lose. Only one possible problem: personal experience. a factor that seemed very small, but it was surprisingly big. Understood. Sylvia-san, Iko-san, lend me your strength, and by no chance, let your guard down. Before those words, Sylvia and Iko were already moving forward. It was then that Graham finally opened his mouth. Sylvia Virginia, I know your father very well. Coming 2 versus 1, have you forgotten your pride as a knight? Exclamation mark. A clever scheme, taking into consideration Sylvia's character. Having longed to become a knight and with a strong sense of justice, he spoke about her father and tried to question her pride. Something someone experienced would say, don't fall for it. Stay calm, Amu. I know, but there are things I can't just back down from. Noticing that Sylvia wouldn't listen, Winfield decided to simply stop and give up on it. Sylvia, probably influenced in some way by Second, was quite stubborn. She was someone who would risk her life for justice and pride. This was why she went along with Graham's provocation. It was just inevitable. Don't look down on me. It's a one-on-one then. Sylvia held down her bow, taking out an arrow. You're a fool. Eh? The next moment, Graham was closing in on Sylvia, and thus, the large sword was swung down mercilessly. KGGG. The one who received it was Iko. With a pained expression, she managed to hold on to the large shield. Oh, you're amazing, to be able to withstand it. Graham, suddenly becoming more talkative, praised Iko. However, his movements didn't stop. Taking 2 steps back to consider his next move, he held his large sword lowered. What is he going to do? Sylvia wondered, and since she was unsure and couldn't make any predictions, she retreated while preparing a silver archery shot. Exclamation mark. Graham then began to move quickly and at the same time with his sword in parallel with the ground. A thrust. Sylvia intuitively felt that was what was coming, so she moved her body to the side and got ready to release her silver archery shot. You're too easy to read. All of a sudden, Graham changed his thrust to a slash. He cancelled his knight swordsmanship skill midway and slashed at her with soldier swordsmanship. It was an exquisite and practiced technique that was impossible to avoid with just a glance, since there were many feints and she ended up being led. Sylvia was slashed. With fresh blood flowing from her shoulder, she staggered back about 3 meters and ended up kneeling. However, as one would expect from someone who cleared an intermediate class dungeon, she stood up immediately without worrying much about her shoulder injury and calmly drank a potion restoring her HP while keeping her distance from Graham. Sylvia wasn't Graham's only opponent. It had already become a 2 versus 1. And Iko was now rushing at Graham. She used a skill that was quite successful during the siege, rook shieldmanship. But you're quite open with that. It was useless if it didn't connect. Graham evaded at the last moment, and got ready to unleash a soldier swordsmanship slash at her back. That's dangerous, but he couldn't. Taking that opening as a chance, Sylvia fired a soldier archery shot. Turning around, Graham deflected the arrow with his sword, and then closed the distance between him and Sylvia in an instant. I now understand your power, Vice Captain Dono. Muttering a few words under her breath, Sylvia prepared a gold archery shot. Being a ranged attack with added knockback effect. It's a rare archery skill to cope up with people closing in. After quickly reading Sylvia's skills, Graham stopped his rush. And so, he changed tactics. From approaching her quickly and finishing her up using silver swordsmanship, to finishing her at a medium distance using Dragon King swordsmanship. The preparation time for that skill is 4 seconds. It lets a large opening, but its range and power are also large. That's what I was waiting for. The moment she saw Graham began preparing Dragon King swordsmanship, Sylvia cancelled her gold archery skill and switched to a rook archery shot. Even if she started preparing later, her opponent had to prepare for 4 seconds, so she thought she could make it. Well, not bad for a hasty preparation. Graham cancelled his Dragon King swordsmanship strike with an expression of having plenty of leeway. This made Sylvia confident about her victory. As expected, he decided that he couldn't counter rook archery in time and chose to stop. She thought, this ends here. Sylvia released her bow, shooting rook archery as soon as it was ready. If you get hit by it, no matter whether you were a title fighter, you couldn't avoid taking a lot of damage. If it was silver, I might have been hit. But Graham leisurely muttered those words. Then he used gold swordsmanship against Sylvia's rook archery. What? At this distance, that wouldn't do. There was a difference in experience at fighting against other people, the time to prepare your skills, how to respond to something, and more. Graham's body remembered it perfectly without having to think about it. Sylvia, on the other hand, acted while thinking on her next move. The difference was just too big. Immediately afterward, Graham welcomed Ika, who was approaching him from behind, with silver swordsmanship. The attack was received with the big shield, causing Iko to stagger. Even though it was just silver swordsmanship, her opponent was a fierce person at the title match level. Each of his strikes was tremendously heavy. How is it? In addition, he continued to chase. Without allowing her time to use a skill, Iko was forced to receive Graham's silver swordsmanship with just her shield alone. She staggered back, falling on her back. The constant impacts had caused a concussion, preventing her from getting up. Silence fell upon the throne room. At this rate, we will lose, screamed Sylvia's intuition. Despite it being a 2 versus 1, she and Iko will lose. It was humiliating, and I'm fired up. It had been a long time since she faced a strong enemy. As a member of Team Firstist, there was no way she wouldn't be fired up. Don't. You can't do it. Let's go back, Sylvia-san. We don't have to rush it. They don't have a place to run. No. What would happen if the puppet vice captain was to go on a rampage? Our losses might exceed 100. Still, it's dangerous. It's okay to retreat. Winfield. Sorry. Speaking just one word, Sylvia turned her back. This girl also possessed an unyielding sense of justice. Prime Minister Val, Third Night Order Captain Jerem, it's time to pay for your sins. Ha ha. How can a lowly knight as yourself say such a thing? Aren't you without options now? I will bring judgment upon you, bastards. Transform! Exclamation mark. Sylvia performed a grade 6 transform. She intended on settling this here and now. A flame mask, a flame cloak. Flames gushed from the light armor she wore, making her appearance look like an incarnation of flame. Clicking his tongue, Gran prepared a Dragon King swordsmanship skill. In a single instance, he noticed transform took time to complete and decided to make good use of it. It was a bet, for both of them. If she endured the Dragon King swordsmanship, it was Sylvia's win. If Graham's Dragon King swordsmanship pushed through, it was his win. Come. Here I come, little girl. Their timing aligned as if they were measuring it. Sylvia activated the strongest skill she could prepare in the 2 seconds of invincibility after completing the transformation. Rook archery. At the same time, Graham's Dragon King swordsmanship activated. Both their skills collided, counterbalanced, and, fainting, Sylvia fell to the ground. The damage wasn't much. However, she wasn't able to offset it. In contrast, rook archery, Dragon King swordsmanship was a bad match as a single target range attack. Thus, she completely received Dragon King swordsmanship's stun effect. Ha, ha 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 ha. Well done, Graham. Marvelous. Let's make these intruders, alongside the second prince, disappear now. Valanjaram shouted in joy. The biggest threat was these two who were now knocked out. Until now, they were in a precarious situation, so they couldn't help but rejoice that the goddess of victory was on their side now. You are. Looking at the fainted Sylvia, Iko managed to get up and snarled in a threatening way. In front, Graham gripped his long sword while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He noticed he was able to defeat the transformed Sylvia just because of luck and had fallen while taking little to no damage. And then, he noticed it. No way. This little girl too. Transform. I knew it. He thought. Graham immediately raised his level of alertness. Playtime is over. This is a title match stage. With those thoughts in mind, Graham's concentration increased many times. The other party isn't just a little girl. She's a ferocious fighter who aims for a title. Then, concentrating deeper and deeper, Graham's carelessness disappeared. Hey, your family is already safe. There's no need to keep helping. The Prime Minister. Winfield tried to trick Graham. However, in Graham's mind, those words weren't heard. They not even registered. His concentration was just abnormal, and he was completely in an immersive state. They collided with each other alongside a loud bang. Graham's rook swordsmanship was received by Iko's knight shieldmanship. Knight shieldmanship had the effect of increased defense plus added knockback. However, Graham wasn't the only one being knocked back. Iko was pushed back too since she couldn't completely guard off the rook swordsmanship slash. Not so fast. Kaya. While Iko tried to prepare gold shieldmanship, Graham approached without wasting time and kept chasing using lance swordsmanship. The lance skill had a penetrating effect. Therefore, despite having a shield, Iko was receiving damage to her body. After that, it was a one-sided battle. Shieldmanship was a skill for defense. It wasn't suitable for a one-on-one battle. Thus, Iko had no choice but to keep receiving Graham's attacks. He slowly shaved off Iko's HP while using penetrating attacks such as lance swordsmanship and bishop swordsmanship. Sylvia-san. Winfield struggled to try and somehow wake Sylvia up. However, she didn't respond, and because she was a spirit, she didn't possess an inventory, so it wasn't possible for her to get an abnormal status recovery potion. Meanwhile, Iko's HP was still being shaved off, as one would expect from a battle priest. She was still able to endure and heal the damage on her own, but if transform were to end, she wouldn't be able to endure for much time. There was little time left. Should I try to get an abnormal status recovery potion from someone? While she was considering that, an unexpected person entered the throne room. First Prince, Klaus. Quietly muttering that name, Winfield bit her lower lip. It was the worst timing for this. Good timing, Your Highness. Kill that woman lying down there and the grey-haired woman too. Prime Minister Val happily gave out instructions. Silently pulling out the sword from his waist, Klaus made his way towards Winfield. Good at swordsmanship, was it? This is bad. First Prince Klaus was quite skilled in swordsmanship enough to become the captain of the First Knight Order at a young age. It was said that, aside from title battles, his skill was unmatched across the kingdom. Winfield stood in front of Sylvia as if to shield her while facing Klaus. Despite being a mixed one, she was still a spirit. She was stronger than normal humans. However, she wasn't strong enough to face Klaus. Phew, I guess I got no other choice. She thought of using her trump card. One she hadn't told anyone, an ultimate trump card only usable by spirits. Originally, she intended on using it if the worst-case scenario came to pass. And just now, that worst-case scenario was happening. If the capture of the royal castle was prolonged, a fierce enemy like someone who had participated in title matches might appear as the escort of the Prime Minister. In that case, there existed the possibility that even Iko and Sylvia together wouldn't be a match, and if by some twisted chance of fate this scenario happened, she planned to use her trump card. This, she had decided on yesterday. Thinking now that it has come to this, Winfield decided to use her last move, and in that aspect, this was the best move. All that was left was her firm resolution. Graham, weren't you on an expedition? At that moment, Klaus suddenly began speaking. Surprisingly, his words were directed to the vice-captain of the Second Knight Order. Graham, sensing the suspicious air, Winfield decided to take the stand of wait and see. Yes, the truth is, I returned today. Not being able to ignore the words of the first prince, Graham responded while still containing Iko. Strange. It's strange after all. What's wrong, Your Highness? If you don't hurry and kill that woman, they will kill you, my prince. Prime Minister Val shouted as Klaus muttered to himself as if his time was running out. However, Klaus' demeanor didn't change. You were suddenly called back, right? Were you contacted when the violation of the Knight's Agreement became a topic in the kingdom? That's correct, right? Yes. That's enough. Graham, you stay silent. Focus on the battle. Prime Minister. Shut your damn mouth, Klaus shouted in anger. It was at that moment when his doubts turned into conviction. I know your wife. She's a maid under the second Queen Freon. Yes, I saw Queen Freon leaving the castle yesterday, but there was no sign of your wife with her. What are you trying to say? When I was bashed by the people, I once saw Queen Freon on the balcony. At that time, your wife was still her maid. After that, you were called back. With all this in mind, there's only one reason why you had to return from the expedition in this short amount of time. How nauseating. It's easy to imagine the reason, my prince. That's a misunderstanding. That maid was fired because of her ineptitude. Villain, you've been tricking me. You've been using me. Always. All this time. Klaus gradually raised his voice and glared at Prime Minister Val. He'd no longer be deceived. Queen Freon isn't the kind of person who would fire a maid because of some failure. Graham isn't a man who would simply leave a royal expedition, ignoring his subordinates to return alone. And me, I'm not a man whose further can be killed and will keep silent. Raising his sword, Klaus headed towards the Prime Minister. You are the pus of the kingdom. Empire's dog. I will punish you now, Your Highness. Please forgive me. I too have something I have to protect. Graham then stood in his way. About Tico, her transform had come undone and she was beaten on the floor, falling like a ragdoll. Move. I'll cut you too. I can't let you. I can no longer go against him. It was almost as if declaring he had taken hostages. Still, there was nothing he could do, and thus, Klaus and Graham were facing each other. Why won't you step back? Aren't you able to easily kill those two? Their subordinates will move. Then, there's no other way. Yeah, I can't show my face to my family anymore. Graham's attitude towards Klaus was, unlike with Sylvia, very respectful. I never expected to face against my teacher in this way. If possible, I too would have preferred to repay you differently. Phew, I'm sure. The two of them slowly closed the distance against each other. Their sword stance was quite similar. Graham, that guy's useless now. Get rid of him. At that moment, Prime Minister Val yelled those words. However, his voice wasn't heard by the two people. Deep in concentration, it was in an instant their silver swordsmanship flashed. Just how much skill was packed at that moment? It was a world only these two could understand. Gah! You! Klaus fell to one knee. A deep one was visible on his thigh. It was a wound that wouldn't let him stand unless healed. Graham stared down at that scene with a saddened face. Despite it being for her wife and child's sake, he had hurt a prince of the country, his disciple. This fact carved an unhealable wound in his heart. Good, Graham. Finish him. Kill him. And Maine, Arai too. Every one of them. Kill them all. Let's fuck up the kingdom. Prime Minister Val laughed as if he was crazy. No, he was indeed crazy. The vassalization of the kingdom had failed. The empire had abandoned him, and now he had nowhere left to go. This turned him in a man thirsty for revenge, only wishing for ruin. Graham silently approached the still unconscious Sylvia. He felt Sylvia was the number one threat, so he decided to stab her first. It's time, I guess. After all, I told him to leave it to me, right? Now was the time. Winfield started moving quietly. Without an ounce of hesitation, she walked towards Graham. She had steeled herself. What? Graham stopped and was on guard. A woman was approaching him without taking any stance. There was nothing more suspicious than this. Well, it doesn't matter. It's just, I'll be a bit lonely. Maybe. I wanted to give him one last greeting. ? Laughing with a smile, she spoke those words. Graham felt puzzled, not understanding the meaning of those words. Spirits, you see, can become invincible for a short while, by burning their very existence. About a minute, was it? In that time, I will kill you three and rescue Sylvia-san and Iko-san. That is my responsibility. Winfield's worries were, unfortunately, right on the spot. Therefore, she tried to take responsibility by using her trump card. There were several other paths, but at this moment and at this time, this was the best one. Was it the difference in values? The difference she had on her outlook about life and death? If everything can be settled with just one life, I'll gladly give mine. Winfield was that kind of spirit. This is the solution. With this, it's done. There will be no issue except that I'll be gone. A good ending, right? Muttering with a grim expression, she held a hand over her chest. At the place where the human heart was located, also lied the source of life of the spirits, and she was going to destroy it. An extremely easy, and equally scary method. Bye-bye. The next moment, just as Winfield was saying those parting words towards the missing second, darkness overflowed. The shadows seethed with an aura of intimation that would make people plead for their life. An existence of fear that shouldn't be here suddenly materialized from that shadow. from the shadow of the fallen Sylvia, and then if it's a shadow you remember, anywhere is possible. Huh? Unbelievable. I didn't expect you'd be able to transfer to the shadow of a person. Chapter 84. Alright. That's the end. So, what's with this situation? It was good that I tried to use darkness transfer with Sylvia's shadow as a test. Sylvia was lying down showing the white of her eyes. Eiko is on her knees, her gear in tatters. Winfield looked at me with eyes rounded in surprise. And then, she started crying. For her to cry this much. Did you do this? I spoke to the old man with a large sword who was facing Winfield. The old man glared at me while opening his mouth to speak. Who are you? Oh. His stance leaves no openings. He's pretty decent. I see. So Sylvia and Eiko were struck down by this old man. Indeed, it seems he has experience in PvP. It might have been rushing things when I asked these two who have only experienced dungeon clearing. Mobius was a game where decent status differences could be overturned by player skill alone. Even if it was a 2 versus 1, it's a huge difference that can only be understood once you experience it. No, I think it would be more appropriate to call it a wall. A wall that everyone has to overcome one day. Whether or not they can break through depends on how serious they work from then on. This might have been a good experience for these two. When I qualified for the title matches, I believe I became an endgame player. I gained this strange confidence and sense of superiority that allowed me to intimidate opponents who were weaker than me. So I naturally grew. Even if you have to be trashed at least once, I think it's a good experience for the future. Good job, Anko. I'll send you back so you can rest. Or, do you want to stay and look? Lord, please don't say something so painful. Please, let me burn your brave figure under my eyes. Is that so? Then, stay there and look. Let's see. This guy is just swordsmanship. All right. Let's go with that too. Oh, there's the Prime Minister too. You two, look. It's a good chance to let him know who he picked to fight with. I then took the mithril sword from my inventory and faced the old man. When the coin falls, that's the signal to start. Okay? Wait. Who are you? And who the hell is that black woman? It doesn't matter. It has been some time for me. I just can't stand it. I flung the coin. At that point, the old man braced himself. He switched fast. As expected, my eyes weren't lying, and thus, the coin landed. All right. That's the end. I take that back. Right at the start of the match, the old man's right arm was cut off, deciding the victor in an instant. Damn small fry. His first move was too slow. He didn't even notice nor reacted to the fake bishop swordsmanship. He only looked at my feet. Failed to maintain a proper distance. WWH, who the hell are you? What did you do? What? You ask. It was soldier swordsmanship. What's with that sword? How did it extend? Well, it can extend this much. That's if you grip it from the tip of the handle. Wow. He didn't know that, so that's why he's so accusatory. Study the basics again. Not just the feet, look at the whole picture. Also, shouldn't you stop with the big sword? It's not suitable for interpersonal battles at all. As I gave him some advice, the old man hung his head and got down on his knees. He was so overconfident. Serves him right. Eiko, are you fainting? Wake up. I had Eiko, who was crouching on the ground and about to lose consciousness, drink an abnormal status recovery potion and then a high-grade recovery potion. Then, she slowly regained her energy. Second, with a faint smile she hugged me. Next, Sylvia's unconsciousness was solved with another abnormal status recovery potion. Sylvia started WHA as she jumped up, then turned and let out a huh when her eyes landed on me. Her figure as she looked like she was sleeping was a little cute. Winfield, please explain. Huh? Winfield? Just as I was asking about the current situation, I looked back at Winfield and she was still crying. Are you serious? How much of a shock this was. Thank God. Thank God, Woo. She's seriously crying. It can be helped. So I hugged her and waited for her to stop crying while thinking spirits sure make the same face as humans when they cry. Maybe I pushed too much responsibility onto her. Thinking about it, I left pretty much everything to her. I never stopped to think that ever since Yukari summoned her, she has been doing nothing but work. Despite it being her first time in the human world, I never had a reason to think about it just because I deemed her smart and thought she should be fine, but in the end, she's also a team member. I should have paid more attention. Second San, even if you didn't come, I steeled myself. I was thinking it was for their best, but I really didn't want to disappear. There might have been another way, but yesterday, I was convinced this was fine, but now, I couldn't accept it. It was a difficult decision. I'm sorry for being useless, forgive me. Wait a second. What are you saying? Still, the meaning was conveyed somehow. I'm sorry for being useless, she desperately apologized. She's probably misunderstanding something. Or rather, her runny nose is all over my clothes. Well, not like it matters. After all, it's this girl's master, the one doing the laundry. Everybody makes mistakes. Even I only realized the versatility of Anko's transfer in the middle of last night. No, you're wrong. I knew the opponent would be strong, but I was conceited. I placed everyone in a dangerous spot. If only I've made my decision faster, this wouldn't have happened. Calm down. After all, you're not to blame for Sylvia's deadheadedness. At the side, I heard a "how awful" from Sylvia, but I ignored her and continued. Say, who was the one who cornered the Prime Minister in less than half a month? Who brought down the castle in just half a day? And thanks to who we could keep the damage to a minimum? Second San? Wrong. You. It was you. Seems she undervalues herself. All this time you've been like a perfect superhuman, right? Always trying to pick the best hand. That's why one or two mistakes hurt you so much. After all, a stain is more noticeable on a beautiful, pure, white shirt, but I don't know how that feels. But, if I didn't pick the best move, everyone's lives, don't carry it all by yourself. You can use the next best move, or a move that simply doesn't lose. Isn't this a game? If so, then play with more leeway! Exclamation mark. You tried to solve everything neatly by yourself. Doing it like that is boring. Don't risk your life just because this is a game. Bet your life on it exactly because it's a game. It's times like these, if so, I'm sure it will be fun. You can enjoy it more. How's it? Do you understand where I'm coming from? If you get it, then stop sobbing. Winfield was still crying, but she nodded her head on my chest. I see. She gets it. Then, it's punishment time. Her shoulders suddenly quivered. Second Dono. Leaving me aside, I believe Winfield did a great job, right? I know that. But hey, Sylvia-san, weren't you knocked down only because you lost your calm and went all by yourself? That I know very well. I'm very sorry from the bottom of my heart. Still, I'm worried about why was Iko done in so bad. That would be Winfield's responsibility. Wait a minute. Maybe it wasn't Winfield's fault and rather it was because Sylvia got knocked down on her own that, at the moment when I was about to unveil the real culprit, the Prime Minister, not reading the mood, threw something at me. Come to think of it, he was still there. To death throw a knife to my lord. Moreover, poison-coated. Anko caught the flying knife and then spoke while trembling with increasing anger. Can she tell it's coated with poison just by sniffing the knife, as expected of a wolf? Her nose is amazing. Or rather, just how much are you going to uselessly struggle, Prime Minister? You need to know when to give up. I don't even know what's he trying to accomplish now. Is he even aware of the position he is at right now? What's with this old man? The more he does the more pitiable he looks. Prime Minister. Let's run away, Prime Minister. The other old man who someone managed to bring the Prime Minister's sanity back was also pitiful. Who was this guy? The Third Night Order captain, right? Jurjum? No, Juru. Huh? Was it Jada? In just a moment. It was the moment I took my eyes off from the Prime Minister. What I saw from the corner of my eye was a scene in which the Prime Minister rushed at Anko with a large sword on his hand, and slashed at her back. Or, at least he tried. House, stay, don't kill him. I wouldn't be able to say it in time. There's no time even for unsummon. Anko twisted her body and turned around, then slashed with her left hand from bottom to top. Claw attack. It was the full-fledged skill from Anko. Then, I guess, yeah, the end of the Prime Minister was a terrible one. Whoa, for real? In short, blood and meat chunks were plastered over the wall, and a large lump of meat, which once was the Prime Minister, was embedded in the wall with circular dents like a crater. The force was quite extraordinary, and here and there you could see some white bone-like objects sticking out. Plop! An unrecognizable piece of meat then fell on the floor. Looking closely, the ceiling was also stained with a large amount of scattered blood and flesh. This will be hard to clean. Hi. The Third Night Order's captain gave a short squeal and then fell back on his butt. A few seconds later, a yellow puddle could be seen on the marble floor. Ha! Another cheery. I am very sorry, my lord. Once again, I moved on my own. My hand just slipped. Ah, this damn hand. Anko. Why, yes? It couldn't be helped right now. If such a sweaty old man suddenly approached me from behind, I might have done the same thing. Oh, how generous of you. Allow me to bow my head to you. While patting Anko's head and her fluffy ears, I forgave her for killing the Prime Minister. Ah, but still, it was too quick. He wouldn't have escaped the death penalty after being captured, but he might have had some useful information, so it was a waste to kill him here. Well, it doesn't matter. There's another old man who seems to have some information. Hi. When I turned my gaze towards him, the Third Night Order's captain dragged his butt, moving back. Oh please, give me a break. You're spreading that poo. Huh? Klaus? When I tried to look away from that filth, I first noticed Prince Klaus. Klaus was standing in a daze next to the big sword old man, which still had a face of despair. There's no sign of resistance. Looks like they didn't get stained by the Prime Minister. That's good. All right. The case has closed. It feels nice to say it clearly and in one go. The Camel Sacred Country has been driven away. The regulations on the Caramelia have started. The Prime Minister, the Third Night Order's captain and the First Prince have been captured. The First Queen has probably also been caught. The castle will soon fall. Like this, there isn't much to worry about left. Next is, well, let's pack what's left of the Prime Minister in a box and send it to the Empire. Are you serious? Second dono. Yeah, let's send it in a cool package so it doesn't rot. Are you serious? It's only natural. I'm angry, you know? He stands there high and mighty in his safe place. It was the Emperor, the one who ordered the assassination of the king anyways, and it was the same Emperor who did not send reinforcements. He decided on his self-protection at the last minute. That's irritating, right? I too have made my mind. From now on, I won't let the Emperor have a peaceful night of sleep. I'll harass that bastard as much as I can. I'll keep him in his toes, not knowing when am I going to attack. And I hope this keeps that shit stressed. Gee, good. I thought you were going to start a full-out war against the Empire. I don't have time to fool around. Fool around? Yeah. After all, knowing Maine, he will keep his promise with me. In that case, then it's almost time. It's almost time for the winter title matches. Chapter 85, Living Conditions and Good Private Punishment. Soon enough, the royal castle was completely under control. All the soldiers under the First Prince faction were detained, and the important figures, aside from the Prime Minister who became a lump of meat, were captured one after the other. The First Prince Klaus, with a regretful expression, didn't even try to resist, as something from the Third Night Order was shaking and crying while covered in snot. First Queen White was, well, I couldn't bear seeing her. I guess when people say batshit crazy they mean someone like her. Well, not like I care about her anymore. In any case, this bothersome issue lasted long enough. Right now, I just want to go home while skipping, take a bath, and then get some sleep in my current happy mood. How was it, Yukari? Didn't I keep my promise? A grandiose dinner was made, despite it being the middle of the night. I couldn't just ignore my servant's efforts and go to sleep. So, while getting drunk, I suddenly thought about that and spoke to Yukari. Yes, you somehow managed to do it, Master. Seemingly remembering my past promise, Yukari gave out an unusual smile while saying something similar to what I told her back then. First Queen White was the one who drove the Duchess house to ruin, but the real culprit was behind all that was the Prime Minister. It appears that the Prime Minister became aware of the brainwashing magic and feared it. So he planned a plot using the first queen. Yes, I already heard from Winfield. Is that so? Then, you should also know how the Prime Minister ended up as. Yeah, it was quite the sight, or so I was told. I'm glad you didn't see it. I almost couldn't eat tonight's hamburgers because of it. Master. After gulping down so many of them, those words sound like a lie. Certainly, but what can I do? They were delicious. That's right. Where's Cubero? Yes, right here. There he was. Like always, he's everywhere. I think I did all right. What do you think? I couldn't have hoped for a better result. The surprise attack disguised as bandit suppression was made known to the people and you avenged us, and the coward responsible for it has died. I'm sure that with this, the regrets of the boss and the men who died helping me escape have been cleared. All that's left of the search for the survivors. But don't worry, they're not being hunted down anymore. I'm sure they'll come out soon enough. Yes, Cubero answered with a broken voice, then cried. I quickly understood these were not tears of regret or sadness. Also, tell Besaid, if he wants, he can work here. And, whenever you find a member, I'm always ready to hire them. At that moment, his sobs couldn't be endured anymore and he broke down. Cubero wept. I thought this guy might be somewhat self-contained, but he might be surprisingly prone to tears. Next is my promise to Maine was also fulfilled, and the future of the kingdom, entrusted to me by the late Duchess, will be bright for a while. Then, what's left is Winfield. Yes, second San. This girl, she took care of me in many ways. It's more than just giving her a rank from 1 to 10. Still, there's no need to apologize or thank her. Me and her, we both were just playing a game. Was it fun? I'm sorry if you got bored. I was. Still, Green. Were you desperate to win? Yeah, I guess. I was in a hurry to win. How admirable. Even though until just a few hours ago she was crying emotionally, she's now objectively analyzing her points of reflection. Second San, you're amazing. You had no idle thoughts. Me, on the other hand, how to say it? Please stop. You can keep on praising me, but if you want to reflect on it, do it in your room. Yeah. Then, I'll praise. Second San, you're cool. Second San, you're the world's #1. Second San, I love you. Ha ha ha. This was a fun night. Getting moderately drunk feels amazing. However, just as soon as she finished speaking, Winfield was unsummoned. What did she do? Well then, clearing my thoughts, I turned towards Sylvia. When her eyes met mine, Sylvia smiled dryly while Iko was sleeping on her lap. It's not all over yet, but for now we're finished. For now. How about getting things back to what they were? Does that mean? For starters, do you want to go back dragon hunting in the Meteor Dungeon? Tomorrow? Tomorrow? Haste is a virtue. Looking at the time, it would be today I guess. Wait. Aren't you switching gears too quickly? How to explain it? Wouldn't it be better to slowly enjoy the closing of this curtain? Oh, Sylvia. It looks like after all the troubles things in this political strife, you want to take things in a more relaxed way. All right. I'm going to straighten you up from scratch for this coming title match. It's decided. Let's ignore the Meteor Dungeon and go for the Isourus one instead. Isn't TT that an A-class dungeon? No way. That's impossible. Impossible. At least for me, that's impossible. I'm not asking. No. Sylvia looked hopeless, thinking she could take a break. Looking at her I feel a bit of pity, so let's try and prepare a carrot. Do you want to go shopping on our way back? After all, I promised you and Iko I will get you a reward. That actually sounds fun. Maybe I'm spoiling her too much. Well, whatever. And thus, the political strife then we decided to meddle with, came to an end. Or so I thought. Next morning, Maine visited my house in person. Welcome, Your Majesty King Maine. Hey, please stop it. I haven't been crowned yet. Then, Your Majesty. The next King Maine. Seriously. Stop with all that. After all, you and I are friends, right? Maine, for some reason, blushed after saying the word friend. If you're going to feel embarrassed then don't say it. Didn't I tell you? Well, let me say it just in case. It's a bother if you come this early in the morning. Also, think about your position. It's not something that can be ignored. How mean. And I was even wondering what sort of item I could give you as thanks. It's great to have you here, Maine. My good friend. Enough with the empty talk. Is it about Klaus's punishment? Yes. Apparently, Maine not only came to talk to me about a reward but also to consult with me. I feel like I'm being played. I don't want to get involved with that. It's a bother. Isn't the death penalty fine? Or some private sentence? Yes, but my mother disagrees. Second Queen Freon does? Certainly, that person seems to be kind to a fault. What do you think, Winfield? I'm also for the death penalty. Same, for the vice captain. Vice captain? You mean the second Night Order vice captain, Graham? I heard you defeated him in an instant, Second San. Ah, that old man. As far as I'm concerned, that old man doesn't deserve the death penalty. He did a great job breaking Sylvia and Eco's conceitedness. Klaus is the only one I can't come to like. The main problem here is that Anayu was being used by the Prime Minister. Anayu, in truth, thought he was acting for the benefit of the kingdom. In other words, you mean to say he's just an idiot who got led to this situation because he believed he was doing it for the kingdom? Yeah, well, that's basically right. Then, you can't, I know, but Mother says. I see. Maine's just a mothercon who was being spoken ill of behind his back at the Royal Magic Academy. Maine, you decide. If you don't think for yourself and decide, it would be no different than your mother being the king. I guess so. He's no good. Better yet, why don't you make him into your slave? I thought about that, and I believed that would be good. However, Minister Rareye and Captain Memphis said it would be a national disgrace if the prince becomes a slave. So, what? Are you sure you want to care about this national disgrace when the empire almost devours you from inside? You're already the laughingstock for other countries. You're quite blunt, but it's the truth. Politics are troublesome. What's with this guy speaking the obvious? Don't worry. We'll keep an eye on you so that you don't become a tyrant, so you can do as you like. If you make a mistake, you can reflect on it and start over again. Second San. That's why now you have to hold a proper winter title match. Also, hand over all the magic grimoires, from first to fourth form. That's what you really wanted, huh? This is what I wanted too. Maine gave a tired laugh and murmured, you're hopeless. That's an okay, right? Nice. With this, everyone in my house will be able to learn magic from all attributes. There's no problem since I already got the fifth form grimoire. There were a lot of other things I wanted, but this time I compromised. It's not like I wouldn't have done my best if it wasn't for this. It's just that I'm lucky I can save all the trouble and time getting them. I understand. I'll try doing what I want. Maine declared so with a firm gaze. I don't know whether or not he caught on to something with my proper and reasonable advice. Well, that's fine. So long as the Castle Kingdom survives and the title matches are held, everything is fine. Then, lastly, let me tell you how you'll be treated, Second San. Immediately, Maine began speaking with a serious expression. Looks like this will be something important. The Castle Kingdom acknowledges you and accepts you as the special appointed ambassador from Zipang in the Castle Kingdom. In other words, you can keep living in the Castle Kingdom as you've been, Second San. I'll also recognize this stupidly large piece of land as the Zipang embassy. Well, this will make things more convenient. Okay. I feel there are various things wrong with this, but since he seems to have struggled about how to deal with this situation, it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, it actually is quite a welcomed situation. Since it would have seemed quite strange to say thank you, I received those serious words while answering with I will gracefully accept it. Incidentally, I have no idea what comes with this appointment. And, like this, the political strife finally ended, and I became the ambassador for a country that didn't exist. Section. Melson Marubo, the daughter of the Emperor Goldo Marubo, was horrified. After being called by her father, what she saw was something that exceeded her imagination. This is Valmoro's pendant, right? It's the same as the one I gifted you. Chikayu. Then, you mean to say, this is the body of Valmoro? There's no doubt. Ha ha ha. This is not a laughing matter. Too, something like this. Melson turned her eyes away from the chunks of discolored meat. It was hard to believe that such a thing was a person's corpse. However, if by chance, this was true, Just thinking like that was enough to make her shudder in fear. Listen, the other party is someone who would send this minced meat to the emperor. That's not something a lenient person would do. The sacred country lost. Against that man alone. Don't think you can just fight him and win. Otherwise, you will end like this. Just watch over my back and learn. Learn what's good, learn what's bad, and grow yourself. Yes, Chikayu. Chapter 85.2 Idle Talk, Rank Matches. 1. There's a hierarchy in House Firstist. Firstly, second stands at the top. The following are these three: Sylvia, Iko, and Yukari. Up to this point, the order is absolutely unchangeable. This story is about below that. In other words, the ranking of the servants. Here, fierce competition occurs. The top ranks are occupied by the oldest members, called the 14 Ones. They are also known as the Zeroth generation, 10 maids and 4 men, known as the 10 Great and the Big Four respectively. Following below them were the first generation. It consisted of a large number of servants who entered as subordinates of those 14 people. Besides, it is rumored that the second generation exists under them and that a third generation will soon join. Well then, just how on earth do they decide on their ranking and stuff? That is ranking matches. They are held regularly, the participants being only those who wish to enter. At first, they were fighting sneakily and that's the way they somehow set their ranks. However, a certain day, this was revealed to Yukari. At that moment everyone thought we're going to be reprimanded. However, what came out of Yukari's mouth was surprisingly a proposal for ranking matches, a system in which they would fight against their immediately following rank, updating the ranking. For example, second versus first, fourth versus third, and so on. There would always be 2 matches in one event, giving equal opportunities to the challengers and defenders. In other words, with this system, the matches for second versus third, and fourth versus fifth would be held, but also matches for first versus second, and third versus fourth. The servants called these matches even match and odd match respectively. The odd matches, in particular, were quite intense. After all, there was a chance for the first place in the hierarchy to change. There's no way they couldn't get excited. This time it looks it'll be rough. And so, the time for the ranking matches to be held came again. The first ranking matches after the political conflict ended. Since it had been quite some time since the previous ones, Kubera muttered this time it might be rough, the reason being, the chef Savra was temporarily out of the matches because of his treatment for the caramello addiction, so the third place in the ranking was missing. Rank 2 Butler Kubaro, Rank 4 Head Gardener Lily, Rank 5 El of the 10 Great, Rank 6 Cosmos of the 10 Great, Rank 7 Champani of the 10 Great. They all held a deep relationship in this. And there was also Rank 1 IV of the 10 Great. Up until now, ranks 1 to 3rd had been immovable. But that was going to change now. And of course, everyone was aiming to climb. Lily was particularly enthusiastic about this. He would now be able to challenge the second spot, who had been blocked by Severin up until now. Lily will move up on rank and start with an even match. For AV, it'll be a field trip like always. The rank matches started under Yukari's supervision. For the even matches, the ones that will be of note were probably Kubera versus Lily and L versus Cosmos. On these matches, he would gamble the possibility of dropping into the missing third place or challenge the position of the first place. Everyone's fighting spirits were burning. It's been a while since we've gone at it, right Cube-chan? A few months indeed. I'd like if I say I wasn't looking forward to it. Lily-chan, I'm happy. Me too. I'm about to overflow. A butler and a giant faced against each other. Both sides had calm expressions as if they had plenty of leeways, but they were giving off a burning ferocity that couldn't be hidden. The servants who were not participating in the matches had their eyes sparkling as they watched. I wish I can someday be like that, they wondered to themselves. Or maybe they were simply looking forward to a high-level battle. Probably it was both for most of them. Here I come. I'll show you how strong the creature called Annie is. Me too. Let me show you the manliness of a chivalrous thief. The skill the two of them used was martial arts. Therefore, the audience somehow predicted the flow. Kubero's technique versus Lily's strength. It will be a match of skill versus power. Simply by looking at the difference in physique between the two allowed for such prediction. However, in reality, nice punch. You too, Cube-chan. With a heavy impact noise, the two people's silver martial arts collided head-on. If one simply talked about the feat, both possessed power. Cubero, climbing the ranks in the R6 up to becoming the young leader, and Lily making full use of his large body. It was a clash of power against power. You Fufu say, do you know why an Ani is so strong? Excuse me, I'm not very knowledgeable so I wouldn't know. That is, you see, the strength of a man, the delicacy of a woman. Because it is those two contradictory features. In just a moment Lily changed his stance and danced around in the sky. At first glance, it was a foolish move, filled with gaps. However, that unexpected behavior caused Cubero to falter for a moment. This action that, if done to Savura would have caused him to simply say "Are you an idiot?" and laugh, had an outstanding effect on the serious Cubero. He, on the other hand, had been thinking there has to be some meaning to this dancing. TCH. Lily's silver martial arts which was unleashed from above came down on Cubero. That, coupled with his opponent's giant body gave off a sense of intimidation. To not falter, not bad, Cube-chan. Thank you for the compliment. Well then, now it's my turn. Cubero didn't hesitate and took it head-on. To go beyond in this game of strength. Otherwise, it had no meaning. This was what he called manliness. Thus, he endured. At this point, Lily was preparing to lose. He was able to take his first straight on. Dodging was something he couldn't allow himself to do. Even if he knew he was going to lose, he had to take it head-on in the same way. It was a matter of etiquette. Come. Here I come. Cubero's silver martial arts lifted Lily's body a few centimeters from the ground. Lily then went back 3 steps and fell on his back. The match ended and the rank. It remained unchanged. Oh, so it's you this time. Yeah, I'll be in your care. Elaki. Facing against each other were 2 of the all-purpose maid squad. The 10 Great Elle and Cosmos. Elle was one of the famous red-haired sisters, the older one. She was the captain of the fighting maid squad. The L squad. On the other hand, the maid called Cosmos was infamous among the servants. It's not like she was hated. However, the others didn't have a very good image of her. Elaki, your tights are dazzling today too. I want to smell them by all means. Shut up, I'll kick your ass if you keep like that. The reason being this girl, she was a pervert. The moment she opened her mouth, it was all dirty talk. One could refer to her as a walking obscenity. Her hobby was drawing. She had an excellent artistic sense, and it would be no exaggeration to say the interior of the mansion was determined by that sense of hers. Her talent was that extraordinary. Her talent for painting was also on a genius level, and she sometimes decorated the hallways with her paintings. However, the reality of that was, that pervertedness of her leaked onto that. She abstractly expressed that dirty mouth of hers in the subjects of her paintings, getting herself all excited while showing it to others. She often explained carefully to her maid subordinates, while in front of a painting of a caterpillar that carefully sucked on the nectar of a flower, something like this is supposed to be the male genitalia, and that the female genitalia. Therefore, the maids who knew of Cosmos's perverted nature didn't like her. All right. Shall we do it? Please be gentle. Even for Elle, with her boyish manners and behavior, this made her feel kind of disgusted. With those tendencies, the only thing that made her look like a normal girl was her neat, beautiful long black hair. And then, whoa, as expected, she was strong. She very easily dodged Elle's sharp soldier martial arts. Well, this was obvious. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be ranked 6th. Then, taking out a cane for Jujutsu, her specialty, she let herself loose. Not bad for a pervert like you. If you keep praising me like that, I think I'll need to change my underwear. Bitch, you think you can take on me that lightly? What? It should be fine. I didn't wear any today in the first place. So, you're really making fun of me? No. Cosmos deliberately twisted her body, and while avoiding Elle's punch, she pretended to fall. At that moment, her long skirt fluttered, revealing the contents hiding under it. It was a cleverly calculated movement performed at such angle that it could only be seen by L. Are you for real? Smooth, isn't it? Foo. I wonder if I should instead wear a miniskirt made uniform like you. Elaki. Like hell you will. I'll tell you Kari-sama. Ah, please, anything but that. Cosmos's body jerked and she then glanced towards Yukari, who was watching the match between Kubero and Luli in the distance. No matter how much of a pervert she was, the head maid was simply way too scary, but Elle didn't miss that momentary gap. Take this. With a long stride to shorten the distance, she quickly used lance martial arts. Lance martial arts was a foot skill. In other words, a high kick. It's beautiful. Cosmos then went down, with a satisfied look on her face for some reason. An instant win. The match ended and the rank, it remained unchanged. The even matches were over. On the same afternoon, the odd matches were also held. Oh my, how are you today, Pseudo Oju-sama? Oh ho. Good day to you, exhibitionist-san. What nice weather, isn't it? Rank 5 Cosmos versus Rank 6 Champani. The two of them got along like cats and dogs. Cosmos had a serious expression, quite different from the time of her even match. The feeling of I definitely don't want to lose oozed from her. Champani, one of the 10 great of the all-purpose maid squad on the other side, looked down on her with elegant expression. Her fluffy blonde hair flowed in an elegant wave. Her height was moderately high. Her breasts were moderately big, and the most distinctive feature was her gaze, which drew a proud expression. No matter how one looked at her, she was an Oju-sama. If you looked closely you could also see that her maid clothes had been modified in some places, and had sparkling decorations. When it came to fashion and personal taste, she never cut any corner. She spent more than an hour every morning fixing up her hair and carefully applying her makeup. Furthermore, she changed the decorations on her maid clothes every day. The way she stood was also elegant, with no gaps in her movements, and the way she spoke was also very Oju-sama-like. Oh ho was how she laughed, almost like a joke. That's right, she admired the Oju-sama type. None of the maids knew the reason for this. However, all the maids knew that Champani, despite being a maid, every day made the efforts to be like an Oju-sama. That's exactly why Cosmos hated Champani, and why Champani hates Cosmos. This was not a rank 5 versus rank 6 match. No. This was a vulgarity versus elegance match. Why don't you take out your cane already? You two, Paniaki, hurry up and take out your long, black, and hard thing already. You. I wonder how many times have I told you to stop calling me by that nickname? Why? Paniaki sounds good. Paniaki is better than Payaki, Big Boobsaki, or Puniaki, Bouncyaki. Muki-I. Angry face. I won't forgive you today. I'll fix you right here, Cosmos. I'll purge you. Whoa. This is the first time I've actually seen someone say Muki-I. I'm getting excited. Cosmos took out her cane for Jujutsu, and Champani held out her wooden sword for swordsmanship. Both sides glared at each other, and then they moved out at the same time, as if their breathing were aligned. Ah, as expected, it's pervert Jujutsu. Paniaki, it looks like you know how to handle a sword. Did you learn that in bed? Shut your nonsensical mouth. Did that make you H? Ni? Exclamation mark. Seriously. See? It's not just angry that you're getting. Then it'll be bad if you don't win before I take off my panties. What are you talking about? Cosmos relentlessly sexually harassed Champani with continuous sexual harassment attacks and unique Jujutsu moves. The confrontation between these two was always like this in the beginning. However, it's not like Champani lost already. She had already defended her 6th place from rank 7 just. The lead stable hand. Her ability was unquestionably real. This be enough already. Whoa. Oopsie daisy. Champani unleashed a quick night swordsmanship attack aiming at Cosmos' solar plexus. Cosmos twisted her body and evaded by a hair's breadth. Still, the wooden sword managed to hit her on the side. Ouch. Ouch. Oh ho. Dance like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I learned this by watching Lily-chan. You sure like to pierce, penetrate others. Paniaki. Yeah, it's a wooden sword now, but I'd usually use a rapier. Oh ho. Then, Let's see how you like having other peers penetrate you. Cosmos, who was pretending to be hurt by holding her side, launched a surprise attack at Champani using Lance Jujutsu, stab. A quick thrust attack with a penetrating effect, one of Cosmos's favorite skills. Watching at her while laughing with the feeling as if she already won, Champani received completely Cosmos's Lance Jujutsu, stab, and with her eyes turning white, she fainted. Or at least, that was the usual pattern. If you think that will keep working on me every time, you're making a huge mistake. Apparently, she had taken measures against that. Champani nimbly sidestepped to dodge, and immediately activated soldier swordsmanship, swinging her wooden sword down on the back of Cosmos's head. Should we call this the result of a long-standing grudge? At that moment, the many sexual harassment she received from Cosmos flashed inside of her mind, making her put more power than necessary into the wooden sword she held. Oh ho! Cosmos fainted with a face that shouldn't be shown to people. Not a speck remained of the beautiful girl with long black hair. I did it. I won. I won. I finally won. The match ended and the rank, it changed. Champani moved up to the 5th rank. Chapter 85.4 Idle Talk. Rank matches, 2. Rank 1 IV versus Rank 2 Cubero. If we could describe this confrontation in one phrase, it would be the usual. It was always these two in the first and second place. Looks like it'll be boring as always. S&T. It doesn't matter, is what she said. Facing Cubero was IV of the 10 Great. But for some reason, there was another maid by her side. Her name was Luna, and was commonly known as the interpreter. She wasn't beautiful nor cute, but she wasn't ugly either. She had an ordinary face. Her hair was normal, so was her body and her voice. She was a maid with no distinctive characteristics. However, her true identity was that of the best assassin in the IV squad, Yukari's treasured assassination unit. But with that said, no assassination had been carried out yet. Still, her surveillance ability was remarkable. It was her the one who found the surviving member of the R6, Cide, and also the one to set up the capture of the leader of the assassination unit under the 3rd Night Order's Captain Harem, Tender. And so, she only held one characteristic quirk. That was, she didn't show cowardice. It was not an exaggeration to say she even lacked the concept of fear. It was because of this, and mostly by chance, that she got the opportunity to speak with the captain, IV, who was feared by most of the maids. In this way, Luna learned that IV's real identity was that of a girl who's simply silent, expressionless, shy, withdrawn, and poor-spoken. Being known as the White Demon or the Assassin Puppet Doll, she simply wanted to get along with everyone else if possible. Luna was struck by her captain's commendable and noble spirit, and since then, working as an interpreter for AV, she'd been trying to stay close to her as much as possible to help her communicate with others. "Oh, I'm sorry, too," is what she said. "Oh, okay." However, Luna being Luna wasn't without fault either. She herself was also bad at communicating. By adding is what she said at the end of her sentences and devoting herself to the job of the interpreter, she somehow manages to speak properly. However, she usually never makes eye contact with people and rarely talks to others. As soon as the work of the day is over, she goes back to the room and talks to her pet spider, a perfect example of a person of the shadows. "Bree, I'll be in your care," is what she said. "Yeah, me too." This was quite the peculiar matching of two people who were bad at communicating. Apparently, all the maid had become accustomed to this scene, but Cubero was still not used to it. After their greeting and the two bowed to each other, they took their distance and faced against one another. With her role complete, Luna left for the spectators' row. Muttering to himself, "Why do all of our servants have one or two quirks?" Cubero voiced his worries as a butler while loosely holding his fist. For him, it was martial arts as usual. IV, on the other hand, she took a standing posture with both her arms dropping sloppily. At the tip of her white fingers was something invisible that sometimes reflected a gleam. That's right, she was a user of thread manipulation acknowledged by Yukari. Well then, assuming a fighting pose, Cubero slowly approached. As for IV, she eventually shook her hand softly. These two had the worst compatibility. Martial arts was a close-distance type of skill. Approach, then attack. It was that simple and straightforward skill. Thread manipulation, however, was a short-range type of skill. It was a multi-purpose skill with which you could attack from a distance and at a wide range. Furthermore, it could also handle close-quarters combat. That is, a bit hard to evade. A thread stretched in the space between the two, and Cubero approached this invisible attack with hesitation, an intuition born from experience. The skill that Ivy activated was gold thread manipulation. This was a skill that released threads like tentacles to a radius of about 4 meters around oneself, restraining any opponent who touched it. Using lance martial arts, Cubero kicked the thread that was about to entangle him, shredding it. Against threads, a kick was better than a punch. Since they fought against each other many times, he gradually learned how to deal with it. Following that, Ivy silently attacked Cubero using lance thread manipulation. Quickly evading the attack with a step back, Cubero returned to his initial position. Afterward, swiftly activating gold thread manipulation once again, Ivy created a territory. Wow, how fast! If we keep like this, it'll be as boring as usual. It was impossible to approach because of this infinite loop, and when he became impatient and made a reckless attack, he would be caught by the threads and be forced to resign. It was the usual pattern. However, I have my pride to uphold as a former bandit. If I keep getting caught by you, my manhood will take a hit. Rolling up the sleeves of his butler shirt, Cubero pumped himself up and approached Ivy's territory again. However, this time he had some measures. Ivy reacted with a twitch. She felt something sparkle at the feet of Cubero, who had suddenly stopped. Her eyesight wasn't great, therefore she didn't know what that was. Still, she was convinced that something will happen, and that, of course, wasn't just her imagination. The spectators raised their voices. Cubero had activated Magica Wind attribute, second form spell. The light that sparkled beneath his feet was the magic skill being prepared. I recently learned this, you see. The second form was ranged attack magic. Coming off from Cubero, a gust of wind blew off Ivy's threads one after the other. Here I come. Shortly after, Cubero rushed at Ivy, almost as if trying to catch her. I apologize in advance for my roughness. About 2 meters in front of her, he leapt, flying through the air. Night martial arts, in other words, a jumping kick. Losing her posture because of the second form spell of wind, it would seem that Ivy wouldn't be in a state of dodging and would receive the flying kick. Still, not even Ivy would be able to guard off this night martial arts attack using her thread manipulation at this close of a range. Or so Cubero thought, but the truth was, it's not that she wasn't able to use it. Until now, she just didn't have the need to use it. No way. Ivy offset Cubero's kick using rook thread manipulation. It was a skill to attack like a whip, with several densely bundled threads. It was a triple surprise. The surprise that she had mastered such a high-level skill such as rook, the surprise that she was able to offset his night martial arts which was grade 2, and also, his surprise by the fact that in apparently all the previous rank matches, she had been cutting corners. I lost. It's my complete defeat. After landing, Cubero declared his loss while being tied up in threads. The match ended and the rank. It remained unchanged. Rank 1 IV, Rank 2 Cubero, Rank 3 Lily, Rank 4 Rel, Rank 5 Champani, Rank 6 Cosmos, Rank 7 S, Rank 8 Just. I thought this time the battles in the top rankings would be rough, but nothing changed much. The latest order in the ranking was announced once the battle matches ended. At the top, Champani beat Cosmos for the 5th place, and Just of the 10 grade won against the stable-head Just for 7th place. Other than that, the positions didn't change much. There was one man who turned his sulky face towards the muttering Cubero. I just can't accept it. Oh, Bloom, but you didn't participate, right? The stable hand, Bloom. He was a 14-year-old boy who admired Just and called him Aniki. So far, he hasn't participated in the rank matches. However, he had a look of dissatisfaction after seeing the rank results posted. It's about Aniki's rank. 8th place is Severanis and returns. he will surely fall to ninth. Ha, bastard. Are you making fun of me? Why, you're wrong. It's just that Plume was dissatisfied with the fact that his anarchy was the lowest of the big four. But that wasn't all. Even above him, there were 5 maids. As someone who said my anarchy is the coolest in the whole world, this wasn't something he could accept. Isn't it strange that your greatness is determined only by your strength in a fight? However, there was no way he could say such an embarrassing thing. This was why Plume was against the system. His real feelings were a system in which anarchy can't be the best is wrong. But since he couldn't say that, this took the form of him criticizing it in a roundabout way. Plume, are you complaining about Yukari-sama's decision? As I said, you're wrong. But it's strange after all, isn't it? Wrong. I'm just weak. A great person can fight just as well as he can do his job. That's simply something I can't do. The ranking is right. But anarchy. When Plume tried to continue speaking with that pitiful voice, at that moment the atmosphere in that place changed completely. NG. Raising her hand, Ivy said something. The servants gathered there turned to the interpreter next to her. I also think it's wrong, is what she said. There was a commotion. CNK. I haven't assassinated anyone, nor have I investigated anything, but for some reason, I'm rank 1, is what she said. Those were persuasive words. Everyone nodded saying that's true. At the same time, a doubt came to their minds. Then, is Yukari-sama's way wrong? They made sort of face. The answer was no. Everyone present immediately denied it. As far as it concerned them, Yukari was absolute. Just like second. In that case, what's this strange sense of incongruity? At the right time, a person who could solve those doubts everyone held, visited the place. The time the next rank matches will be held is still to be decided. I'll inform you later. It was Yukari herself. She contacted them unconcerned as if she was doing some office work. Thinking it was perfect timing, Kubero asked her a question. As expected of the manager, the coordinator of the servants. Yukari-sama, doubts about the system in which the ranking is determined solely by the interpersonal combat ability have been raised. Could I bother you with your thoughts on this? That was a really smart way to put it. After a deep sigh, Yukari then asked back, you don't get why it's only about combat power, right? Then, what else do you need other than combat power in the rank matches? Question marks floated above the servants' heads. Then, a few seconds later, suddenly noticing their worries, Yukari started speaking. I see, I understand now. Do you think that the rank in the rank matches is your position as a servant? Yes, you're wrong. The order from the rank matches is to visualize the individual fighting abilities of each of you, which were unclear until recently, and does not represent the rank of the servants in and of itself. Exclamation mark. Surprise spread among the servants. The number of people who had misunderstood this up until now seemed considerable. There's no difference between the servants in the first place. All of you are slaves equally serving under your master and members of the house firstest. If I had to say, then there's a senpai-kuhai relationship between Generation 0, 1 and 2. Then, the reason for the rank matches is, it indeed serves to rank your combat abilities. But that's just it. It doesn't serve any other purpose than that. But your evaluation is separated from those ratings, so don't worry. In other words, this was only one metric by which Yukari measured the strength of the servants, and it didn't directly become the position they held as servants. Oh, this was somewhat anticlimactic for the servants, but even so, this didn't mean anything would change. At that moment, a rare visitor appeared. Oh? What's the matter? Why are you all gathered here? Master, why would you come to this place? Nothing in particular. I was just taking a walk. Feeling a bit shocked, he placed his hands on his pockets and thought this is also my home, you know? In a sulky way, it was their master, second. Huh? What the heck? Ranks? Yeah, you see, this is. Looking at the results posted about the rank matches, second tilted his head. Then, Yukari briefly explained to second, who wasn't aware of the existence of these rank matches, it's an event to decide the combat abilities of the servants, by having them fight among themselves. She explained. Second roared. A loud voice that he rarely made. Not only Yukari, but the servants were also surprised, unable to move. I screwed up. At that moment, Yukari regretted her thoughtlessness. Having the servants, who are the property of second, fighting freely and without permission, then ranking them if one thought carefully, this might have been a foolish act. I need to apologize. Having decided so, Yukari tried to open her mouth to apologize. So, you were keeping this freaking fun thing a secret from me? Seriously. However, she stopped. Next time I'll also participate. Sylvia and Iko will too. Ah, you wanted to, Yukari? No, allow me to decline. I see. Anyway, be sure to let me know the next time you do it. For sure. And thus the rank matches became an annual event with official recognition from second and turned into a specialty of the firstest family. Chapter 85.6 Skill Table. Archery damage, dexterity dependent. Dragon King archery powerful on impact ranged attack. Condition to learn. Kill 10 dragon type monsters by only using the rook skill. Dragon Horse archery powerful piercing ranged attack. Condition to learn. Defeat 5 dragon varieties using the 7 skills, from soldier to bishop at least once, and delivering the last blow using rook. Rook archery very strong single target ranged attack, 16th class, 250%, grade 9, 600%. Kill 1000 monsters with using silver, critically hit with silver 500 times, using a combination of knight and silver. Kill 3 monsters in a row that have attacked another player and drop that player's HP by 50% or more, from a distance of 15 meters or more. Bishop archery strong piercing range attack, kill 5 monsters at the same time using lance, and kill 2 monsters simultaneously from a distance of 25 meters or more, using a combination of lance and knight. Gold archery range attack with added knockback. Kill 10 monsters in a row within 3 meters. Silver archery strong single target range attack. Consecutively kill 20 monsters in a single hit. Knight archery precise sniping range attack. Kill a monster from atop of a horse. Lance archery piercing range attack. Skill book. Soldier archery normal range attack. Skill book. Rook plus knight, silver plus knight, and lance plus knight can be combined. Swordsmanship damage, strength dependent. Dragon King swordsmanship powerful ranged attack forward plus stun. Condition to learn. Kill 10 dragon type monsters by only using the rook skill. Dragon Horse swordsmanship powerful ranged attack in all directions. Condition to learn. Defeat 5 dragon varieties using the 7 skills, from soldier to bishop at least once, and delivering the last blow using rook. Rook swordsmanship very strong single target attack, 16th class, 250%, grade 9, 600%. Bishop swordsmanship quick and powerful penetrating attack using lance kill 3 monsters in a single strike, and with a combination of lance and knight hit 2 or more vital points of a monster 10 times in a row. Gold swordsmanship ranged attack on all directions. Silver swordsmanship strong, single target attack. Knight swordsmanship precision attack plus added damage against vital points. Lance swordsmanship penetrating attack. Skill book. Soldier swordsmanship normal attack. Skill book. Rook plus knight, silver plus knight, and lance plus knight can be combined. Shieldmanship defense. Vitality dependent attack, strength dependent. Dragon King shieldmanship. Completely defend against attacks from dragon-type monsters 100 times in a row using shieldmanship skills. Dragon Horse shieldmanship. Defend using the 7 types of skills, from soldier to rook, at least once. After meeting this requirement, have a team member kill 5 dragon-type monsters. Rook shieldmanship strong forward rush attack. Vitality is converted to strength and added to the base strength, 16th class. 100%, grade 9, 250%. Bishop shieldmanship reinforced defense, 16th class. Defense increased to 250%, grade 9, 600%. Using shieldmanship, completely defend against attacks from a boss stronger than you 100 times in a row. Gold shieldmanship range homing defense plus knockback, while active. Attacks within a certain range would redirect themselves towards the shield. Silver shieldmanship. Knight shieldmanship defense plus knockback. Lance shieldmanship deflects piercing attacks. Skill book. Soldier shieldmanship normal defense. Skill book. Parry, possible when defending in time matching the enemy attack. No damage received plus weak knockback. Martial arts damage, strength plus dexterity plus agility, divided by 2.65. Omitted from Dragon King to Gold. Silver martial arts strong single attack, punch. Knight martial arts forward jumping attack, jumping kick. Lance martial arts short range attack, high kick. Soldier martial arts normal attack, punch. Magic fire, water, air, and earth attributes damage, intelligence dependent. First form normal attack, preparation time, super short. Cooldown, super short. Magic grimoire, Royal Great Library. Second form extended range attack, slow. Long. Magic grimoire, Magic Academy. Third form strong single target attack, short. Short. Magic grimoire, Magic Academy. Fourth form powerful extended range attack, super slow. Super long. Magic grimoire, upper class dungeon Algin clear reward, drop chance, 10%. Fifth form very powerful extended range attack, slowest. Longest. Magic grimoire, clear a specific quest. Bestow magic permanently grants an extra effect to a piece of equipment. Effects given are random. Chance of success is 90% at grade 9. The higher the rank, the easier it is for rare effects to appear. Skill book. Healing magic. Recovery, small, recovers about 50% of a beginner player's HP, for shallow wounds. Magic grimoire, church. Recovery, medium, recovers about 50% of an intermediate level player's HP, enough to reattach a finger. Magic grimoire, lower class dungeon Chiro clear reward, drop chance, 20%. Recovery, large, recovers about 50% of a high level player, can easily fix a broken arm. Magic grimoire, clear a specific quest. Magic X, a combination of magic and X skills. Archery will be used as an example. Combines magic and archery skills into a single attack. Example, fire attribute, third form plus soldier archery, in the case of skill that can be originally combined. Like silver plus knight, a total of 3 can be combined. For example, fire, third plus silver plus knight, etc. While reducing their HP by 75% of more using archery skills. Kill 1000 monsters using magic skills. Synergy combines 2 magic skills with 1 archery skill. Example, rook archery plus fire attribute, first form plus earth attribute, second form. Overlaying attack magic that increases in magnitude the more you charge it. Dexterity plus intelligence plus increasing multiplier applied to the firepower depending on the charge time. Maximum charge time is 10 seconds. Summoning magic. Monster summoning calls forth a monster that has already been tamed. Bonus to the monster's stats depending on the rank. Spirit summoning calls forth an own spirit. Bonus to the spirit's stats depending on the rank. Unsummon dismisses the summoned monster or spirit. Increases the number of monsters in which it can be used with rank. It also reduces dismissing time with rank. Tame make a monster obey you, can be used after bringing the target to 20% HP or below. Chance of success is 20%, but it also depends on the target. The number of monsters that can be tamed increases with rank. Spirit possession greatly increases your stats for a certain period of time. 16th class, 200%, grade 9, 450%, possession time, 16th class, 70 seconds, grade 9, 310 seconds, cooldown, 16th class, 490 seconds, grade 9, 250 seconds. Blacksmith. Smelting extracts metal from ore, or turns into metal lump. Refining increases the purity of a metal. Metal lump turns into pure X. Production, changed from manufacturing production of alloys. Pure X plus pure Y equals XY alloy. Manufacture created equipment using raw materials. Disassembly dismantles equipment, returning it into raw material. Others. Critical passive skill that causes an increase in damage with the following probability. Correction value plus luck divided by 10. The result is the percent damage increase, 16th class, 150%, grade 9, 300%, correction value, 16th class, 10, grade 9, 40. Transform greatly increases your stats for a certain period of time, 16th class, 110%, grade 9, 360%, transformation time, 16th class, 180 seconds, grade 9, 420 seconds, cooldown, 16th class, 600 seconds, grade 9, 230 seconds. End of Volume 4.